Hello guys and gals and welcome. Welcome. I'm gonna move myself over here. I'm gonna move myself over here. And there's a reason why that I need to be over here, cause we're gonna do skill videos today. And we need to see the skills and stuff on the other side of the screen. On the other side of the screen. On the other side of the screen. I'm trying to think here. There was a character that I think I can do all this testing on specifically. Is it this one? What we're going to be doing today, by the way, if you guys are unaware, is something that I've done, well, 10 times before, because, well, 9 times before, because this is the 10th volume of live recordings. And basically what we're going to be doing is I'm going to be doing skill videos for the assassin. We're probably going to start off with the martial arts tree, because there's a lot that I need to learn about the martial arts tree myself. And hopefully by the time we're finished, I'll have the entire martial arts tree finished, and then maybe we'll move on to some of the shadow disciplines that I haven't done. I do believe I have quite a few of these already finished, though, and I'm going to double check over here. I think Assassin is one of the classes that I have the least videos for, but it's still, I still do have some videos up on her. The Barbarian... Necromancer, Amazona, there we go. I've got a whole 4 videos for the Assassin so far. Venom, Shadow Warrior, and Shadow Master, which I guess technically counts as 2. Weapon Block, and Blade Fury, which is a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 videos. 5, if you really want to count the 2 pets as 2 videos. So basically, I've got pretty much the entire martial arts tree to go through. Dragon Talon. Actually, you know what? Let's start out with Tiger Strike. I feel like that's a good one to start out with. So I got to go over a lot of information when it comes to stuff like this, and it doesn't really work out as well as I would like. Have I ever counted how many offline characters that I have? No, I don't think I ever have. Why do you wanna check it out, my friend? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 150, 150, 160, 70, 180, 190, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, about 152. There you go, 152. The question has been answered. And it grows every day. Every day, every day. Growing on every day. Every day, every day. Hmm. Have I looked at how much hard drive space is being used by this? Yeah, like 10 megs. Like, not even. Like 10 megabytes. Woo. You could fit that on an old style thumb drive and give it to your friend at school, and he'd have all 152 characters. I mean, the exact amount I'm sure is more precise, but it doesn't really matter. Like, it's negligible at best. Let's see here. Diablo 2 Resurrected save file properties. Size 6.2 megabytes. Size on disk 10.6 megabytes. Total number of files 1,940. It's absolutely nothing. I don't think a megabyte was ever really anything, except for back in like Windows 95 days. Like Windows 95 days, maybe. Like, because that was like bordering on, like, nobody had any good hard drives whatsoever. But, I mean, you're talking about coming off the cusp of like Windows 3.11. And I don't even think a lot of those older computers from Windows 3.11 and like Windows 95 early days could even play Diablo. Like, I don't think it was until like Windows 98 when Diablo came out. 98 and 98 SE, I think, were really like the big systems around that particular time. I mean, Diablo 2 came out when, was it 2000? It was 2000, June 28th, 2000. Windows 98 was released, what? On June 25th, 1998, so 2 years before the game launched. So Windows 98 had most likely, like, completely taken over by then. And second edition, which was the better version, the much better version of Windows 98, apparently came out on May 5th, 1999. So yeah, most people were probably on Windows 98 or higher playing Diablo 2. They weren't any of those older systems from like 95 back. If they were, I mean, they were getting upgraded pretty soon after that anyway, because Windows 98 was the bomb. Windows 95 sucked balls. Alright, so the first one we're going to be doing a video on is Tiger Strike. That's going to be our first video. So if you guys are unaware of how this works, it is very simple. I'm going to play the intro. Hit the record button on my side, and then I'm going to record. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And then once I finish the video, so I finish talking about the skill and everything, I'm going to stop recording. I'm going to play the outro. I'm going to stop recording, and then I'll talk to you guys again. But I probably won't be talking to you guys while I'm recording. Still a little sick. I'm trying my best to focus my mind here. To focus my nostrils. All right. Tiger Strike is actually pretty easy, and it's a very straightforward ability. We may have to talk a little bit about what off-weapon ED is, but for the most part, I think we should be pretty solid. Let me go ahead and reset this girl first before I get started. Seem like she has enough stat points. Oh, she's wearing literally just Natalia's too. I have like anything else I can throw on her besides just Natalia's. Here, take that. It's better than nothing. Literally nothing. There's a belt. There's a pair of gloves. There's a ring. There's a amulet. Alright. Let's go ahead and give her a finisher. It doesn't really matter which one it is. In fact, you know what? Let's just give her a bunch of them. Let me cap out. I guess it really doesn't matter. I need the kick damage on the boots, though, which I believe she actually has the stuff to upgrade. There we go. I'm hoping I feel better soon. I am really hoping I am. Because it's been rough. Ha ha ha. Onomatopoeia, panoponopoeia, onomatopoeia. Miss Mary Mac, all dressed in black, with silver buttons, all down her back. She went to the fair. She got 15 cents, and she watched the cow, jump over the fence, and he jumped so high. He touched the sky, and he went over the moon, and he never came back. That's right. Alright, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. I'm a little sick, so hopefully I got that good. With the Assassin new rune word coming up, I am actually kind of excited to go over the Assassin, and I was actually going to be going over the Sorceress next, but, you know, pooey on the Sorceress. Let's go over something fun. We're going to go over the Assassin skills, and the reason why we're going over the Assassin is because of this beautiful rune word that they're going to be releasing soon in patch 2.6. Now this is subject to change, and they have said that they're going to be making some changes to these rune words, but the most important thing to look at here is the chance for finishing moves not to consume, and of course why is it like I don't know, I guess it's just cut off. But it's a 25% chance, and the 25% chance does stack between the two claws. So basically what we're looking at here is some interesting interactions with the way this new rune word works, and of course the charge abilities. Now, first off, what we're going to be looking at is Tiger Strike. Tiger Strike is a relatively simple ability that simply adds off-weapon ED to your attack, and it's very visible on the actual screen here. So if I were to go out and maybe put something like Dragon Talon up, you can see my Dragon Talon is 357 to 570, or I could even throw up Dragon Claw, which is, instead of going off of my kick damage, is going to go off my claw damage. Now I don't have two claws on, so I can't actually use Dragon Claw. So we're going to stick with Dragon Talon. And then I'm going to throw Tiger Strike. Let's put 1 point in Tiger Strike real quick. And we're going to go take a look and see how this ability works. So the assassin has these abilities called charges. They're called charge up skills. There are quite a few of them. We have Tiger Strike, a Cobra Strike, a Phoenix Strike, Fists of Fire, Claws of Thunder, and Blades of Ice. These are all considered charge up abilities. Charge up abilities are simply abilities that when you attack, and holy crap, that is a lot of archers. Holy Jesus. That was way too many archers. So charge up abilities are going to give you an orb that goes around your character. And basically all you have to do is land an attack on a monster, and you will get these little orbs. You have to actually land the attack to get the orbs. And they tend to last about like 15 seconds. I mean, you can see it here. It's not a particularly long period of time. You can build up 1, 2, and then 3. You have 3 different charges. Now, when you have the charges activated, you can actually physically see on the character panel the effect of what those charges is giving you. And in this particular case, it is 480% increased physical damage. Now, they have made a lot of changes to these charge up abilities, and I know a lot of you guys and gals out there will, for some reason or another, like land blast me because you don't read up on patch notes. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, all right? This is things that they've changed. Number 1, when you burn a charge, which is with a finisher, it no longer burns the entire stack. It burns only 1 of the charges. So in this particular case, if I were to build up 3 charges, I have 1620 as the 3rd charge. It would burn 1 of the 3. And it would continue down the line, then burning 10,000 or the 1,080, and then the 540%. Now this is off physical weapon ED, so this is not actually like on weapon ED. It is essentially the same thing as what Fortitude gives you. So Fortitude has like 400% enhanced damage, and off-weapon ED is the same kind of damage, off-weapon damage that you're getting from Fortitude. So in this particular case, if we were to have a Fortitude on, that would be 1,600 plus the 400 from Fortitude. Maybe we also have some other off-weapon ED in the form of maybe some auras. Maybe we're running a Might aura with a Merc. And by the time we're finished and we have all of our various sources of off-weapon ED running, we could be looking at some pretty high amounts of damage. Now, the other interesting thing that's going on with these charges now that they have changed is that once you have a charge built, your finisher, which is any of the finishers on the right side, will now no longer miss at all if you have a charge of any type on your character. So for instance, if you are, I don't know, let's just go somewhere a little bit easy since this character's HP is only 689 for some reason. And what we're going to do is I'm going to show you that you basically have a guaranteed hit as long as you have at least a charge on your ability. So right now I have 1 kick? I'm only at 1 kick on this because I'm only at level 4. It will guarantee the hit so that the ability will 100% land on the target. As you can see very clearly, I'm now doing a 2,868 to 4,328. And that's, of course, not counting in any other hidden effects that may be going on. Now, when I kick, it's going to burn 1 of the 2 charges, and it will clearly go down in damage to 2,031 to 3,075. And then, finally, if I kick that last one, then I've got only 1 charge. But every single time I have any charge running, it is a guaranteed hit now, in the form of the same thing as Smite works. Now, granted, you do have to build the charge before you can guarantee the hit, but it's pretty darn cool. Now, this new rune word allows you to essentially attack with a finisher and use the actual effect for the charge up ability without actually burning the charge, which I have tested quite a bit, and it is absolutely insane at what it allows you to do. Even at only 50%, there were many times where I was able to get off 8 or 9, sometimes even 10 attacks without burning all the charges. And I would literally have things like Phoenix Strike, and I would literally have like 8 Blades of Ice go off at the same time, or the Meteors. I had quite a few times where literally I was able to fire off literally 8 meteors within a very small period of time using things like Dragon Talon and Dragon Claw. It is important to note that Tiger Strike in particular does not apply its physical damage increase to anything other than the main hand weapon or your kicks. In other words, like if you're using Dragon Claw, it will not apply the bonus damage to your second claw for some reason, only your main hand claw. Everything else is a kick ability anyway, and kick abilities are going off of, instead of your claw damage, they are going off of your boot damage. Now, for some reason or another, set items have never showed the kick damage, but if you take a look at any pair of boots, it doesn't really matter what boots they are. You can just take a look in the shop. If you are on an assassin, you will clearly see that the boots have kick damage written on them. Of course, there's no boots anywhere for me to look at. Geed, my friend, tell me you have some boots. You don't have any boots either. Do you have boots in here? Do you have boots for gamble? As you can see, these are 4 to 10 kick damage, and I can gamble a couple pairs and see if I can get myself some elite boots. Now, each tier of boots upward has higher kick damage. As you can see, the sharkskin boots have 28 to 50, and so forth and so on, and the elites having the highest kick damage possible. So if you are going to be going for a kick build, utilizing Dragon Talon, or Dragon Tail, or Dragon Flight, which are all essentially kick abilities, you definitely want to have a nice pair of boots on. The best pair of boots, honestly, for assassins is generally a upgraded Gore Riders, or you could also do upgraded Goblin Toes, which have higher crushing blow but less kick damage. Now, Tiger Strike is one of those crazy abilities that can go up really high in terms of damage, and how high specifically is kind of like through the roof. And so I'd like to go over to Amazon Basin real quick and pull up the numbers. We're looking at, per charge, by the way, the bare minimum that we could probably get is somewhere around like level 45, maybe like level 48. Tiger Strike, which is a total of about 1,040% increase per charge. So we're looking at a grand total of 1,040 times 3 charges, which is going to give us 3,120% increased physical damage. Now keep in mind, of course, that is, of course, only physical damage, and there are going to be some things that this doesn't work on. Off-weapon ED doesn't work on everything. But in this particular case, if you were using Tiger Strike with Dragon Talon, Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, or Dragon Flight, it should work in any of these situations, and also guarantee a hit in any of those options. Now, in the past, with the way that Tiger Strike worked, because the finishers would actually have a chance to miss, you could potentially waste Tiger Strike. It was a very odd thing about Tiger Strike. I'm not really sure if I can demonstrate this, but basically, when you use Tiger Strike, there's actually like sort of an animation or an effect which occurs, which actually applies the off-weapon ED when you hit a target. And what would happen is if you missed, it would apply the off-weapon ED bonus, whether or not you were hitting the target or not. And it's a very clear effect. You can clearly see the shiny sort of like, like hit that like glows and hits the target. But nowadays, because the effect is guaranteed, the attack is essentially guaranteed, you don't have to worry about Tiger Strike being wasted anymore, which is definitely very nice. Back in the day, it used to get wasted all the time. You would charge up 3 abilities, you'd go up to a monster, you would try to attack them, you would miss, and as soon as you missed, you would just be like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'm just, that was a waste of my time building those 3 attacks because they were absolutely useless. And Tiger Strike was always kind of sad in this regard. Now, because of the Mosaic Rune Word and the fact that you can maintain these charges further than you could ever before, it definitely does make for some interesting combinations, and it's something that we're going to have to look into for the future. There's really not a lot more to go over with Tiger Strike because it is literally just a physical damage increase ability. It doesn't really have any other things going for it. I mean, it will increase, I believe, Dragon Tail because of the way that Dragon Tail calculates its damage, despite the fact that it's fire damage. In fact, I think I can actually just bring it up on the screen here. So if I go out here and just charge up the ability, as you can see, Dragon Tail is also increased in damage, despite the fact that it is technically fire damage. It's a 110% increased fire damage or whatever. This is because Dragon Tail processes its damage a little bit differently than you would think. And so increasing the physical damage actually does increase the fire damage because it actually deals the physical damage first and then converts it, which is a little strange. I think that's pretty much it for Tiger Strike. We're going to move on to some of these other more fun ones like Fists of Fire, Claws of Thunder, and Blades of Ice. As always, I'd appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're talking about a rather simple skill like this. And as always, keep watching. Alright, so that one is finished. What are you guys talking about over here? What about Shadow Dancers? Shadow Dancers are decent, and they are considered one of the best, but I think arguably Gore Riders are definitely the superior choices if you're actually building a physical damage character. Shadow Dancers tend to be more defensive in general. They definitely have a better defensive mechanics, like for instance, they have a faster hit recovery on them. They have the +2 shadow skills, which is nice if you're looking for defensive stuff like Fade or Burst of Speed or, you know, beefing up your minions a little bit. But because they don't have the Crushing Blow, the Open Wounds, etc., they tend to be a little lackluster, specifically for what melee assassins are trying to achieve. But they definitely do represent a good option for assassins, especially if you've got a large amount of Crushing Blow or Open Wounds from other sources. You don't necessarily need it from the boots. They're also insanely rare, too. Just in general, you're going to be able to find a pair of upgraded Gore Riders long before you're going to be able to find a pair of +2 Shadow Dancers. No, the patch notes haven't been released yet. We're still waiting on that. Let's get Cobra Strike out of the way. It's been a long time since I've actually looked into Cobra Strike. Cobra Strike is one of those ones that's, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't use it. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Wow, there's really not a lot of information on this, is there? Kinship Unite. Kinship Unite, yes. Let's just go ahead and dump a bunch of points into it. Why not? Let's dump a bunch of points into Dragon Talon, too, so we've got more kicks. Boom, 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 boom. Here, boom, boom, boom. I just need to stay alive. Alright, I want to play with it real quick. It's been a while since I've played with this stupid ability. Isn't this the one that reduces your overall damage too? I can't even remember. Consecutive hits add a life and mana ceiling to finish moves. Must use a dragon finishing move or normal attack to release charges. Current skill level 23. Mana cost 2. Attack rating 245%. Charge 1 lifesteal 150%. Charge 2 life and mana steal 150%. Life and mana steal 300% for 3 charges. But it doesn't increase my damage or anything, so I'm still doing the same pathetic 574 to 720 damage. Oh, man. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Oh, ho, 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 ho. I probably am thinking of hunger. Ah. So if the finishers never miss, what is the attack rating on them for? The attack rating on is for the actual attack itself. So when you attack with a charge up skill, there's attack rating on that. So it's the attack rating to actually land the Tiger Strike. If you have a charge, it's a guaranteed hit. However, people like to use the finishers without charges. Like, that's a whole thing. Kicks in has been a thing for a very long period of time. So the process of using a finisher without a charge is still going to require attack rating. So if I use the finisher like this with no charges, it's going to require attack rating to land these hits. Also, if I build 3 charges and then kick, I kick for a total of 4 kicks, but I only have 3 charges. So if I kick 4 times, that means 1 of the 4 kicks is not being applied with the guaranteed hit, which means that that attack still needs attack rating. So there's going to be attack rating applied on this basically no matter what. They can't take it away, and I wouldn't want them to anyway, because if they did take it away, it would completely ruin how a lot of people use those abilities. Alright, let's get this one out of the way. This one shouldn't take very long anyway. Alright, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at another one of the assassin skills, and this one is Cobra Strike. Now, Cobra Strike is a fairly simple ability that applies a very large amount of life and mana steal, depending on what charges you're using. The first charge is life steal, the second charge is life and mana steal, and then the third charge doubles the life and mana steal to 300%. Now, this is a pretty massive amount of life and mana steal. However, all the penalties still apply. So, for instance, in normal difficulty, it's 100%. In nightmare difficulty, it is 50%. And then in hell difficulty, it's actually 33% of whatever the value is. So, there's a pretty huge penalty, like, for instance, when you're in hell difficulty. And then on top of that, we also have drain effectiveness that has to be taken into account. So, for instance, if I go out here and fight a monster like a Fallen, or we got some gargantuan beasts, it doesn't really matter, and I build up 3 charges, I can add those green orbs to my list here. And then I can steal life and mana by kicking the target. Now, because it is a charge and the way that they changed charge up skills, this means that the 3 attacks that have these charges are guaranteed. So I can guarantee that lifesteal back during that time period. And as you can see, I'm going to take a little bit of damage here. And as you can see, I can pretty much steal back all my life and mana from these monsters. However, if we were to go somewhere like Loot Gully Sewers, where we have monsters that have drain effectiveness issues, drain effectiveness is individual to each specific monster. And I feel like since we're talking about a lifesteal or a mana steal ability, we also need to talk about drain effectiveness. So how does drain effectiveness work? Every single monster has his own drain effectiveness setting. Drain effectiveness is essentially how much percentage of life and mana you can steal from a specific given target. When it comes to skeletons, skeletons have a drain effectiveness of 0, which basically means that it doesn't matter that I have 300 some odd million % lifesteal. It doesn't matter that I have 17 and 14% base. None of that matters when you're up against a monster that has a drain effectiveness of 0. There are several monsters in the game that have a drain effectiveness of 0. Uber Mephisto is one of them, and is one of the reasons why life tap is so important when you're fighting the Ubers, not because you can't get enough life or mana steal, but because Uber Mephisto is immune to life and mana steal. He cannot be stolen from. And there are a large number of monsters in the game that have relatively large penalties for this. So when you take into account the fact that, well, first off, we've got, a 33% penalty to this, so our 150% lifesteal on the first charge, or even the 300% that's at the end, is cut down by 33%, and then whatever the drain effectiveness of a monster is, that is also going to cut things down even further. So if we were to pull up a calculator, I could show you very quickly what I'm talking about. So let's actually take this as an actual calculation here. Calculator. Where's my calculator? I need my calculator. There's my calculator. Alright, so we're going to run this calculation, and I'm going to show you kind of how terrible lifesteal gets in Hell difficulty, especially when you're going up against a very specific monster. So let's pretend we have that beautiful 300%, right? So we're going to minus 66%, which is we're going to bring us down to 102% left over after the difficulty penalty. So we've already lost a good 2/3 of our lifesteal right there. But 102% is still a really large amount. Now we're going to pick a very specific monster. So it doesn't really matter which monster. Let's just choose Diablo. All right. Actually, Diablo is hard to actually pull up information for because the game is literally called Diablo. Let's pull up Duriel. And let's take a look at Duriel's drain effectiveness for Hell difficulty. And there's different values depending on what difficulty you're in, so you do have to look up the correct version of the monster. So in Hell difficulty, Duriel's drain effectiveness is 100%. Not bad. So that means that if you're fighting Duriel, you get your full 102% lifesteal versus him. Let's take a look at Bale instead. So taking a look at Bale's drain effectiveness. Of course, not all the websites actually have their drain effectiveness listed, which is unfortunate. Drain effectiveness is one of the very odd stats in the game that for some reason or another, like, some people don't know exists. And, I mean, a lot of people know, at the very least, that, for instance, skeletons, you cannot drain from skeletons. I mean, that's like bare minimum. Alright, so Bale's drain effectiveness in Hell difficulty is a 20% penalty. which basically means subtracting 80%. So we're going to go ahead and subtract 80%, which means we're left with a total of 20.4% lifesteal when fighting Bale. And as you can see, 300% lifesteal can go down to basically nothing relatively quickly. And on top of that, we also have the fact that it's only available to us for those 3 attacks. Now, as long as you have one of these abilities, one of these orbs around you, and you use any of these finishers, it will guarantee the strike now, which is actually pretty darn cool. So you don't have to worry about missing, but you do have to actually worry about missing this, which is part of the issue with this ability, in my opinion, is that you're trying to use this to steal your life back. Well, if you can't land this to get the charge so that you can use it to then steal your life back, it makes it a little bit of a roundabout issue. Because instead of just simply, you know, like for instance, if I had a relatively large amount of life and mana steal, I could just walk out into any particular place and I could steal back life by just simply attacking the monster. So I wouldn't necessarily have to worry so much about trying to build up a charge. I would just start kicking things and regenerating my life. But with Cobra Strike, you've got to build the charge first and then kick the monster, which may or may not end in your death by the time you manage to build your full stack of charges. It's interesting as a addition ability, and I don't think I would ever really put more than 1 point into it, unless I just had some extras lying around. If I reset it right now, you'll see that even with just 1 point, it's still 110% life and mana steal with its 3rd charge, which is not bad, and that's only level 4. And if you had a decent amount of plus to skills, it goes up pretty quickly, which makes it a pretty decent 1-point wonder. The mana cost is only 2, and as you can see, the mana cost does not increase as you level it up. So it really doesn't like require you to dump points into it for it to actually be useful. And this basically just becomes a 1-point wonder. Like, if you're going to be a Dragon Talon, Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, Dragon Flight, Tiger Strike, Fist of Fire, Claws of Thunder, Blades of Ice, Phoenix Strike, I mean, it doesn't really matter which one of these you are. It's just something extra that you can toss in to save your life on occasion. Maybe you're fighting Uber Mephisto, or maybe you're fighting Uber Bale, and maybe your health is getting a little bit low for some reason. Throw out a couple Cobra Strikes, and then throw out your Dragon Talon or whatever it is that you're using, and it will pull your HP back up as long as you're not fighting a monster that has a drain effectiveness of 0. I think that's pretty much it for this ability. It's not a like super duper complicated one, but I did want to go over the penalties involved with lifesteal and mana steal and such. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're just talking about Cobra Strike. And I hope you'll join me for the next episode, because we're going to be going over Fists of Fire. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Alright. How do you recharge the Hydra on Hellfire torches? I got a Hellfire torch sitting in here somewhere. Here, I'll just show you. It's super easy. I mean, it's just a novelty, honestly. There's really not any real reason to use those Hydras unless you're like actually a sorceress that can synergize them, because they don't really do very much damage anyway. But I don't know, let's say you're out here and you're just having fun and you burn a whole bunch of these Hydras for no reason, and don't need any monsters nearby to shoot at. And then bam, you got all your Hydras used up, right? So you go back to town and you go to your blacksmith, the smith of the black, and you click on this little button right here. Sorry, this little button right here behind my head. And it gives you a little hammer hand. See your little hammer hand? Your helm hammer hand hammers in the hammer deep, and then you click on the torch directly and see it says repair, large charm, gold, 43,201 minutes. And it's expensive, and you shouldn't do it because they're not worth using and they cost way too much gold. But if that's what you want to do, feel free. Ay, 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 ay. Cody, stop rooting. I don't know what you're rooting for, but quit it. I'll karate chop you in the nose. You want to karate chop? You want to chop? Chop, chop, chop. Sit down in your chair. Sit. Sit down on your blanket. Lay down. Sour cream and onion is winning. I haven't voted yet. Actually, I don't think I can vote. I don't bully him. He bullies me. Okay, let's get this straight. Cody is the bully. Alright, he bullies everybody around this house. He bullies the cats. He bullies me. He bullies Woogie. He bullies frickin' Gina. He literally bullies everybody to the utmost till he gets what he wants. He'll literally sit right on top of you, like legit sit right on top of you, kick you off the damn bed. He literally pushes my girlfriend off the bed. Came in there one day. She's got like one leg off the bed. The dog is so close. He's literally pushing her off the bed. And like her leg fell off and she did like a motorcycle kick start to get her leg back on the bed. Half the time I gotta literally like physically move him so that she can get back on the bed because he literally won't let her back on the bed. He's a fucking bully. Just straight up bully. Alright, Fists of Fire is one that I'm probably gonna have to do a little bit of research on. Let's do some research. Alright, only the first converts a percentage of the finishing skill's physical damage to fire damage. Conversion occurs after plus damage and deadly strike or critical strike are applied and before resistance is applied. Damage resistance won't affect converted fire damage, but fire resistance will. Level 33 converts 100% of finishing skill's physical attack damage to fire damage. Charge bonuses accumulate upon successful attacks. Applies fire damage to release target with 1 to 3 charges. Fire damage within radius within 2 to 3. And fire damage per second within the radius within 3. 1 charge applies 50% AR to finishing skill, 2 applies 100, and 3 applies 150. Of course, that doesn't matter anymore. Upon release of a third charge, a pyre containing static missiles applying a fire bit rate every frame is created within radius. Displayed fire damage per second assumes 2 of these missiles apply damage to the target at a bit rate of 2, 25th over 256. However, number of missiles and their position seems random, so fewer or more missiles may apply damage. Since damage regeneration does not apply when as little as 1 bit, 1 over 256 point, damage is applied in a frame, units that are not immune to fire will not regenerate while positioned over fire. Fire skill damage only applies to fire damage of the first and second charges, not fire damage per second or converted fire damage. Hmm. Hmm. Converts a percentage of the finishing skill's physical attack damage. Consecutive hits add fire damage to finishing moves. Can only be used with the claw class weapons. Must use a dragon finishing move or normal attack to release charges. Attack rating percentage. Charge number 1, fire damage. Charge number 2, fire damage radius. Charge number 3, average fire damage. Why does it feel like I'm on the wrong ability? I mean, it's talking about converting physical damage into fire damage, and I just don't see that as an actual thing. I mean, if we just go ahead and grab our Fists of Fire here, then throw on, just grab a finisher. If what it's saying is correct, and it's converting the finishing skill's damage to fire, this also means that we should theoretically be able to double apply Tiger Strike at the same time. Kind of curious how that would work out. Of course, those guys are immune to fire, and none of this is helping me out. Hold on, let me go to... let's go to Frigid Highlands. Those guys are immune to cold, not fire. Alright, so first let me just grab 3 charges. So 2,622. Alright, now let's grab 3 Tiger Strikes. I mean, it definitely seemed to increase the damage output, but not by like a huge percentage or anything. I mean, if what it's saying is true on this article, which a lot of this stuff is old, converts a percentage of the finishing skill's physical attack. I'm going to look this up on a different website just for fun. Fist of Fire converts a portion of the user's physical damage into fire damage. Fire damage cannot exceed 100% of the physical damage against individual monsters with equal resistance in both types of damage. This skill is of little use. However, its area of effect potential makes it useful against a group of monsters. So there's one thing that I've got to test here, and it has to do with the fact that some of these assassin skills don't work the way that they're stated. So I need a ghost. Let's go find a ghost to see if he's immune to physical damage. Physical. I need a ghost, not a goat. I need a ghost. I don't care about your goats. I come and knock on my goats. I don't care about those stupid goats. Alright, come here. So some of the assassin skills don't work the way that they state, in that even though they say they're doing fire damage, they don't actually dish out the damage as fire. They dish it out as physical, and then they convert it, which is strange. But it seems like, to me, it is actually dishing it out as fire, not as physical, then converted to fire. So I think it's working just fine. That was definitely... that would definitely worked out the way that it was supposed to. Because that physical immune monster just got ripped to shreds. The one that I think works the way that doesn't make sense is Dragon Tail. I think Dragon Tail is the one that literally kicks as physical and then doesn't actually apply it correctly. So it gets applied as physical first and then fire or whatever. Like it's a odd combination of bad math. See if I can find another ghosty real quick. Because if I use Dragon Tail is the one that I think screws up the formula. Yeah, see how I'm kicking with Dragon Tail, and Dragon Tail is supposed to be doing 490% fire damage. These monsters, as you can see, are barely taking any damage whatsoever from this supposed fire damage ability. And this is because of the way that it calculates the damage. It applies it as physical damage first against the monster's resistance, and then converts it to fire after it checks the monster's physical resistance. So basically what happens is when you attack a monster that is physically immune with that ability, it will immediately just simply say that you're doing no damage, because it applies the physical damage first to figure out how much physical damage you would be doing, and then converts it. Which is why Dragon Tail is so stupid and broken, and it doesn't work properly, because that 490% fire damage does basically nothing versus any monster that has a high amount of physical resistance. But that's not the ability we're talking about. I just needed to make sure that that's not the way that Fists of Fire was doing its thing before I talked about it. Alright, there's a specific level at level 33. It's 100%, okay. I can always just, Yes, you have to break the physical immunity. Alright, let's do the next video here. I think I've got pretty much everything I need for Fists of Fire. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at the assassin ability known as Fists of Fire. Fists of Fire is not really like one of the most amazing ones, and the reason is because, well, you know, there's a lot of fire immunes in Diablo, just freaking tons of fire immunes, right? So in general, when it comes to fire abilities, they tend to be a little lackluster, especially when this one in particular, not only does it dish out fire damage, it also converts your physical damage into fire damage. Depending on what level, at level 33, it will convert all of the physical damage into fire damage, 100%, and dish out that damage as fire instead of physical. Now, when you go out and you actually charge up the ability, it's pretty clear, what it does. The first charge is a flat fire damage that is applied directly to the target, which is 921 to 1013 in this particular case. And of course, this is nowhere near maxed out. I could have it probably like level 49 if I really wanted to. Oh, good lord, booby trap door. That is some booby trapping, booby trapped booby traps. Get out. Let's go somewhere a little bit more fun, shall we? Now, as you build up the charges, what you're going to notice is that each individual charge is going to give you a effect, which is added to your character screen. The first one, as you can see, is going to give me that 1,000 fire damage. The second one is going to be the fire radius, so it won't actually add anything. And then the third one is the fire damage per second. And then when I finally unleash these charges by using an ability, you see the explosion happens and all of the nice little effects occur. But this is because I have all of them. So with the first charge, you don't see anything because it's just a direct fire damage added to that particular kick. Or finisher. The second one is the explosion, and that is the most obvious. But as you can see, the explosion doesn't have any after effects. It doesn't stay. The third one is the actual burn damage that stays on the ground. And that stays on the ground for 2 frames, and it will burn all targets nearby for 2 frames. It's actually some sort of missile attack, and the missiles are kind of random in the direction that they go. So we have 4 things going on here. Number 1 is the fact that it converts all of your physical damage into fire damage. So if you're using this ability, it is going to convert all physical damage into fire. So if you're fighting a monster that's fire immune and you would not like to do 0 damage, I would not use this charge up even as part of another combo, because it will convert your physical damage away, essentially lowering the damage output versus a monster that is immune to fire. The other thing here is that the fire damage, as it is burning, will cause the monsters to not regenerate, which is definitely very nice. And the explosion, which has the nice little 4-yard radius, is going to hit obviously everything within that 4 yards, which is definitely very nice. So we have the 1,000 damage, and then it goes and it explodes that damage outward. And it's also important to note that the fire bonus damage does not apply to the fire damage per second for some reason. So it will apply to the fire damage and the explosive radius, but it will not apply to the actual fire damage per second. Now, as long as you have a charge of any kind, now that they've changed the system, these effects will not miss. So if you have a Fists of Fire ability charged up, you can attack 3 times, because it does not burn all the charges anymore. It used to burn all the charges, and now it only burns 1 at a time, which is actually pretty sweet. So if you go over here and you actually kick a target, let me use one of the single attack finishers, like let me grab Dragon Flight, for instance. It will only burn 1 charge at a time. And that means you can use the ability 3 times before it finishes. Now this also means that you can guarantee 3 hits, just like Smite. So during this time frame, when you have these little charges up, you can 1, 2, and then 3. And it will guarantee at least 3 kicks to land on the target, which is certainly pretty sweet. This is a recent addition that they made to Diablo 2 Resurrected back in one of the patches. They wanted to promote people to utilize the charges more often, and so they gave a specific reason for you to want to have some charges up. And this particular ability only has 1 synergy, and this synergy is with Phoenix Strike. So if you were going to be using Fists of Fire, you're probably going to have 20 points beefed into Phoenix Strike as well. And then you could utilize any of these finishers, of course, to trigger the ability. When you use them together, it's actually pretty potent, and I feel like we kind of need to at least show you what it looks like when you use both of them at the same time. Now, of course, the fire effect only is increased when you beef up Fists of Fire. So Phoenix Strike has 3 abilities. It has the fire ability, it has the chain lightning, and it has the actual chaos ice bolt. And the meteor, which is the one at the beginning, is the one that you're actually beefing up by beefing up Fists of Fire. And they beef up each other, of course, so the fire damage on Fists of Fire gets beefed up by Phoenix Strike, and the meteor on Phoenix Strike gets beefed up by Fists of Fire, and back and forth. Now, if you were to build all of the charges, it would look something like this. And then, of course, you could drop these on somebody's head. and then you finally get the Meteor from the Phoenix Strike. Now, the Phoenix Strike Meteor is specific, and you don't necessarily have to build up any more than one charge. So if you wanted to only dish out fire damage, you could, of course, build one Phoenix Strike, and then you could build a full stack of these, and you could just drop on top of each other like this. And that would, of course, give you a pretty large amount of fire damage. But as you can see here, the Fallen are immune to fire damage, so they don't care that I'm trying to burn them in the flames of hell, because guess what? They're immune to it. Fist of Fire is honestly just one component of a larger cogwheel, which is the Phoenix Strike cogwheel. And it comes in with Claws of Thunder, Blades of Ice, and of course the Phoenix Strike skill itself. And once you add in the fact that you have all of these abilities, or if you focus heavily on one particular element, like for instance you could do fire, you could put on things like Flickering Flame and a Phoenix Shield with negative fire resistance, maybe some fire facets and things like that to beef up the fire to its highest value. You would probably also use martial arts skillers here, as well as martial arts gloves, plus to skill equipment to get that level as high as humanly possible so that the fire damage is as high as you can get it. I probably wouldn't combine this with Dragon Tail, because Dragon Tail works off of the physical damage, and it probably will not combine very well with Fists of Fire. And instead, you're probably better off just going with Dragon Talon or Dragon Flight, so you can teleport around. The teleport kick is honestly just really fun in general, and I think you'll enjoy it. With the new rune word that they have coming out, which I do have a picture of, they have this beautiful rune word called Mosaic, and Mosaic is a new rune word specifically made for charge up abilities. And they may be changing this, so keep that in mind until we take a look at it a little bit more. But I think 2.6 patch notes, when they come out with this, we should have some more finalized data. But as you can see, it has 25% chance for finishing moves to not consume charges. And you can stack 2 of these claws on, so you end up with a 50% chance to not consume charges, which basically means that you can spam the charges over and over and over again, which is actually pretty powerful. So in this particular case with Fists of Fire, if we were to use the Mosaic rune word, you could come out here and you could actually utilize these 3 charges, perhaps 4, 5, 6, sometimes even 7 or 8, 9 or 10 times, depending on what your luck holds. And in my testing, it's not uncommon to actually get 8 or 9 hits of charges out of these. So if you were to build things like the Dragon Talon, which has, can have up to 8 kicks, you can dish out 8 charges within a relatively short period of time. And things like the meteors, you can literally pop out 8 meteors really, really fast. You can obviously throw out 8 fire explosions. Now, the only real downside to Fist of the Fire in this regard is that the average of fire damage per second is actually not going to stack. So fire damage effects don't tend to stack very well. Like, for instance, if you were to put 3 or 4 firewalls underneath of a monster at the same time, they're not all going to burn the monster. He's going to get burned by one firewall, and having a couple of them overlapped underneath of him will make sure that he continues to burn, but he won't burn any faster because you have multiple firewalls under him. So having multiple fire effects underneath of a monster doesn't necessarily give you more damage. The other thing that we have to talk about is next hit delay. So if you guys have never explored next hit delay is a very important mechanic when it comes to Diablo. And essentially how it works is, when you hit a monster, there is a very specific amount of time that you are required to not hit that target again within that same ability. And certain assassin abilities do have some issues when it comes to next hit delay. Most notably is Claws of Thunder and Phoenix Strike. as well as we were talking about earlier, the fire effects can't hit the same target at the same time multiple times in a row. So you will have some overlap here. The explosion will hit the target. The fire damage will hit the multiple targets multiple times within a very short period of time. But for the most part, especially when it comes to things like the burn damage, you're not going to get as much overlap as you probably would like with Fists of Fire. That's pretty much it for this ability. It's a very simple ability. It has an explosion. It does very nice early game. The mana cost, as you can see, is 2 right now. And let's go ahead and reset this real quick. And as you can see, it stays at 2. These charge-up abilities don't have much change when it comes to stuff like this. So it's unfortunate, but it's just how it is. Now, when it comes to building a full Phoenix Strike Assassin, if that's what you're going for, it does require a really hefty investment. A full Phoenix Strike Assassin is 20, 40, 60, 80, 81, 82. It's literally 82 skill points there, and you don't really have a lot left over for anything else. I mean, you're talking about 105 skill points at level 95, and I mean, you've got enough left over to build one finisher and put a couple points into your shadow disciplines, and that's about it. You're probably not going to have enough points to go down to Death Sentry, so you're probably going to want to find that on your claw. So there's interesting ways that you can build a Fist of Fire Assassin. You can obviously do it directly, which is just Fist of Fire and Phoenix Strike, or you can build the entire Monty. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and as always, keep watching. Oh man, almost lost my composure there. My throat is not liking talking. Sorry, my throat is the next one is Claws of Thunder, right? Claws of Thunder. What did you do to my thunder? Claws of the... Why am I singing? Hurts my throat. Knockback may allow closer targets to be hit by both Nova and the Bolt, so Claws of Thunder is often released with Dragon Tail so that it knocks the target back. Synergy bonuses apply to all charges, does not apply to minimum lightning damage. Of course, never applies to minimum lightning damage. Was there a problem playing this class before Sunders? Not really. This is one of those classes that honestly you could play even against immunes because you could choose which element type you were doing. Phoenix Strike is pretty powerful. It's just a little slow, and I do think that the charge up weapons are going to change that, but speaking of charge up weapons, I still have the mosaics. The mosaics. The mosaics. The moza. The mozi. The mezamozo. The mozaza. It's the mozo. It's the mozo. Mozo me. It's the mizo. It's the mizo. Mizo me. I'll be alright. I'm just dying. Don't worry about me. I wish I could send you guys a picture of Cody because he looks so bored. His whole life is bored right now. He's literally just laying there and he's just like, oh, I'm so bored. He goes, do you know how bored I am? He's like, I am so bored. Literally, I think I have turned into a piece of wood. You need a little doggy TV to watch. You know, we put some little birds on there. The gun little birds are going tweet, 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 tweet. It's all like burbs. Where's the burbs? I'll see some burbs. There's a window right there. Why don't you go look out the window? There's a window right there. Look. Right there. There's a window. Why don't you go stare out the window and look at all the passerbys and bark at them. Oh, I mean, yeah. If you're going strictly for fire, you know, you're going to have to build some way to come up with the individual fists. The Sunder Charms, I think, made it possible to do the individual fists, if that's what you're talking about, yeah. Oh, man. Why my freaking throat hurts so bad still. Alright. Let's do Claws of Thunder here. Three, two, one, let's jam. Beep, 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 beep. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at another one of the Assassin Claw abilities, and this one is the Claws of Thunder. The Claws of Thunder is the lightning damage claw charge up ability, and thanks to the NiNi rune words that they've come out with, which they may or may not be changing these by the way, but this is what we have right now. And this is the 25% chance for finishing moves not to consume charges. We now have the ability to potentially build a pretty awesome Claws of Thunder build. This is one of the cooler abilities in this tree because it does a pretty large amount of AoE damage, and I'll show it to you here in a second. But it does obviously have three different effects. The first charge is lightning damage, which is 1 to 7,488. The second is the Nova damage, which is 2 to 4,654. And then we have the charged bolt damage. Now the charged bolt damage is a little strange, and it does come out, and each charged bolt has a has the full damage. However, Claws of Thunder does have a next hit delay of 4, which was 4 frames, so 4 over 25, which isn't really a lot. It's the same next hit delay that multi-shot has. So you know how multi-shot, you could obviously hit one target with like 10 arrows, but it doesn't actually hit one target with 10 arrows. It only hits them one time. This is because the next hit delay prevents it from hitting the same target twice within that time frame. And Claws of Thunder has a similar effect, which prevents it from hitting the same target twice within a flash second. It's like a 10th of a second. So it cannot hit the same target twice within that time frame. Now, I'd like to take a look at Claws of Thunder and how it works. First off, when you have the charges, your finisher will not miss. This is important because this is something that they changed. So having at least one charge of any ability will guarantee the hit on whatever ability it is that you're using for the finisher. Now, with this new rune word, when you build up your attack, you still build your charges the same way that you always would. So, for instance, with Claws of Thunder, you're going to go up to your target, you're going to bop them, and you're going to get your 3 orbs. However, now with the 50% chance to not consume charges, as you can see, there's just an amazing, amount of craziness going on the screen. We have multiple novas coming out of the target. We've got multiple charged bolts coming out of the target. And this is, of course, because we are applying those charges multiple times. I mean, you can obviously clearly see when I use this ability that, yes, we get a nova, right? So, like, our first charge is just lightning damage. So it's not, like, too amazing. Our second charge is the nova, which gives us a nice little effect. And then we have all these little charged bolts that come out. Claws of Thunder is very damaging in terms of AoE effectiveness because, number one, it does have, obviously, the novas, and the novas are going to do a pretty decent amount of damage. We also have the beautiful charge bolts, which are going to go outward from the target, and are going to hit pretty much everything within that radius. So if you're in, like, the middle of a big group of monsters or something, let's grab Dragonflight, and you teleport into a group of monsters, you've got the charge bolts coming out. You've got all sorts of nice, beautiful things happening all at one time. And this is why Claws of Thunder is pretty sweet. Claws of Thunder also has an accoutrement, which is Phoenix Strike. So all of these abilities, no matter which ones you use, do require Phoenix Strike as a synergy to beef up the respective elemental damage of that type. With Phoenix Strike has a lightning effect. It's called Chain Lightning. And it doesn't look like Chain Lightning. It actually looks like this. Let me see if I can grab just 2 charges here. And as you can see, it goes outward, it goes inward, it goes left, it goes right. I mean, it's pretty amazing, right? So if we were to utilize our 2 together, here, let me burn this so I can get just the right number. This is what our lightning would look like if we used it with one of the kicks. And that is literally just the lightning, as you can see. And then we've got the meteors come down at the end. But it's a pretty impressive array of effects between the charged bolts, the novas, and all of the various lightning effects that are coming out all at one time. It can be a very impressive array of little abilities. The main issue, though, is that there is a next hit delay on Claws of Thunder, so you kind of have to slow it down a little bit. You actually want to slow down your attack speed, because if you slow down your attack speed a little bit, you actually end up with a little bit more spread out damage, which allows the hits to land. If you're doing it too quickly, like for instance with Dragon Talon, because it attacks 8 kicks so in such a fast period of time, there's a good chance that you're having 2 or 3 attacks that are overlapping and aren't actually hitting the targets all at the same time. So you're getting basically wasted damage potential. I actually slowed this character down on purpose. Like, deliberately slowed her down. And in fact, I was actually thinking of taking these runic talons and not making the mosaics and runic talons. I was thinking about making them in something slower. Specifically because I wanted to make sure that, for instance, like with those meteors that you saw come down, I wanted to make sure that they were coming down separately enough so that they're hitting the target outside of the next hit delay issues. And the same thing, of course, goes for the Claws of Thunder, which is giving us the Novas. It's giving us the Charged Bolts. It's giving us all these beautiful effects. And we want to make sure that every single one of those is hitting the targets. So we don't want them so close together that they're overlapping. There's really not a lot more to go over with Claws of Thunder. It's a pretty crazy ability, but you're going to pair it up with Phoenix Strike anyway. Whether you're going to be building a pure lightning damage, assassin, or you're going to be building a full Phoenix Strike assassin, you could essentially do both, right? So, like, I don't know if you guys have ever seen what a full Phoenix Strike assassin looks like, but let's go do that real quick just for lulz. So to illustrate this, I'm just going to build up all the charges. What it would look like if you had built a full Phoenix Strike Assassin. So of course you're going to build up your 3 lightning, you're going to build up your 3 ice, your 3 fire, and then of course your 3 Phoenix Strike, and you're going to kick them into the targets. And as you can see there, it's just like a ridiculous explosion of everything's now dead. In fact, it's so bright and shiny that you literally can't even see anything. And that's with the new Mosaic Rune Words. I'm interested to see what it is that they're going to be doing to these. My hunch is they're going to up the percentage a little bit, but we shall see what it is that specifically they're going to be doing with those. The next one on the list is, of course, going to be Blades of Ice, so we'll be taking a look at that one next. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're talking about some crazy Nova spamming ridiculousness that is Claws of Thunder. And as always, keep watching. Yes, I already have a video up on Fade. There's tons of pieces that have DR. There's literally Storm Shield, Fade, there's Rockstopper, Shaco, there's literally like frickin' Crown of Ages. Enigma has DR on it. Frickin' Chains of Honor has DR on it. String of Ears has 15%. Verdungos has 15%. I mean, the number of items that have physical damage reduction on them is pretty insane. I don't know why people say that they have trouble getting physical damage reduction into their build. I mean, even at the bare minimum, even if you just throw like a String of Ears on or a Verdungos or something like that, that's 15% right there. And then you could tag on Fade and you could go even higher. Honestly, not really. I mean, even things like Rockstopper or String of Ears is really common. I usually end up with like 5 or 6 freaking Storm Shields by the end of a season. I mean, I always could use more physical damage reduction options, and they capped it at 50% anyway, so... Blades of Ice is one of the weirder ones. Do a little bit of a pre-research on this one. Just make sure there's nothing that I'm missing. Applies cold damage and cold length to release target with 1 to 3 charges. Cold damage and length within radius with 2 of 3 charges, and freeze length within radius with 3 charges. Okay. Plus cold skill damage only applies to the first 2 charges. Okay, because the 3rd charge is just freeze length. Why would... Okay. You're just being silly. As long as durations of respective charge-up skills do not expire, all applicable charge bonuses are applied upon finishing. My throat gets so dry, and then it starts to get irritated. And once I get irritated, then I want to cough. And once I get to the point where I want to cough, well, then it's just that. It's terrible. Like, I don't want to cough. I really don't. Coughing is bad. Coughing!
Welcome.
It makes me feel bad. Makes me feel weird. I'll refresh that so I have some more monsters to kill. Beep, 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 beep. Alright, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Sorry, my voice is still trying to recover. Today we're going to be going over the last of the 3 magical charge-up abilities known as Blades of Ice. Blades of Ice is the 3rd of the single element charge-ups, and as long as you have a charge-up, because of the way that they've changed it, you are guaranteed to hit any of your finishers. So this is a new thing that they've added. The Blades of Ice skill is a very interesting one that is really very defensive in nature. It's definitely been the case as far as elemental damage goes, that lightning has been the higher end. Like, it's the top end damage. As you can see, it's much higher damage at 7,488, and the fire damage is much more in the middle with 4,600 to 5,000, and cold damage tends to be, more often than not, just kind of like the lower end of the scale. And it's really because cold damage tends to be more utilitarian than damaging. And not that you can't make a Blades of Ice damaging ability, because it does work pretty well. The thing is that it's not really for that. It's to freeze targets. It's to get them out of the way. And if you take a look at the ability, the first one that it does is it applies a cold damage effect, which is 2,732 to 2,925. Now this is a straight cold damage that is applied directly to the target that you're hitting. The second charge will cause a radius to happen. So instead of applying that damage directly to one target, it will now apply that damage to all the targets within the radius, which is, of course, very, very nice. The last charge doesn't actually add any damage at all. In fact, all it does is applies a freeze damage time to the effect. Now, this means that the last charge is not required. So, you know, a lot of these, the last charge usually applies some kind of damage, or it allows you to, you know, for instance, with Fists of Fire, it causes a burn damage on the ground. With Claws of Thunder, it adds the charged bolts. With, you know, Phoenix Strike, it adds the Blades of Ice, Chaos Ice Bolt, and so forth and so on. But with Blades of Ice, you don't necessarily need to use the 3rd charge. And the reason is because the 3rd charge is only adding a freezes effect to the ability. The freezes effect does not add additional damage. The And in fact, it does not add additional chill duration either. The only thing that it does is it converts the chill into a freeze, which causes the monster to completely stop moving. To give you an idea, let me go ahead and just bring 2 charges up and use the ability. And as you can see, it's still applied in AoE damage. And then let me grab 3 charges, and you'll see that it does a larger effect, but only because it has the freezes target effect added in. Now, it does work extremely well as a defensive ability, though, and it's just simply because everything is nice and frozen. Adding in this ability into your repertoire is going to give you a very nice additional freeze, which is going to cause all the monsters to either A, be nice and chilled, or B, be frozen. Now, this does mean that the bodies will shatter, so this is also important. So if you're using the freezing effect of any kind, and the monster is killed during the freezing effect, they will shatter. So if you're looking to keep your bodies for whatever reason, maybe you are, subbed into Death Sentry, so you have some corpse explosions, this is not going to be the skill for you, because it's going to completely eliminate all those corpses and ruin your time. In fact, if you avoid using that 3rd charge, there's a very good chance that you will have corpses left, because chilling effects don't guarantee the destruction of a corpse. As you can see, I still have a corpse, whereas freezing effects do guarantee the destruction of the corpse. As you can see, these monsters here that I froze, they have absolutely no corpse left. So it's not like you can't, customize the ability a little bit so that you're not demolishing every single corpse. It is something that you can control here. So making sure that you're using Blades of Ice as specifically you need to use it is going to be something that you're going to have to pay attention to and micromanage yourself. So if you want corpses, don't use charge number 3. If you want survivability, then do use charge number 3, because charge number 3 is extremely good for that specific purpose, for survivability. Having a 20.8 second freeze duration is going to mean that that monster is stuck and not attacking you for, whatever given amount of time. Now, you can, of course, combine this with Phoenix Strike, and Phoenix Strike has a very nice Chaos Ice Bolt, which is added into it, and that is, of course, beefed up by Blades of Ice back and forth. Chaos Ice Bolt looks very similar to Frozen Orb in many regards. So if I go out here and utilize my Phoenix Strike, I'm going to have to build 3 charges, because, of course, it's the last charge on the list. And Chaos Ice Bolt... it's kind of hard to explain exactly how Chaos Ice Bolt looks. In fact, let me go somewhere like that doesn't have a bunch of trees. Let me go to Canyon of the Magi real quick. And so this is Chaos Ice Bolt right here. As you can see, it's kind of like a pseudo frozen orb that comes out from the monster, and goes out in a circle, kind of different completely than the way that Frozen Orb does. Frozen Orb doesn't have this same sort of thing going on. In fact, it's missing the central explosion that Frozen Orb has. So Frozen Orb, of course, has the iconic, what would you call it, like spinning ball of ice. And that spinning ball of ice explodes at the end of the effect. With Chaos Ice Bolt, it just simply comes out directly from the monster, and it goes outward from the monster until it reaches a pretty large radius. I think it's about like 13 yards, and it hits just about everything within that radius. Now, if you combine the two together, of course, if you combine your Ice Fist with your Phoenix Strike, it looks like this. And you get a pretty decent amount of damage coming out, because obviously you've got your 3 charges. Your ice damage is coming out and hitting everything within that radius. And then, of course, we also have the Blades of Ice, and then it gets followed up by the Claws of Thunder and the Fists of Fire, which is the the chain lightning and the meteor effects. Since it's the third charge, you really don't have a choice, so you're going to have to burn through those. Now, if you wanted to burn just the Chaos Ice Bolt over and over and over again, you can. You can actually go to something like Dragonflight, and what you would do is you would just simply attack, click, attack, click, attack, click, attack, click, attack, click, and you would just keep building the Phoenix Strike up to the Ice Bolt over and over again to make sure that it doesn't leave the third charge. Because when you burn a single charge, it doesn't matter what that charge is, you can immediately rebuild that charge back up to the third charge. You just got to make sure that you're building it back up. Now with these new beautiful freaking claws that allow you to basically just spam abilities over and over again, which are subject to change, by the way, you don't really have to worry about that anymore, because you can pretty much just do stuff like this, which is just absolutely glorious looking. And overall, when it comes to this particular ability, the Blades of Ice allows you to crowd control, and that's really, I think that's really what the Blades of Ice skill works for. Now, the really unfortunate thing is that when a monster is immune to cold, well, you can't use cold crowd control effects on them. But thanks to the Sunder Charms will change that. So if you put a cold Sunder on your assassin, you can essentially chill and freeze anything, regardless of whether or not it is immune to you. The other interesting thing to remember when it comes to chilling effects as well as freezing effects is that the duration of the chilling and freezing effect actually increases and decreases with the monster's resistance to that element. So for instance, a monster that's 95% resistant to cold is going to have the smallest duration freeze and chill effects, whereas a monster that is, you know, for instance, like negative resistance is going to have the longest chill duration effects. This is the reason why the cold sorceress has such high chilling effects, because she has the negative resistance from cold mastery, which causes the monsters to take chill effects for a longer duration. And if you were going to build a cold damage assassin, you probably would have some form of negative cold resistance as well on your character, whether it be, you know, a 3-faceted helmet or 4-faceted armor or something like that, or maybe you're using something like Nightwing's Veil with a facet in it. There's going to be some form of negative resistance, which is going to help you out a little bit. But it is important to note that the higher the monster's resistance to the element, the lower the duration of the crowd control effects are going to be. And that's pretty much it when it comes to Blades of Ice. Blades of Ice actually does not have a next hit delay, by the way. I didn't really feel like I needed to say it, but and then I was thinking about it, and I'm like, you know what, I guess I think I need to say it since Claws of Thunder does. So it doesn't really matter with Blades of Ice. You can actually hit the target as many times as you want within a given period of time. So attacking extremely quickly with something like Dragon Talon, which has 8 kicks, will allow you to kick, you know, for instance, for 2,700 8 times within a really small time frame, which can dish out some pretty amazing damage in that little small span of space. And these new Mosaic Claws are definitely going to be interesting when it comes to these builds. I think that's pretty much it when it comes to Blades of Ice. There's really not a lot more to go over. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're just talking about a chilly, frosty skill like this one. And as always, keep watching. Hi, I'm new here on your channel, but I really like what you do and how you discuss Diablo 2, and you have a question. I have a Necromancer summon and a Merc that has Might plus Thorns. What can I give him for a weapon? A Pride, Doom, freezing my enemies, and I can't use a Corpse Explosion. I think the best weapon, honestly, for Necromancers is Infinity, just simply because it gives the negative defense. So if you're running a Summon Neck, the negative defense that the Infinity gives allows the skeletons to hit way more often, which is one of the reasons why it's such a good weapon for them. I don't really like putting Pride on my Mercenary because it doesn't have any damage on it and it nerfs the Mercenary. Crescent Moon is also a fun one. If you want some spamming static field, you can make a Crescent Moon in a polearm and give that to your Mercenary, something fast, and just let him wail on the targets. Crescent Moon is pretty sweet. What is the gaming pillow? So I don't have it with me right now because it's over at my brother's, but it's called a Valari gaming pillow, and it's this cool like crescent moon shaped pillow that you basically put in your lap. And you know how like when you're sitting in a chair, like your elbows don't really reach the floor. Like you kind of lean forward and you kind of put your elbows on your knees, and you're kind of like it doesn't really feel right, and your back ends up hurting. Like the whole point of this pillow is so that when you're playing the game with your controller, your arms have a place to rest and your hands have a place to rest. So your controller and your hands are all sitting essentially, very comfortably, and then your back isn't arched. And I've actually used it quite a few times. I did quite a few videos for the Plague Tale series. I was playing the Plague Tale series with a controller because it's a really controller-based game. And oh man, it was like night and day. Like I could play for hours and hours with that damn pillow, but I couldn't. If I'd tried to play without it, I would have been freaking hurting. Yes, Infinity helps with physical damage because of the negative defense. Conviction applies a negative defense effect to all monsters within range. So any monster that's near your mercenary at that particular time will have his defense stripped away, which means the skeletons will have a much easier time hitting them. Honestly, though, Infinity is expensive. Like I said, Crescent Moon works pretty good too. I think Crescent Moon is honestly a really good one as well because it applies that static field to everything nearby, and he spams it a lot. So the monsters end up getting softened relatively well by your mercenary. Allows your mercenary to be more of an AoE damage monster than a single target monster. And I mean, usually you don't really necessarily need to worry about the single monster because once you put your army on the single monster, like it's pretty ridiculous. And necromancers don't need to use Reaper's Toll; they have those curses. They can curse, amplify damage, decrepify whenever they want. They don't have to utilize stuff like that. It's kind of silly for necromancers to utilize curse spamming items. My head's killing me. I'm gonna go grab some medicine real quick, and then I'm gonna come back and do Phoenix Strike. Quit knocking stuff down, Tonto. That's right, I said Tonto. Quit knocking stuff down, Tonto. Why you knocking everything down? Why? Why? Hmm? Tale of terror. I missed an opportunity to have a cheesy joke. Oh no. It's my personal experience that necromancers need their mercenary. Like, you want your mercenary to be the linchpin of your army. He's just another member of your army. So gimping your mercenary doesn't help you out a ton. So like, if you can't afford something like an infinity, just put a really nice weapon on him. Put a obedience on there. Put a freaking crescent moon on there. Put something on there that actually makes him useful. Like, don't worry so much about trying to give him another aura or something. Just get him something that makes him useful for the time being. Obedience is an amazingly good weapon for a mercenary, and so is Crescent Moon. Both of them work very, very well, specifically to make your mercs more powerful and more useful as a result. Static field spam from Crescent Moon is great, and the crushing blow that you get from the obedience is extremely cheap and effective. Things like Reaper's Toll, if you've got it laying around, I guess, but it's going to interfere with casting Amplify damage, which is going to be better damage than Decrepify. As much as I love Decrepify, it's not better than Amplify damage in terms of damage output. Alright, Phoenix Strike is a little bit more complicated, and we're probably going to have to actually talk about some things with this one. Oh no. Dig through the tomes. That's right, digging through the tomes. Oh, I dig. I am a prolific digger. I dig with the diggerest dig of them of. Oh, I diggin'. I'm a diggin' digger. That's what I do. I dig. Man. Being sick sucks. I'm tired of being sick. I don't want to be sick no more. No, I don't. I don't want to be sick. Oh, no, I don't. I don't want to be sick any freaking more. I do. Oh, please, don't let me be sick anymore. I want to show the sickness the door. I don't want to be sick. I don't want to be sick. I sing songs 'cause I'm sick. Aboobas, akubas, aboobas. Why are you half on your blanket and half off your blanket, sir? I'm unsure as to why you sleep the way you do. He had the whole freaking futon that I gave him, right? And he would literally just sleep with just his head on the futon. We're talking about a mattress big enough for like 3 people to sleep on if you wanted to be tight. You know, just like 3 full-size humans sleeping on this mattress. And the only thing he's got on the mattress is his head. That's it. Everything else is on the floor. Alright, Phoenix Strike it is. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at the Assassin Phoenix Strike. We've already taken a look at Fists of Fire, Claws of Thunder, and Blades of Ice, and now we're going to be taking a look at the Phoenix Strike skill itself. Now, Phoenix Strike is a unique ability that has actually 3 different elements within it. If we go take a look at it in something like Cold Plains or whatever, it doesn't really matter. And we go out here and we slap a target with our Phoenix Strike and we get our charges. The first charge that we get is Meteor. And if we use this, we will have the meteors come down and hit the targets. Now, thanks to this new rune word that they came out with in 2.6, we have the ability to potentially save charges and utilize multiple charges on the same monster, which is why you can see I can actually cause multiple meteors to come down on a target at one time. So like, for instance, in this particular case, you can see I summoned down 5 meteors at the same time, which was pretty crazy, and they all just go like doom, 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 down on top of each other. And this is because of that saving, that chance not to consume charges. Now, the second charge of Phoenix Strike is a Chaos Ice Ball, or Chaos Lightning. This lightning is different than normal chain lightning, and it basically just continues to go inward and outward over and over again. And as you can see, it can actually hit a target multiple times. The last charge of Phoenix Strike is actually Chaos Ice Bolt, which is this one. It looks very similar in a lot of ways to Frozen Orb. However, it's not quite the same as Frozen Orb. It doesn't quite have the same density as Frozen Orb, and it doesn't have the same, central piece that explodes at the end. And so it doesn't really do as much damage as the Frozen Orb does in that regard, but it is extremely similar, as you can see, because it does apply those same sort of Frozen Orb type effects, and they spam and they move outward from the center of the target, hitting just about everything around you as they go outward. Now, of course, you can build up all 3 charges, and you can utilize all 3 charges on a monster. For instance, if I were to go ahead and just build up all 3 real quick, and just annihilate this particular monster right here. As you can see, it's a pretty decent amount of damage. Fire, lightning, ice, all coming down on the target at the same time. And it doesn't really matter what the target is immune to, because we literally have all 3 elements hitting the target at the same time. Now, to build max synergies for this, you do have to build up the other 3 fists, which means that you can potentially have all of the fists going at the same time. So for instance, I can build up all the charges, and I can literally have every charge going on a monster at the same time, which goes something like that, which is just absolutely beautiful. This ability to build multiple charges makes this into a burst damage character. So traditionally for most games, especially MMOs, you would generally talk about your character in one of two ways. I am a sustained damage character. Sustained damage characters are characters usually that have fire damage. It's been my experience that usually things that apply a steady damage type over a long period of time is considered sustained. So fire damage tends to be that because fire damage is burning, right? So as a monster burns, he takes a steady amount of damage, he continues to burn, and he doesn't stop burning. He's just constantly, never-endingly burning, right? So sustained damage. Burst damage tends to be something like Claws of Thunder. Claws of Thunder is a large amount of damage, which is dished out really quickly, but it doesn't do anything else after that burst. And so burst damage is the other end of the spectrum. Well, the Phoenix Strike Assassin is most definitely on the burst end of things, because as you can see, like, she's not doing damage to all the monsters all the time. She's doing damage to the monsters in a large burst effect. So if I build up all my charges like this, I'm not really doing any damage while I'm building the charges. But once I've got my charges running, I trigger the effect, which causes a huge burst of damage to radiate outward from that central point, dishing out huge amounts of damage to any monster that's stupid enough to be nearby. And that burst damage can be extremely effective. Now, unfortunately, though, during that time period while you're building up your abilities, you're not really doing very much damage in the process. So the whole, like, building up the ability does require some process and time to actually work into play. Now, because this is multiple elements, you don't really have to worry too much about immunities. So if you come across a fire immune monster, you utilize the lightning and the ice. If you come across an ice immune, you utilize the lightning and the fire, and so forth and so on. And even if you come across a monster that's immune to fire and lightning, you use the cold portion of it. And this allows you to essentially just customize exactly what you're trying to do. So for instance, with these monsters right here, these monsters are immune to cold. So I'm going to utilize the lightning. And as you can see, it works pretty well to customize exactly what damage type you're dishing out. Phoenix Strike is a very heavy investment, though, and this is kind of a big deal. So because Phoenix Strike requires 20 points itself, it also requires 2 points to get there. So you got 22 points right there. Then you've got 42, 50, 62, 70, 82. So we've got a total investment to actually max out Phoenix Strike of 82 points, which is pretty insane, especially when you consider that a lot of other abilities don't have anywhere near that much. And then on top of that, you still have to build a specific finisher if you want one finisher built higher than the others, like, for instance, Dragon Talon. And is going to allow you to get more kicks, which is going to allow you to spam those abilities faster. Which means now we're looking at 90, 102, which means we've got like a whole 3 points left to throw into some things over here. It's not a lot. And Phoenix Strike just tends to be way too costly in terms of like what you have to build to make it work. And I don't really see any way that you can bring down the requirements either, because quite honestly, if you want Phoenix Strike to dish out the kind of damage that you need it to dish out, you've got to build up all the synergies. Now you could potentially chintz on the Blades of Ice skill. I don't necessarily think that you need this one to make Phoenix Strike work, because number one, it is the last of the three. And number two, it is, the one that most monsters are immune to. So if you were to build, for instance, a Phoenix Strike without the Chaos Ice Bolt or without the Blades of Ice, you could potentially save yourself 20 points there, which you could put into, something else, like maybe Fade or Burst of Speed, or, throw your Claw Mastery in your weapon block. Maybe go down and grab yourself a Shadow Master or whatever it is that you want. But basically, if you chintz a little bit here or there on, specific ones of the Phoenix Strike, you could make other things work. But the problem with this is that if you don't have the Blades of Ice, for instance, and you run across a monster that's immune to fire and lightning, well then, now you're kind of SOL, so you don't have a third damage type to dish out to that particular monster. When it comes to Phoenix Strike, I mean, it's really these new claws, which are still subject to change with the 25% chance for finishing moves not to consume charges, that is really allowing these to shine the way they are. I mean, as you can clearly see, when I go up to these monsters and I utilize Phoenix Strike now, it can attack multiple times. There's nothing more silly than watching like multiple meteors come down on the target, and I think this is probably the best way for me to demonstrate this. So let me go ahead and show you what it looks like when like 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 meteors fall and hit the same target over and over and over again. Of course, it's difficult to get it always to happen because it's a % chance to happen. But I would like you guys to at least see the silliness. And as you can see, I'm getting like 2 or 3 meteors. Not always as many as I've seen before. But there have been some times where literally I've seen 8 meteors come down on a target simultaneously, and it's just absolutely glorious. But as you can see, you can clearly spam individual abilities of Phoenix Strike, so you don't necessarily have to utilize the entire chain. Like, for instance, if I wanted to utilize the lightning, I could just go 2 charges up, and I could spam just the lightning. Granted, I'm still going to get the meteors in there because that's the first charge, but I will also get a lot of lightning that's going to come out. The Chaos Ice Bolt being the third one means it's going to have all 3 attached to it, which does mean that you're going to get all 3 elements no matter what. I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing that when you hit, you know, the monsters, they are dishing out a huge amount of damage to everything, no matter what is nearby. If you've got lightning, fire, and cold immunes all nearby, you're still going to deal a pretty large amount of damage. And of course, physical immunes don't even matter as a Phoenix Strike assassin, because you're going to blow right through the physical immunes with pretty much ease. Overall, I do think Phoenix Strike is a little too heavy of an investment. I think that's its biggest downside, is that you really can't build anything else. I don't know what they were thinking when they originally put this together, because I feel like they didn't even really consider how many points that it costs. Because if you think about it, 20, 40, 60, 80, 81, 82, and then 90, 102, like if you want to build any of these finishers, and then 103, 104, 105, if you want to put 1 point into each one of them, that's all of your points right there. That's literally every single skill point that you have is put directly into the martial arts tree, which means you have nothing left to put over here. Nothing at all. And I don't think that that's how they originally intended it, because I don't think they originally intended you to just dump every single point you have into this part of the tree. And I'm not really sure what the hell they could ever do to fix it, because it has 1, 2, 3, 4 skills that you have to put points into, and then you have to put a point into a synergy. I mean, a finisher at the very least, and then, you know, like if you want that finisher to be any good, you've got to put points into that as well. And so the way that they have this tree built does unfortunately pigeonhole you into a specific build. I don't think there's much more to talk about when it comes to Phoenix Strike. It's a pretty amazing, multicolored, bursting ridiculousness. And I do think that because of the new mosaic claws that are coming, I do think we're going to see a lot more Phoenix Strike assassins than we probably have ever seen before. Just simply because it makes the build into a lot more of a fun, looking, you know, amazingness. I mean, as you guys have probably seen during the course of this video, tons of meteors everywhere, tons of lightning bolts everywhere, tons of little ice bolts everywhere. And, you know, if you combine the entire thing together with the, you know, the whole Monty, you just end up with so much ridiculousness going on the screen at any given moment that it's just kind of like blindingly, mind-numbingly ridiculous. And I'm going to end this by just simply doing this. And if that doesn't make my point, I don't know what does. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and as always, keep watching. All right. I'm thinking that the fireworks assassin is going to be our new leading lady. Yes, I actually already played around with it, by the way. Okay, so that's all the charge up abilities. Now we can move on to the finishers, which is actually kind of a pretty cool topic. Let's start out with Dragon Talon. The Dragon Talon is one of the weirder ones. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Interesting. A lot of good information here. A lot of good information is what we need. Good information just for me. We gotta dig through the archives. To archives and archives, and once we finish digging, we're digging some more because there's archives. Which one has the teleport kick? The teleport kick is Dragon Flight. That's the teleport kick. All right, I think I've got pretty much everything I need for Dragon Talon. Beep, 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 beep. All right, 3, a 2, a 1, let's go. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be talking about the assassin finisher known as Dragon Talon. Dragon Talon is a kick. This is important because kick damage is specific to the boots that you're wearing. It is not governed by your weapon. So kick damage is going to be determined by the quality of the boot, not the boot itself. So I know it seems kind of silly to say the quality of the boot, but it really is that way. A lot of people might look at it differently and be like, oh, well, I'm wearing a pair of Gore Riders. Well, no, it doesn't matter if you're wearing a pair of Gore Riders, because Gore Riders are exceptional level boots, and exceptional level boots have a specific damage type. You can upgrade those exceptional level boots to elite boots, and then they have a different damage. So it is the quality of the boot, not what boot you're wearing. In fact, this changes depending on whether or not you upgrade the boots. So, for instance, with the Gore Rider Myrmidon Greaves, they have a kick damage of 83 to 149, and that's because they've been upgraded to their elite tier. However, if you take a look at another pair of Gore Riders that has not been upgraded, and I don't have a non-upgraded pair, they have much less damage. This is also a Myrmidon Greaves. Now, set items don't show their kick damage, but it is actually still there. So even though these Myrmidon Greaves do not actually say 83 to 149 like they should, the kick damage is still being applied correctly if you're wearing them. Once you have your, specific boots on, your kick damage is going to be shown up here. So for instance, with Dragon Talon, you can see my kick damage is currently 773 to 1,261. Now, what affects this damage output? I can tell you first off what does not affect it. Weapon enhanced damage does not. Minimum damage and maximum damage do not. Damage plus modifiers like grief weapons do not affect it. So grief does not work on kicks. Plus % damage to demons, like for instance that you would see on Laying of Hands, it does not work. Plus damage to undead, it does not work. Claw mastery does not work on kicks. Critical Strike and Deadly Strike also do not work on kicks. There are certain things that do work on kicks, like for instance Crushing Blow, Open Wounds, negative defense on a monster, freezes target, things like that. Chance to attack or to cause an effect also work. So for instance, if I were to throw on something silly, like I've got some like hacked items here that have like % chances on striking. If I go out and I kick some monsters, of course I don't have boots on at the moment because I just lost my strength, but when I kick anything with these particular boots on, what you're going to see is that they will apply the effects. Dragon Talon is actually a very well-known ability specifically for applying these effects. And the reason why people look for this is because of the number of times that the kick effect actually strikes. So more importantly than anything with Dragon Talon is the number of kicks increases with the level of the ability. Let's actually find some monsters here. Sorry, I'm recovering from a sickness here, and my throat is bugging me. But as you can see here, I can kick 8 times relatively quickly, and I can proc those effects on the cheated gloves very, very quickly, which allows me to dish out a relatively large amount of damage within a very short period of time, because I can proc effects very quickly with Dragon Talon. Now, Dragon Talon is more than just a proccing thing. It also allows you to release charges. So it is called a finisher for a reason. So if I have charges built up on my character, I can release those charges into the monsters as well. These charges will guarantee the hit of Dragon Talon. Now, each charge is released once per attack. So, for instance, if I have any of the charges over here, doesn't matter which one, they can build up to 3. Those charges will allow me to guarantee 3 simultaneous hits from Dragon Talon. Now, there are currently 7 kicks on this, and you can go as high as 8 when it comes to Dragon Talon. It does start out a little bit lower than this in the beginning, and as you level up the ability, it will continually gaining kicks. It gains 2 at level 6. It gains 3 at level 12. You get 4 at level 18 and 5 at level 24, and so forth and so on, until eventually when you get to a decent level, you're looking at 8 kicks, which is starts at level 42, which I'm 1 level off. So if I put my martial arts gloves back on, I will be at 8 kicks. You can get to level 9 at level 48, and if you can actually get that high, there is actually 10 kicks at level 54, which I don't know if that's actually possible. Now, Dragon Talon is one of those abilities that is utilized for very specific purposes. Because it hits so fast, and because it actually hits the target multiple times within that one, attack sequence, what people are generally doing is they're utilizing it to apply an effect. Whether it be Crushing Blow, whether it be Open Wounds, whether it be something like a Rift Sin that utilizes % chance to cast Frozen Orb. There are hundreds of different ways you can utilize a very fast attack ability, which applies its effect, over a very short duration. Now, whether this is bombing a target with something like Phoenix Strike, which can be extremely powerful, if I'll show you how that works. But basically, what you're doing is you're building up these charges, and then you're utilizing the ability to apply all of these effects at the same time on the targets. So, like this, which causes a huge explosion. And as you can see, all the charges have been burned from my character because I've kicked 8 times. I had 3 charges of each, and also I'm utilizing these items which allow me to have a chance not to consume those charges, but I still burned all the charges before my 8 kicks was finished. So I was able to initiate a large burst of damage within that time period. And this is really what a lot of people love to use Dragon Talon for, is burst damage of some type. Now, whether that's Crushing Blow burst damage, or whether it's some sort of chance to cast burst damage, or whether you're just releasing large amounts of charges, it definitely can come in really handy. Now, the really cool thing about this ability is you can combine it with other finishers. So another very good finisher to combine this with would be Dragon Flight. Dragon Flight is a teleport. So what you would do is, something like this. You would go ahead and you would build your ability, and you would get your charges running. And then you can just simply teleport into a group of monsters like this, and then use your kick to unleash the rest of the charges from the target. And being able to teleport in and then unleashing your kicks is going to be a very powerful ability, because you're going to be able to go directly into the fight, directly targeting the monster that you want, and then unleash all those charges directly on top of that monster. A very good example would be Shank. Like, for instance, I could go ahead and just build 3 charges right here, and then I could teleport on top of Shank and then unleash all of the charges directly in his face, and bypassing basically the majority of his army. Now, one of the most interesting things that people love to use Dragon Talon for is killing bosses. With a large amount of Crushing Blow, you can effectively demolish a monster from existence, because the way that Crushing Blow works is it dishes out a rather large amount of percentage-based damage. So if you have a monster who has, say, 1,000 life, and you dish out 25% damage to this monster, then you're going to dish out 250 damage. And then he has 750. And then it's 25% of 750, and then 25% of that, and then 25% of that. And there is a diminishing return. So eventually the monster will get to the point where his HP will fall to a very small amount of HP. Like, for instance, if he only has 100 HP left, and you hit him with a Crushing Blow of 25%, well, 25% of 100 is only 25, and so you're really not doing very much damage anymore, but it's still going to keep applying that crushing blow damage no matter how low his HP gets until he eventually dies. And this allows you to rip a monster's HP down from a very high percentage to a very low percentage very quickly, because you can apply that crushing blow to a monster extremely fast. In this particular case, with Dragon Talon, you've got 8 kicks. You can apply that 25% to a target 8 times within that time period, assuming, of course, you've hit the monster. And if you have some of these charges up, you can guarantee that these attacks will actually land, at least 3 of them. And you can reduce a monster's HP. So let's do a little theoretical example here, and let's just say we have a monster that has 1 million HP, right? And we've hit him 8 times successfully with Dragon Talon with a 100% chance of crushing blow. Well, first off, we're going to subtract him with 25% crushing blow, right? So that's number 1. Then we're going to do it again, 25%, which is going to be number 2. And then we're going to subtract that again, so 25%, and now we're at 421,000. And now we're going to subtract that again. And now we've only applied it 4 times, so we still got to apply it 4 more times. So now 25% again, 25% again, 25% again, and 25% again. So now we are looking at a monster that originally had 1 million HP, is only sitting at 100,112, roughly rounded up to 113. So we're literally looking at a monster who has lost 90% of his HP in 1 Dragon Talon. And this is the insanity that Dragon Talon offers, is that not only does it offer you the actual kick damage itself, but it allows you to apply other effects. And by the way, I was not calculating in the actual damage of the ability. So while the crushing blow is in effect, while that is being applied to the monster, it is also going to apply the damage of each kick to the monster as well. So we're also going to be taking off the 773 to 1,261 each time. It's also going to be applying open wounds to the target, so he's going to be bleeding the entire time. And then we also will have any other chance to cast abilities which may be going off. If you are a Rift Sin and you're applying Frozen Orb, or if you are a Lawbringer Sin and you've got Decrepify running, so it's going to reduce his physical resistance. Or maybe you have any other number of very interesting choices for the assassin sitting on your weapon slot. Maybe you're just having fun with, like Frost Nova spam from the unique claw. There's tons of different options that you could potentially use when it comes to a kick sin, and those 8 kicks can be absolutely insane. Now, what are the bad things about Dragon Talon? Well, the bad things about Dragon Talon are, well, number 1, the attack rating's kind of terrible. Unless you have some pretty good equipment, there's a very little chance that you're going to actually hit all 8 abilities. It also has a knockback effect on it if you land the last kick. So the last kick in the sequence, no matter how many kicks that is the one that actually knocks back the target. So if you miss that last kick, it will also effectively nullify the knockback effect. It also doesn't really do a tremendously large amount of damage. Not like itself. And yes, you can dish out some pretty interesting numbers by utilizing other abilities, a crushing blow and things like that, but the damage that it actually outputs itself isn't like super duper amazing. And the only way that you can actually increase that, as we talked about earlier, is by the kick damage on the boots. And the Myrmidon Greaves is already the highest kick damage that you can possibly obtain for the assassin. There are obviously many different kind of Myrmidon Greaves that you could put on. You could put on Shadow Dancers. You could put on the Gore Riders upgraded. You could even throw on a pair of IK boots if that's your fancy, if you don't have anything else at that particular moment. Not exactly a terrible choice if you didn't have another option. But in general, when it comes to this ability, you're really looking at what can I take advantage of with this high number of kick account. Like, I'm trying to get whatever it is that I'm trying to do, I'm trying to take advantage of the fact that I'm kicking 8 times. You don't really want a ability that is only going to go off every once in a while, or it's not going to be something that you can stack on a target. Like, for instance, if the ability has a huge amount of next hit delay, like Claws of Thunder has a pretty huge next hit delay of 4, which will get in the way. So it will actually cause itself to not hit the target within a very short period of time. To give you an idea of how that works, if you're out there and you're using Claws of Thunder on a target, for instance, what you'll see is the Novas will all come out at the same time. Within a frames of 4, which is essentially 1/10 of a second, if anything hits the same target twice within that 10th of a second, it will not do any additional damage. And depending on how fast you're kicking, depending on what your breakpoints are, you can actually get it to the point where the Claws of Thunder effects are overlapping to the point where they will not do additional damage, which is unfortunate. So it's also always important to remember next hit delay when you're thinking about stuff like Dragon Talon. Fire effects also do not stack. So it's also important to note that when you're talking about, like, for instance, the meteor falling will dish out damage. Now, that damage that the meteor does when it hits will stack. However, the fire damage that is subsequently on the ground afterward will not stack. So even though you see 2 meteors fall on the ground at the same time, this fire damage that's on the ground is not going to actually stack with each other. So you can have multiple fire effects on the ground coming from something like Dragon Talon, but it's not going to actually cause those fire effects to burn the target any hotter or any faster or for any more damage than they would otherwise get hit by with just one. And that's just because fire damage effects don't stack in that way. They'll still burn the target, and they'll still prevent the target from regenerating. They just won't, multiplicatively damage the target. Like, for instance, this says it does 3,914 damage per second with the fire damage effect, right? So if I were to trigger 8 of those on top of each other, it's not going to add 3,914, times 8 and tick that onto a target. It will, however, do one thing which is interesting, is that although it will not stack damage, since you have multiple fire effects going off at the same time and they're overlapping, the target will burn for longer. It will burn for the same amount of damage. It won't actually increase, but at least the fire effect will stay up for longer, and the monster will obviously burn for longer, which is certainly very nice. I think that's pretty much it when it comes to Dragon Talon. This ability is definitely one of those abilities that you're going to need a large amount of attack rating for. I would recommend negative defense or negative monster defense percentage. Both of those things are really effective when it comes to Dragon Talon, as well as utilizing some of these charges can be helpful to ensure at least that the first 3 kicks land no matter what. Even if you don't pump points into it, it can still be really effective even if you only have 4 or 5 kicks. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and as always, make sure you kick that like button. Otherwise, I won't get any views. And as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Alright, Dragon Talon is out of the way. We can move on to Dragon Claw. ongoing buffs or curses. I mean, we know what all the curses are. Sting. I mean, the only ones that are like, the only ones that we don't have like all the information on like in game are like the monster curses, and there's only like a couple monster curses, and a lot of them are very self-explanatory. Like the blood curse that is cast by like Bale and some of the succubuses and stuff is really obvious. It just literally burns your health as mana. There's literally nothing else that it does. It literally just burns health as mana. Trying to think like what other curses there are in the game besides that one. I'm pretty sure that all the curses, all of them, with the exception of that one, are Necromancer curses. Does it lock up at 5 kicks? I don't think it locks up at 5 kicks. The blood curse is really only effective against mages. It doesn't really work very well against melees and things like that because they usually have large amounts of lifesteal. Buenas tardes, Yoji. What are, in your opinion, the chances that Blizzard comes up with more than just the new rune words from the PTR in the new season? They already said that they're coming up with more than just the new rune words, my friend. Like that's something that they've already stated. I literally posted a picture of it on my channel and everything. I've talked about it quite a few times. They literally, like, I even literally made a big deal out of it during the non-patch notes that they came out with, which made me upset because I thought they were patch notes, and they look like patch notes and everything. And they even started out, and it was like, it made me think it was patch notes. But it was not patch notes, and it made me sad. But in the patch notes, it literally said this. Like, this is like the most important thing that was literally written in that article. And so we know for a fact from this statement that yes, 100% there is more coming. We just don't know what it is because they're deliberately hiding it from us, and they're being poopy faces. Poopy faces. Okay? Poopy faces. That's right. I am 5 years old, and I did just get to kindergarten, and I don't care. They're poopy faces. Honestly, the best way to fix Blood Golem is to make him heal more than just you and himself. The best way to do it would be to have him heal the entire army. It would make him a lot more useful, and it would make him a lot more interesting of a choice, because if you're in a situation where your army is not surviving, you know, you could very easily just pop out your Blood Golem and let him try and help keep the army alive. I've had many situations on my Necromancer where I've felt my army was not quite up to spec. And because of the fact that, you know, my army couldn't hack it, I had to, you know, constantly go and rebuild them. But, like, just simply having it so that the Necromancer can utilize the Blood Golem on occasion to help keep his army alive would be great. I mean, even if it just, like, shares with everybody nearby. I don't even care. Let it share with everybody, including teammates, you know, like, and mercenaries, all of them. Just let them share with everything, so that it's kind of like the more monsters you have, the more things that are on the screen, the less effective he is. Like, I'd be fine with that. Just let him literally heal everything. They're killing Kane like in D3. They can't kill Kane again. He's already dead. Besides, they've already showed us the replacement Cain that they have for Diablo 4, and he's like a Cain looking wannabe. They basically introduced us to like a pseudo Cain. It's pretty hilarious. He's in one of the trailers. He's in one of the trailers. Like, he's talking in the trailer and everything, and you don't really realize it at first, but if you go back in the trailer and you look, he's wearing a Herodrum necklace, and he also seems to be talking specifically to Cain. Like, he doesn't know Cain's dead or anything. Or maybe he does know Cain's dead, but then he's at a gravestone. Maybe he's actually at Cain's gravestone. I don't know. Something like that. Yeah, there was a screenshot that was leaked a while back. I posted it on the Discord for Diablo 4. It's actually a picture of the clan window. Blood Golem with chance to proc life tap on strike. I don't really know if that would be useful. Like, I feel like with the Necromancer, because the Necromancer, like I was talking about earlier, because the Necromancer already has all those curses, like anything with a % chance to proc a curse just doesn't really make a lot of sense. Because if the Necromancer wants to use a curse, he'll just use it. Like, he doesn't need a minion to proc a curse for him. If he wants to use life tap, he can just cast life tap. What name am I going to use for the clan? Yeah, probably GGM. It's probably going to be the GGM clan. If weaken worked on spell damage. Unfortunately, it doesn't. It's physical damage only. I just did the video on that saying. I don't really even know how they could honestly make it work on spell damage. The Diablo doesn't, I don't think, allow for that kind of stuff. Alright, what am I on? Dragon Claw. Probably the one that I know the least about. Not really a whole lot of information here. Some pretty dry reading. I think this one's going to be short, boys. Alright, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at the assassin finishing move known as Dragon Claw. Dragon Claw is the only claw ability on the tree, the finisher tree. They're actually all kicks. Dragonflight is a kick, Dragon Tail is a kick, Dragon Talon is a kick. Dragon Claw is the only one that is not a kick. So if you want to dish out damage, physical damage with your claws, like specifically with your finisher, you have to use Dragon Claw. That is the only way you are actually going to get the claw damage to actually hit. Dragon Claw is kind of like Zeal a little bit, and it does attack twice, but it also... Sorry, I'm still recovering a little bit from my sickness. Dragon Claw will attack 2 times, but it will only hit the same target twice if there is nobody else nearby. So if you are fighting 2 monsters, it is going to attack one, and then the other. So it's like zeal. It's going to go like donk donk, donk donk. You know, it's not going to just go donk donk. It's going to go donk donk. All right, this is very important. All right, pay attention to the donks. Okay, it goes donk donk, not donk donk. All right, and this means that you're not going to get like as much damage on a single target unless that's the only target nearby. It's also the only ability that uses 2 claws. I know this sounds kind of silly, especially considering the assassin is like really known for the ability to use 2 claws, but nothing else on this tree uses 2 claws. Fists of Fire, Claws of Thunder, Blades of Ice, Phoenix Strike, Tiger Strike, Cobra Strike. Like they all seem to just use 1 claw. Like I mean, you can see it. Like when you walk up to a monster, you can see that I only build 1 charge. I can attack this monster, and she only just stabs with like the 1 claw. Now you'll see her use the other claw from time to time, but it's like she's not actually like attacking with both claws. She's just like ding, or she's like ding. But she never goes like joo-joo, like Wolverine or something, you know, like shing shing. No, she's not. She's not Wolverine. She's not. I don't know if you guys had that was like your thing, and you were like, I want to be Wolverine. No, she doesn't do it, except for with the Dragon Claw. With the Dragon Claw, she does. She does actually attack 2 times, 1 with each claw, and this is her finisher. So if you're using this ability, you can come in here, and you'll see that she actually does attack. You know, 1-2, 1-2. She's actually attacking with both claws, which is great. This also means that because she's attacking twice, she will burn 2 charges, 1 for the first claw and 1 for the second claw. Now, because of the new rune word that they've come out with, that is Mosaic, you can actually have a chance to not burn a charge, which is actually really awesome. Which means that Dragon Claw is actually one of the better abilities to use with the Mosaic rune word, because you can effectively just spam these charges over and over and over again, which is of course what you want. You want to be able to spam the charges. This gives you the ability to utilize 2 charges per attack sequence, and depending on how fast you attack, you could maybe get off more than that within a certain period of time. And you could also potentially be using 2 Mosaic Claws for a total of 50% chance to not consume charges, which is going to give you a pretty large amount of charge spam. But because Dragon Claw actually has physical damage, it actually allows you to utilize your weapons. It's the only one of all of them that can actually allow you to utilize the damage on your claw. So if you have like a particularly good claw, maybe you're using like a Shadow Killer Battle Cestus that's ethereal and has some pretty nice damage numbers, or maybe you're using like a F-Zotted Bartux or something. I don't know what it is specifically that you might have in your hand. If you actually want to hit the target with it and dish out damage, Dragon Claw is the one that's going to allow you to actually smack the target and pump out some DPS. Whether you're doing something like Tiger Strike, or you just want to do some lifesteal from like Cobra Strike or things like that, Dragon Claw definitely has a advantage in that regard when it comes to the ability to actually apply that damage as physical. And it does have the second best spam ability out of the lot. So while Dragon Tail and Dragon Flight are essentially just single kicks, Dragon Claw, of course, is 2 attacks, and Dragon Talon is up to 8 kicks. So while Dragon Talon still wins by miles in terms of like how many kicks per second it can put out, Dragon Claw can still dish out better than Dragon Tail and Dragon Flight in terms of how quickly you can burn the charges. What would you particularly use Dragon Claw with? I mean, it really depends. You could utilize it with Tiger Strike, and it would have some pretty nice effects, increasing the physical damage of your effects, your claws. And if you are using some very nice high damage physical claws, Tiger Strike can be a good accoutrement to Dragon Claw. It's also going to make sure that you land those hits. So, for instance, if I was using Dragon Claw, Tiger Strike with Dragon Claw, it would guarantee those strikes on the target at the very least. So I could go up to a target like this and absolutely burn them to the ground. And that's, of course, because, number one, I'm not allowing those charges to disappear because the mosaics are letting me burn them over and over again. But also just the massive amount of physical damage that's being added to my strikes from the charges. And also the fact that I'm guaranteeing the hits. And this is something that I don't know if I covered, but basically with all finishers now, if you have any charge whatsoever, doesn't matter which one, it will guarantee you the hit while those charges are up. And since Dragon Talon is only a 2-hit move, if you have at the very least 2 charges of any of the charges, even if you're just burning Cobra Strike for extra life and Mana Steel, you will guarantee the hits of the Dragon Claw when you use it, which is of course extremely effective for things like Ubers, or maybe even like Diablo clone or things like that, just simply because they tend to be very difficult to hit, and all you really need to do is build up a couple charges and start wailing away at them. Dragon Claw, of course, as all physical abilities, can apply things like Deadly Strike, Open Wounds, Crushing Blow. You can use chance to cast effects on it. It's pretty open-ended in terms of the way that it works. It is important to note, however, that because it is a dual claw ability, you know, shing shing, got freaking Wolverine claws going on here, it's going to apply the effects for each weapon. So every weapon kind of has different things going on. For instance, the Mosaic Rune Word here has 3 to 14 cold damage. The 3 to 14 cold damage is only going to apply when you strike with this weapon. It's not going to stack together with the other weapon and apply the 3 to 14 cold damage on each weapon strike. It's only going to apply it when you actually attack with that claw. And that's how the claws work. So there are specific things that will apply to anything. Like, for instance, the 25% chance for finishing moves to not consume charges applies as a general, like, all-purpose thing. It doesn't require you to hit a target for it to work. However, the cold damage does require you to hit a target for it to work. So that only applies when you strike the target. Open Wounds, Crushing Blow, Deadly Strike, if they are on a weapon, will only apply when you attack with that weapon. There are a lot of individual abilities like Prevent Monster Heal, which will only apply when you attack that monster with that weapon. However, there are tons of them that do not, like the plus to skills, the Phoenix Strike, the Fade, the Fist of Fire. Those apply generically. You know, the +2 to martial arts skills, that applies generically. There are definitely going to be things that you can utilize on both, but it's important to note that oftentimes your secondary weapon, if your secondary weapon isn't very good, can be nothing more than a stat stick. You know, put on an extra claw for plus to skills, or, you know, plus to vitality or life or things like that. In fact, a lot of people will put on a second claw, like maybe a battle killer shadow killer battle cestus, which has freezes target on it. The freezes target on the battle killer shadow cestus doesn't work unless you hit the target with that claw. It also has a % chance to proc Frost Nova, which doesn't work unless you hit the monster with that claw. So having Dragon Claw allows you to actually utilize your second claw and attack a target with those things. It's important to note this because when you're building an assassin, you got to put this kind of thought into things and be like, okay, well, what do I need in my main hand? What do I need in my offhand? Am I going to be attacking with both claws? If I'm not going to be attacking with my second claw, then I need to make sure that my second claw is utilized for buffs. Or maybe I won't even need a second claw. Maybe I should just use a shield instead. Or maybe I want to build, you know, weapon block, in which case I need to have a second claw. And all of this comes into play with things like Dragon Claw and utilizing 2 claws at the same time. I think that's pretty much it with this ability. It's a very simple melee ability that applies effects. It's never going to be quite as good as Dragon Talon in terms of its spamminess, but it's better spammy than Dragon Tail and Dragon Flight, which all have their uses also. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and keep watching. I totally missed that sentence when I checked the latest news. The contrast between white and fat, white behind a... what? I have learned that necroskeletons have a different base value on each difficulty. Did you mention it in your SNA video? I'm pretty sure I went over that kind of stuff. Went to different difficulties and show off that kind of thing. Like with the golems and things like that, I literally go to different difficulties. The bone walls and the bone prisons, I show off the going to different difficulties and how their HP changes. It's because they're technically considered monsters, and the monsters all have different stats depending on the difficulty that you're in. So yeah, they definitely do change. But I mean, obviously in normal difficulty and nightmare difficulty, it doesn't really matter all that much because the monsters get absolutely annihilated by your army. Like when you take your Necromancer to normal difficulty and you let your army run around, it just demolishes everything. Your army just runs around and just freaking runs random shot over everything, even with the reduced stats. Just like literally the monsters are just like screaming and running from your skeletons because they can't get away fast enough. Your skeletons just like pop up behind them and stabbing them in the back, and a sword comes out and blood squirts everywhere, and your skeletons are just like it really doesn't matter for the Necromancer. Alright, we need to go over Dragon Tail. Dragon Tail requires a physical damage subject. A subject of physical damage. I need a subject. Lovely little life forms. Doodle-doo-doo-doo. Honestly, I think that the enchant merc works better. Saying I did a full playthrough on the Necromancer, a solo self-found playthrough, and I used an Act 3 enchant merc the entire way through, all the way till I killed Bale. And while yes, I did have issues with fire immune monsters, that was a problem. I also noticed that number one, whenever a monster was not fire immune, I absolutely demolished them. When they were physical immune, the fire damage allowed me to bypass the physical immunity, which was absolutely amazing. And the attack rating bonus that he gave them was absolutely great. Now, he was really undergeared. Let me just say, he was really, really undergeared, but he did manage to kill Bale in L difficulty, which was nice. I really wish he had had some more plus to skill equipment, because he was just like really poorly set up. And I did have a lot of fun though with the enchant merc, and I felt it was honestly the best choice for me at that particular time. Alright, let's find some ghosty boys and let's make some noise. We gotta find some ghosty boys, make some noise. Gotta get a little bit of ghosty toys. It's some dumb ghosty boys. Come on over here, little ghosty boys. Get them ghosty boys. Alright, they had to be extra fast ghosty boys, but whatever. Hey, man, you can tell I haven't streamed in a while. I got like 22 people up in here. Everybody don't even know I exist anymore. They're like, oh man, we thought Ginger was dead. You think he died? Went to hell. Yeah, Diablo sent us a letter. It was a nice little it was a nice little card that said, I have your Ginger. I have your Ginger, and I'm not giving him back. And so we just thought we thought you were gone. It's no big deal. I mean, we were gonna get a new Ginger. Like we were gonna go to the store and buy one and everything. I'm just making jokes. I'm just happy to be on here. I have been dying. I am glad to no longer be dying. 'Tis a great feeling to not be dead. I like it. I don't want to die. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Don't want to die. Okay, I think we've got this. I think we've got this. Oh, nice, tired veteran. Those are some really good drops. A Sur rune, an Ist rune, and 199% Gore Riders. Hell freaking yeah. That's what you want when you get up in the morning. Gotta find some nice stuff, put it in the safe. And then when you wake up, you stare at it again in disbelief, 'cause you don't believe your luck. I found a Sur. Then I found a Ist rune, and then some really sweet Gore Riders too, and I put them all in a pile, stared at them for a while, and I really liked them, yes. Oh, delicious. Nutritious. I ate them. They were good. I ate the Sur rune. It was a delicious Sur rune. So good. So good. So good. So good. So good. So good. Where's my oops all burr runes? I've got some silly, like, cereal related memes. And, like, it's been a little while since I've shown any of them, so I think it could be funny if I can find the damn things. But it's basically just like somebody took a frickin' box of cereal and threw, like, runes on it. And it just looks absolutely hilarious. I wonder if it's over on... I think it's on Discord, actually. Pink. By the way, I'm pretty sure we're probably going to be getting that. I'm pretty sure we're going to be getting patch notes. Tuesday? I want to say Tuesday. I'm pretty sure it's Tuesday. I know a lot of you guys don't know when this stuff is going to happen, so I just want to make sure that you guys are aware. But I'm like 99% sure they'll probably give us patch notes on Tuesday. In fact, it's almost always Tuesday, and they piss me off because they're always doing stuff on Tuesday. It's like the worst day for me. I swear they pick it just to piss me off. It's just a terrible day to do things on. I mean, it's like Garfield literally hates Mondays, and he also hates Tuesdays too. It's like if if Garfield was the one they were like customer for, they would just always do everything on Monday. Like, that's how silly they are. Always Monday, always Monday, always Monday. What do you mean, Garfield? It's Monday. No, it was just Friday. I swear, it was literally just Friday. I don't understand how it could be Monday. Garfield, it's been Monday all day. Like, you just it was never Friday. You're just imagining that it was Friday. It's actually been Monday for a very long time. In fact, it's never not been Monday. It's always Monday. It's always Monday. Burp. I can't find it. The sadness in my heart that I can't find the oops all burr runes. Do I still have a ginger kitty? Of course I still have the ginger kitty. His name is Bobby Kitten. That's literally his name, Bobby Kitten. We also call him Bobby Shitten. But you can't just say it like that. You can't just say baby kitten. You gotta say Bobby Kitten. Or you gotta be like Bobby Shitten. Like, you gotta actually, like, you know, do it. You gotta say it. You can't just say it. You gotta say it. Because that's not his name. His name isn't Baby Kitten. His name is Bobby Kitten. He's very cute. I think... What was the video he invaded me on? There's a video on my YouTube channel where literally, like, he was just a little baby kitten. You know, literally a baby kitten. And, he freaking invaded me. Like, literally just, like, climbed up in my lap and was the cutest little thing ever. And, I can't remember what video it was. I think it might have been the lightsaber video. Azure Wrath, that was it. Yes, it was the Azure Wrath video. That is not correct. Hello guys and gals, and welcome. So today we're going to be talking about a elite. I thought you wanted to get down. Oh, come on back then. He literally jumped down earlier, and I would. Yes, okay, I see you. You're very cute. You are very cute. I don't know what you want, but you're very cute. We rescued him recently from the parking lot. Somebody abandoned him. And he's a very cute kitty. He's very cute. I gave him some cat food. Oh, okay, all right. I'll see. You're gonna beat me up. All right, lay down and be good. Lay down. Lost my entire train of thought. So let's look at this item from the get-go, shall we? So we have 113 to 128 damage at level 85. Which is relatively low, especially if you consider something like a Breath of the Dying Axe has 160, which I think are the only ones that are not undead. Be good. And stop jumping on my keyboard. Look, you little kitty. Look, you little kitty. Learn the rules. That's right. Sit down and be good. That is the cutest thing I've ever seen, and I'm gonna have to bring the camera. Duh. Get off the keyboard. I'm trying to make a video. Don't be all cute. I'm trying to make a video. You came up here with me. I see your little kneading paws. Here, sit up here on the top of this thing, like a chinchilla. That's right. Be a good chinchilla. Or go down here, sir. He said, don't tell me what to do. He said, don't tell me what to do. That's staying in the video. I don't even care. There you go. There you go. There's the kitten. It's the Bobby kitten. Bobby kitten. Kitten Bobby. I'm Bobby Jeton. Alright, did I even record this video yet? I don't even remember what the hell I did. Did I record? Did I already record it? I don't remember what I did. Cody, what are you roofering at? Cody. Leave cats alone. Leave the cats alone. All you want to do is chase Bobby Kitten. That's all you want to do. I'll karate chop you with a judo chop. I will get you. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, last one I did was Dragon Claw. And then okay. So we gotta do Dragon Tail. Let's get this started, shall we? A 3, a 2, a 1, a 0, a -1, a 0, a 5. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at the rather weird ability known as Dragon Tail. Dragon Tail is one of the finishing moves in the Assassin martial arts tree, and it is a kick, technically. It also is an explosion, which is kind of nice. It has a radial effect of about 4 yards, so it does hit a lot of targets at one time with that one kick. And it does fire damage, which is not as nice, because fire damage tends to be one of those ones that most monsters are immune to. However, it also has some quirks and some rather weird effects. It is a kick, so it applies much the same effects as Dragon Talon. It will apply things like Crushing Blow and Open Wounds, but it does not apply things like minimum damage, maximum damage, like damage to demons, damage to undead. I believe there are also, let's see, doesn't apply Claw Mastery, it doesn't apply Critical Strike or Deadly Strike, Grief does not work with kicks, and so forth and so on. It's a standard kick ability. There's also some other issues with the way that the fire damage calculates. So you notice how it just says plus 570% fire damage. What it's doing is it's actually applying it as physical damage first, and then it applies it as fire damage after it applies it as physical, which is stupid. Because then what it does is say if you go up to a monster that's immune to physical, and you dish out, I don't know, say 1,000 damage or whatever, it's going to mark that 1,000 damage as 0, because your physical damage is now 0, and then it's going to add 570% fire damage to 0, which is going to be still 0. And I don't know why they decided to do it this way, because it makes the ability have 2 immunities, literally physical and fire damage at the same time. And to show this, I go to Arcane Sanctuary, and you can see we have a bunch of physical immune ghosts. This is a fire damage ability, so it should technically be able to damage them. However, what you're going to notice is that it does not damage them pretty much at all. The explosive effect of the ability does not damage physically immune monsters, because the monsters are immune to physical, despite the fact that it's dishing out fire damage, not physical damage. This means that you end up with a really silly fire damage ability, which just doesn't dish out the damage that it's supposed to. If one thing they need to do is they really need to fix this ability so that it applies its damage correctly. As you can see, it also knocks back the targets. This is an interesting thing that occurs with Dragon Tail, is that it actually causes the monsters to recoil. And as you can clearly see, when they recoil, they go through a faster hit recovery animation. And this does actually work out pretty well to your advantage. So if you're in a situation where you feel like you just don't have the room to breathe, you know, maybe there's a whole lot of monsters around you and they're wailing on you and you just can't quite survive, putting off a couple of these dragon tails can definitely come in handy to slow the pace of the fight, because number one, it's a 4-yard explosion, and number two, it causes everything to get put into these little faster hit recovery animations where they have to recover from the attack. And this does actually help your survivability in those situations, even if you can't dish out damage to them. As you saw with the ghosts, even in the situation where I was unable to do any damage to them whatsoever, the explosion was still causing them to recoil, which was effectively helping me stay alive. There's really not a lot more to go over with Dragon Tail. It does have one charge up kick. So if you are out here and you're utilizing something like, I don't know, Tiger Strike, for instance, and you were to go out here and build up your 3 charges, you could definitely guarantee, number one, that it will actually hit the target, because anytime that you have a charge, any charges whatsoever, you are guaranteed to hit the target with the effect. And obviously, as you can see here, it doesn't work terribly with this ability, and it's really just because it actually is a physical damage attack that is being converted into fire, which is a little different than how it is explained. I think it's more important when you think about Dragon Tail is just to think about it as a physical damage attack, in terms of like how you're building your character, because the monster needs to be not physically immune to actually dish out damage. In fact, things like amplify damage, which break that immunity, will help dish out more fire damage, which is, I know, absolutely silly and bonkers, but that's how it works. So if the monster has less physical resistance, when it goes to check and see how much damage it's going to do, it is going to dish out more damage because the monster has less physical damage resistance. And then when it adds the fire damage to the monster to dish out that fire damage, it's going to be basing that off of the physical damage that it would have dealt, and so it ends up with a pretty decent amount of fire damage at that point. All in all, it is very much similar to Fireball on the Sorceress. If you've never used Fireball on the Sorceress, Fireball applies this explosion, and in this explosion radius, everything is forced into this faster hit recovery. So during the time period when you are firing off this explosion, everything is slightly knocked back and faster hit recovery locked into that little effect. And as you can see, it definitely comes in handy as a crowd control ability. Just simply from the standpoint of any of the monsters nearby who are stuck in this crowd control ability, literally can't do anything. Even this monster right here, who is immune to fire, as you can see, I'm still steadily killing him with the physical damage aspect of Dragon Tail. I feel like this one in particular is a very confusing one, and a lot of people will use it because they think it's a fire damage ability, and it honestly really kind of isn't, and that's unfortunate. Because it does have an explosion with it, it is kind of nice to pair up with other abilities that have explosions. So like, for instance, if you were paired up with Fists of Fire, you can actually get a very interesting, like a double explosion going on. So first off, you would have to obviously build your charges. And then when you kick, you get this nice little double explosion, essentially, right? And you can do this with just about any of the abilities. Doesn't really matter which ones you do. You could, for instance, do the ice ability, and you can double up the crowd control effect so that you're getting a multiple crowd control at the same time. You know, the explosion plus the chilling effects, so that essentially everything is very nicely dealt with. And as you can see, the immune to fire monsters don't actually not die. Like this Oozehorn right here, who is obviously immune to fire, I am still actually able to dish out damage to him with the kicks. It really just matters if he's immune to physical, which is part of the whole conversion process and the way that the ability does most of its damage. In fact, if I build up some Tiger Strikes, I can pretty much just annihilate him. All in all, I think that Dragon Tail is one of the lesser abilities on the finisher tree. It doesn't have the same spammability or multiple kicks that can be taken advantage of, like, for instance, Dragon Talon, which can go up to 8 kicks in a single attack. It doesn't have the same double hit ability as Dragon Claw, which allows you, obviously, to take advantage of both of your claws. And it doesn't have the amazing teleport ability that Dragon Flight does. It's really just kind of like the AoE single target ability. And unfortunately, due to that whole fire damage, physical damage, like miscalculation thing, it really doesn't work as effectively as it probably otherwise should. And this is really just because the majority of the monsters in the game have a rather large amount of physical resistance. So even if they're not immune to the physical damage, they're still reducing the amount of fire damage that you have because of their physical damage. And then the fire damage gets reduced again afterward. So, like, let me give you a quick calculation here of essentially how this works. I'm going to bring up a calculator here. And what I want to show you guys is essentially how the silliness sort of appears. And this is not what I meant to do. Alright, so let's say we're doing 5,000 damage, okay? So I know this is a little high, but let's just pretend we're doing 5,000 kick damage, alright? So we've got 5,000 kick damage, right? But the monster is, 75% resistant to physical damage. So we gotta subtract 75% from this, which brings us down to 1,250, which isn't really that great. Then we take our Dragon Tail, which is 570% fire damage, so we're going to add 570% fire damage, which means we have a total of 8,375 fire damage. Then the monster has a 50% fire resistance as well, which means our damage is now 4,187, which is pretty pathetic by comparison to probably what it should have been. What it should have been was more like this: 5,000 plus 570%, which is 33,500. That's what we expect, but what we get is the terrible 4,187. And it's because it's being passed through the resistances twice. It's getting passed through the physical resistance on the first pass, and then when it gets converted into fire damage, it then has to pass through the fire resistance as it comes across the monster's fire resistance. And overall, it's definitely a skill that needs fixing. I'm hoping it's something that they address in patch 2.6. It does have a very nice potential for dishing out large amounts of damage within a small radius, however. Whereas Dragon Talon is good for single target damage, and Dragon Claw is halfway decent for hitting, 2 monsters, essentially, within a small space, Dragon Tail is the only one that's going to be able to hit every single monster within a small area. And if paired up properly with something like Fists of Fire, Claws of Thunder, Blades of Ice, or Phoenix Strike, can actually hit a rather large group of monsters relatively quickly. I still, however, think that if you're building these charge-up skills, you're probably still better off using Dragon Talon or Dragon Claw. And even then, if you don't want to use these two and you just want to teleport around the map, Dragon Flight is also pretty darn good too. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're kicking monsters with dragon tails. And as always, keep watching. All right. What's up, Barca? Haven't seen you in a little while, man. And why the oh no? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Did you ever get your shirt, Bark, that you ordered, Barca? I remember you ordered one of my merch shirts a long time ago. It got flagged as a potential scam or something, which I don't think it was, obviously, but made me curious whether you actually got the dang thing. What's up, Jason? How's it going, man? How is everybody doing tonight? I mean, I'm could be better. I'm could be better. Kubus could be better. He's down there bored to tears. Maybe I'll throw him a potato chip and see if he wants some. He wants to get ever some zaps voodoo. These things are pretty good. Kubus, would you like chips? Would you like a chip? Hmm? Would you like a chip? Would you like a chip? Here? Yes, you can have it. It's yours. Go ahead. Take a chip. What do you think of that? Let's go. You didn't even chew it. You can't just swallow whole chips. Yeah, that's what happens when you swallow a chip without chewing. You couldn't even afford one crunch. Like, literally, the whole chip was in your mouth, and you couldn't just go, like, one time before you swallowed it. Yeah, you chewing on it now, ain't you? Yeah, who's winning the contest? Chew it. Chew it. Or just drop it on the floor. Oh, there you go. I heard a crunch. That time you learned your lesson, huh? Hogwarts. When does Hogwarts drop? I thought that was on the 10th. I'm going to look that up on Steam real quick. I might even buy it right now. Man, I got, what is it? February 16th is the drop for ladder, right? Hogwarts drops on the 10th, I think. I'm pretty sure it's the 10th. So we got a whole, what, 5 days? I got a whole 5 days to play some Hogwarts. I guess I better get fucking to it. I'm gonna play some damn Hogwarts before ladder starts. I am a mess. Hogwarts Legacy. February 10th. The only thing that I'm scared about playing this stupid doojank is I'm scared they're going to put a whole bunch of copyrighted music in there. And I'm going to be like up to my ears in freaking copyright strikes. Does anybody know what the digital deluxe edition of Hogwarts Legacy comes with? What is special about the digital deluxe edition? I'm trying to see what, like, is extra. A lot of the times they like to hide it. Digital Deluxe Edition includes Thestral Mount, Dark Arts Battle Arena, Dark Arts Cosmetic Set, Dark Arts Garrison Hat, 72 hours of early access. 72 hours? That's 24, 48, that's 3 days early. Wait a minute, I can get this 3 days early? What the freaking doojank and poopin' what and poopin'? Oh, Dark Cadeau with the $5. Hell yeah. That is today, isn't it? Thank you, Dark Cadeau. I appreciate that, man. I'm gonna spend that on freaking the Digital Deluxe Edition of You know what? I'm gonna freaking buy it right now. 3 days early, I'll take it. Boom, 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 boom. In the night is young. A boom, 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 boom. A boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Mm-hmm. 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 Alright, time to install content and lag you guys up. Game is locked. Hogwarts Legacy has not been officially released and cannot be unlocked at this time. Please check the Steam news to find out the release time. Steam will notify you. I can't breathe. I have not checked out Marvel Snap Steam game. Okay. I gotta research this, Tujank. I didn't even know there was a, up to 72 hours early. Like 72 hours. Hogwarts Legacy. Early access. Time. My throat hurts now. I can't breathe. Early access time, February 7th at 1 p.m. EST tomorrow. 1 p.m. EST tomorrow. You know what the funny thing is? I'm pretty dang sure, actually, that that's when the patch notes are going to drop for Diablo 2 Resurrected. I'm like 99.99% sure that that's when the patch notes are going to drop for Diablo 2 Resurrected. And as soon as the patch notes drops, I'm going to put, do the patch notes video. Like, I'm not going to be playing Hogwarts. So, I guess we'll just have to find out one way or another tomorrow. That's right, we're going to win Guardium Leviosa. Come on now. Who doesn't want to play Hogwarts Legacy? That's the question. I don't know how many of you guys don't like Hogwarts. Who here, I mean seriously, who here doesn't like Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, Star Wars, Star Trek, Battlestar Galactica? You have no money for games, DOA? Well, you know, it's a good thing that you support me by Patreon, because then you can just watch me play. See? That's how it works. You can just watch me play. You can just watch me play. You can just watch me. You can just watch me. You can just watch me play.
I can't.
Fucking storm shield in here? Why is there a storm shield in there? And a random rare ring? And a random rare amulet too. I am, you know what? You know what? No, you're not gonna just stay unidentified. Alright? Kane. Where are you, Kane? Boobies. Harry Potter's great. I don't care what nobody says. I love me some Harry Potter. Harry Potter. You're a wizard, Harry Potter. Wingardium Leviosa.
Good evening.
How may I help you?
The only thing I will fight with you on, okay, and this is important, all right, look me in the eye, okay, look me in the eye, because I'm very serious right now, and I want you guys to hear this. He was not a hero, okay, he was not a hero. I don't care what anybody says about Snape. He was not a hero. I don't care about what the author says about Snape. He was not a hero. Absolutely no way, shape, and form Snape was a hero. Snape was a Weasley little crap who loved somebody else, who literally let his fucking son die. And even if you want to argue that Snape didn't know that the boy that was going to die was his love's son, even if you want to argue that Snape thought it was somebody else's child, how in the world does that make Snape a good guy for letting somebody else's child die? And then on top of that, he only did the right thing at the end because, and I am going to say this one time and one time only, he only did the right thing because he wanted vengeance, not because he was a hero. Severus Snape was not a hero. There is absolutely no way that you can argue that he is a hero. None whatsoever. He is a cold-hearted bastard who got vengeance at the end because that's what he wanted, was vengeance. And for what? What did he even get vengeance for? He should have gotten vengeance on himself. He should have stabbed himself in the head. That's what he should have done. He literally let Voldemort kill that boy. It was him that put his beloved in that dangerous situation in the first place. He literally was the one responsible, not frickin' Voldemort. Voldemort didn't have any more responsibility in that than anyone. Voldemort was like a hurricane or a tornado, and Severus Snape literally pointed the hurricane at frickin' Harry Potter. He's the one that pulled the trigger. He's the one that's responsible, and he should have just killed himself. Alright, let's get this last one skill out of the way, because I'm almost done with the martial arts tree. Dragon Flight. I want to get this one out of the way. Let's move on. Moving here. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. A little frog in my throat there. To another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at the last of the martial arts tree, because we've already covered everything else. That is Dragon Flight. Dragon Flight is a skill that's gone over some changes in recent years, recent patches. It used to have a delay on it. It used to not be anywhere near as good as it is now, and now it's honestly kind of amazing because you can literally just spam it. It's also governed by faster cast, so if you want to utilize it to the best of your ability, you can faster cast your way around. So as you're teleporting, you can only teleport to a monster that is nearby. You can't just teleport anywhere. It has to be to a monster. And faster cast will make this better. So if I have 20% faster cast onto this, you can see now that I can very clearly teleport quicker than I could before. And more faster cast obviously is going to change this. This is of course going to be based on the assassin's faster cast breakpoints. You know, having enough faster cast to make this ability go quickly is going to make it more bearable. Since it is a teleport, you can teleport across gaps. You can also teleport to monsters that are outside of line of sight. I've actually done this a couple times, and let me see if I can display how this works. I'm trying to think of a good place that has like some out of line of sight stuff. With teleport, you can pretty much just like tell it where to go, right? So you don't necessarily have to see the monster that you're teleporting to, and you don't necessarily have to actually, you know, like physically line of sight see the monster that you're teleporting to. You only have to be able to click on them. So like for instance, in this scenario, you can see on this other side is a skeleton, right? I can teleport to the skeleton from the other side of the line of sight. It's not outside of my power because I can still physically click on the monster. So as long as you can physically click on the monster, as long as you can supposedly see them, you can do the teleport. Now it's important to note that when you teleport in, you're at risk. You know, obviously you're teleporting directly in to the monster. You do get, obviously, the first hit off, because that first kick is going to be your initial, you know, dynamic entry. And I hate to say this, because it really is. It totally is the frickin' dynamic entry ability from Naruto. You're literally Guy Sensei, and you are literally dynamic entering around the frickin' map. Because you literally kick your way into the battle, and as soon as you're in the battle, well, what do? You've dynamically entered, but now what's your goal? Dynamically exit. Now it's really nice because you can obviously build up charges. You can release those charges as you're teleporting around, which can make it much safer. One way that you can do this, which is extremely safe, is building up blades of ice charges before you teleport, because this will, of course, make the monsters frozen as you're teleporting around, which is obviously going to make it a lot safer because the monsters are going to be nice and chilled, frozen, etc. Maybe you shatter a couple of them as you're passing by. In general, when it comes to this ability, though, it does only kick one time. So if you're building up charges or something of that nature, like maybe you have Phoenix Strike running, you're not going to be able to burn all the charges really quickly, so you're going to have to teleport, and hopefully you'll burn all of them eventually. Honestly, Dragon Flight used to be an ability that was mainly just utilitarian. It was not like a actual ability that you could build a character around. You would build a character and you would utilize Dragon Flight to you know, get around, maybe pass over a particular gap or close the distance on something. Maybe you would use it to enter, you know, dynamically enter a fight. But for the most part, before they had changed it, because of the long delay, it made it relatively difficult to actually use it as a main ability. Nowadays, with the delay gone, and quite honestly, it just simply works a hell of a lot better. You can actually use it as a main ability if you would like to. You can just simply teleport around, kick, constantly teleporting around, building charges. Also, the other important thing here is that, well, because of the way that they changed charges and finishers, so that Dragonflight always hits its target, as you're teleporting around with charges, every single time you land on a target, you are guaranteed to hit that target with your Dragonflight. Now, Dragonflight is a kick, and it's important to note that it utilizes kick damage on the boots, which is a quality thing, not a item-based thing. So the damage, kick damage on the boots is based upon the, number one, the quality, so normal, nightmare, hell, or normal, exceptional, elite, whatever you want to call it. And the elite ones are obviously going to have the highest damage, and the highest effect is on the boots that have the highest defense, which the Myrmidon Greaves is actually the highest defense, highest strength requirement pair of boots in the game. And they also happen to have the highest kick damage. So Myrmidon Greaves can come in quite a few forms. You can find Myrmidon Greaves Shadow Dancers. You can upgrade Gore Riders to the Myrmidon Greaves. You can also even upgrade a pair of IK boots to Myrmidon Greaves. And if you were to upgrade something like Goblin Toes, they eventually become mirrored boots, and mirrored boots do not have the same amount of kick damage as these. Kick damage is the only form of damage that's going to affect the physical damage output of this. You can apply Crushing Blow and Open Wounds, but grief damage effects and other type effects like that, like plus bonus to demon damage, plus bonus to undead damage, min-max, things like that. Whatever is on your weapon doesn't really have a huge effect. Certain effects that are on your weapon, like chance to cast and things like that, will actually transfer. Elemental damage will transfer. Venom actually does, even though it doesn't show on the character panel for some reason. And for the most part, Dragonflight tends to be one of those interesting abilities that you can use for, you know, getting around, traversing, and bombing things. PvP is actually a pretty good use for this ability because you can literally just Dragonflight directly onto a target. And if you have at least one charge running, you can guarantee your hit will land on the target when you Dragonflight your way in. The faster your faster cast is, the faster you can spam that teleport on the target over and over again, trying to, you know, catch them or whatever it is that you're doing. Now, granted, with this particular ability, it does require 1, 2, 3, 4 points to get down to it. And on top of that, we also have the fact that it's pretty much a 1-point wonder. Not a lot of people are going to put a huge number of points into Dragonflight. And the reason why is because it's just, there's no point. It doesn't really have like a huge increase in damage as you level it up. I mean, it does increase some. But unless you're going to make it your main damage ability, it doesn't really matter. Because you're probably going to use other abilities as well. Dragon Talon is definitely better in terms of number of kicks. Dragon Claw is definitely better because it allows you to apply your actual claw damage, which if you have a particularly good pair of claws, could be particularly potent. Dragon Tail is better in terms of AoE damage. So when you get into a group of monsters, for instance, one thing that you may want to consider is that when you are actually in the pack, when you are actually teleporting your way in, one thing that you may want to consider is that you use Dragon Tail instead. And the reason why is because when you teleport into the pack, Dragon Tail has a explosive effect, will hit all the monsters around you in a nice little radial circle, right? So you teleport your way in, and then you kick while you're inside the middle of them, and as you can see, it hits just about every single monster in the pack. which is another interesting way that you can potentially do things. And this is what I like to do with Dragon Flight, is that I will utilize things like Phoenix Strike or Fists of Fire, Claws of Thunder, things like that. Get myself in the middle of a danger, dynamically enter essentially into a battle, and then utilize all my attacks to take those targets out. Sorry about that. I'm still recovering from this illness, I swear. Probably not the best day to record videos, but I don't really think there's a lot more to go over when it comes to this ability anyway. I'm going to do a quick double check on my Amazon basin here. And I mean, it will transport your mercenary and your pets. So this is actually kind of a neat one. I found that when I was using an enchant merc, because they have fireball, the same way that Dragon Tail has the explosion, of course, Fireball has the explosion too. And so I teleport in, and the mercenary's just, he's just chucking them fireballs out, and then they're just exploding and hitting everything within the radius too, which is pretty effective. I think that's pretty much it. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're just talking about a teleporting ability like Dragonflight. And as always, keep watching. God, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Cody, what are you barking at? Cody, what are you barking at? I see you looking out the window. What do you see over there? Some kids coming home from school? It's 3:49. That's probably a bunch of kids coming home from school. Why you gotta come up here? Why? Why? I can't even see the monitor because you're so big. Why? I'll bite you. I will. I can't do nothing. You're too big. Why are you up here? Get down. Down. I will judo chop you. Don't get judo chopped. Oh Lord, here's Charles. Charles, I already know that you just say the opposite thing of whatever's going on at that particular moment, so. You can't fool me. You can't fool me, Charles. You can't fool me, Charles. Did I do a burst of speed video? I can't even remember. I can't remember if I did a burst of speed video. I should probably do a burst of speed video. Yeah, let's do burst of speed. Burst of speed's fun. And we can talk about the new rune word too. Burst of speed, burst of speed, burst of speed. Get the hustle, hustling, yeah. We're gonna hustle everywhere, hustling, yeah. We got the hustle, hustling, yeah. Gonna hustle up and a hustling, yeah. We got to hustle, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hustle, hustle, hustling, hustling, yeah. Okay, just want to get him ready. So he's ready. I need him to be ready. All the Ninja Turtles are dead? Oh no. I mean, they are mutants. I didn't expect them to live for very long. Isn't that what you get with mutants? Usually low, small lifespans? Boom, boom, boom. Boom. 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 When the night is young and the kubus is tall and he's barking. Barking, yes, at the moon. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. And the cats, they be scratching at the door all late. And I hate it. 'Cause them cats, they're so mean. They be peeing on my stuff. Oh, they be peeing, and they do. They be pissing on my pillows and my blankets. And I smells it, and I hates it. They're so mean. Yes, they're mean. Go Kubas, howl. Got to howl. Oh, Kubas, go ow. Got to Kubas. Got to howl. Howl for me. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, doom, doom. Why do you stare into my soul? Staring into my soul. He's a boobus. Boobus. He's like a boy. Yes. He's like a boy. Go lay down, okay? I need to do 2 more videos. 2 more. Boom, 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 boom. Do I think we will get patch notes tomorrow? Yes, I already talked about that earlier. I said we would be getting patch notes tomorrow. That's my consensus. Eminem, rhyme or reason, same beat, my friend. Do I do my own videos or do I get someone to assist? I do my own videos for the most part. I mean, I try and keep the editing down to a minimum. Mute the microphone when I'm, coughing. And for the most part, I try and get my stuff ready in advance. That way I don't have to do a lot of cuts and edits. I've actually gotten a lot of compliments on my videos for not doing a lot of cuts and edits. Apparently a lot of people do cuts and edits these days. Way too many cuts and edits. And it ends up being something like this. So hello guys and gals and welcome. I just got back from the store and there was a thing And I really saw there was a turtle, and the turtle came up to me, and he was like, I mean, you know, your hair is really weird. And like it's just like the whole time you're watching their video, it's just cut, and you're just like, you sound like you got Tourette's. So I try not to do that many cuts. I feel like the more cuts you add in, the worse the video becomes. So I try and do as few as I can manage. That sometimes means my videos are a little bit longer than normal, but whatever. I'd rather give you guys good information than have my video all cut up in 1,000 pieces. And besides, if you want to watch my videos and you don't have patience for my 11-minute video, then put it on 2x speed. Because you know what? Here, let me show you real quick. Not only do I sound just fine in 2x speed because I tend to talk kind of slowly, but also the intro sounds really cool in 2x speed too. All right, you ready? Check this out. No, stop it. Stop it. I will beat you up. I'm trying to do something and you're not listening to me. All right, playback speed 2 times. You ready? All right, listen to this. This is cool. This is my intro in 2 times speed. See? Even my intro sounds good.
Welcome to another episode of tutorials. Today we're going to be going over a very simple topic, and one that is actually a little confusing, honestly. It's attack rating. So attack rating is kind of confusing, especially since, and this is important, that the character screen often lies to you.
See? It sounds just fine. And the intro sounds really cool. Bonus. 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 I see you guys like my attack rating video. It's doing pretty good. My attack rating video currently has 3,100 views and 8 new subscribers. Wow. 523.6 hours watched in one day. That's pretty darn impressive. And my ITD video launched today too. A little bit less impressive, but it literally just launched. I did forget to advertise this video though, so let me do a quick post on Twitter. Bink, bink, bink. Do 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 do. Boom, boom, boom. Do 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 do. Da da do do da 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 da. Oh oh. I recorded that attack rating video before I got sick, and I'm glad I did because, yay. There you go. ITD is now up on the Twitter. I posted it. There's some information that I need to collect about burst of speed before we get started, and I do need to figure this out before we go. Oh Lord, accidentally got my... Iceman got tired of who? What? Alright, let's get this burst of speed out of the way and we'll talk about it. When a night has a burst of speed, it's morning before you know it, and the sun is rising over the sea. Doom, 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 doom. Got that song stuck in my head, and I can't stop singing it. And I'm gonna drive y'all insane with it. Doom, 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 doom. That's a pretty solid ring right there. Level 22, replenish life plus 3, 51 mana, 25% poison length reduction. For a level 22 character, that's actually not bad. It's a sorceress or something like that. Here, I need to take off Flickering Flame so that you can actually see my feet. I need to be able to see my feet. Flickering Flame has a really cool animation color. I really like it. It's pretty. Very pretty. I do enjoy it, though. Put a Griffin's Eye on for right now. Alright. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be talking about a very popular ability right now, and that is Burst of Speed. And you might be asking yourself, well, why is it so popular? Well, because they announced a new rune word, and the new rune word is called Hustle. The new rune word has a 5% chance to cast level 9 Burst of Speed upon striking, which means that everyone is going to have access to Burst of Speed coming in the next latter season, or rather with 2.6. Now, Burst of Speed is a skill that you should not, as a melee or ranged character, underestimate in any way, shape, or form. It is a free ability, essentially now, because of the absolute cheap ridiculousness of this recipe at Shale Co. Eld, with the most expensive rune being a Co rune, which everybody should be able to afford. It is going to give you a free level 9 Burst of Speed, which means that you get increased attack speed and increased run walk. And let's talk about that for a second. So, first off, we have two abilities in the Assassin tree. One of them is Burst of Speed, and as you can clearly see underneath my feet, I have now this white, sort of almost like a smoky kind of a circle around it, and it goes downward. Almost like it's smoke flowing downward, right? On top of that, we also have Fade. Now, Fade is the antithesis of this ability. So, Burst of Speed makes you run faster and attack faster, whereas Fade makes you more defensive. And when you cast Fade, you get another type of smoke ability, and your character kind of like grays out. So she becomes almost ethereal, right? Now, Burst of Speed and Fade cannot exist at the same time. So if you cast Burst of Speed, Fade will be destroyed. And if you cast Fade, Burst of Speed becomes destroyed. The two are completely separate from each other. This means that Burst of Speed is a separate ability entirely, and obviously things like Treachery cannot work at the same time as a Hustle bow, for instance, because the Hustle bow gives you Burst of Speed, and every time Burst of Speed procs, it's going to replace the Fade. And every time the Fade procs, it's going to replace the Burst of Speed, and vice versa. So remember this when it comes to these abilities, is that they do not exist at the same time. They will replace each other. Burst of Speed specifically gives you two things. It gives you an increased attack speed, which means that you get to attack faster, which is actually really freaking awesome. Let me first show you what it's like with when I don't attack, obviously, very quickly. And I'm going to just utilize something like, let's just do Tiger Strike. So this is Tiger Strike with no increased attack speed. This is just using Fade for defensive purposes. And if we grab Burst of Speed, you'll notice that I attack a hell of a lot quicker with Burst of Speed. It's not just increased attack speed. A lot of people make this mistake with Burst of Speed, is that, like, for instance, let's say I was using something like Treachery, which had 45% increased attack speed on it. 45% increased attack speed from Treachery is a nice little bump in attack speed, yes. But the 46% increased attack speed that comes from burst of speed is a separate calculation, very similar to the way that fanaticism works. And fanaticism and burst of speed offer a different increase in attack speed than just simply raw attack speed does on your character. So it is a form of what is known as skill-based, right? Skill-based increased attack speed. Fanaticism and burst of speed are skill-based increased attack speeds, which means that burst of speed is essentially the same thing as running fanaticism. And this means that you're going to attack a lot faster than just 45% increased attack speed would allow you. This means you're going to be able to hit breakpoints that you would otherwise not be able to hit, and it's also going to mean that you need less increased attack speed on your equipment itself. This is why everybody's so excited about the Hustle rune word, because it's going to allow you to have this, say, on your offhand, and you would be able to utilize this to cast Burst of Speed on yourself, increasing your attack speed for whatever your main hand weapon is. Since it lasts for about 3.5 minutes, which is actually not bad at all, you don't really even have to cast it very often. The other thing that Burst of Speed gives you is run and walk speed. Run walk speed is also another thing that you cannot underestimate when it comes to this ability. So there are a large myriad of ways that a character can have his run and walk speed increased. And what we need to understand here is that there is literally like 6 or 7 different ways that you can increase your run walk speed. This character right here, Sanic the Hoojhag, represents the culmination of all of those things. First off is just raw run walk. And this character has been cheated to have as much raw, faster run walk as he could ever possibly have in his life. The raw run walk on its own does not make the character run very fast. I have 4,748% faster run walk, and without the faster run walk from Vigor, for instance, this is the maximum that I'm capable of going. With 4,700%, that is the maximum, right? However, if I throw on Vigor, you notice that now I'm running faster. Why am I running so much faster when all Vigor offers me is a small run walk bonus? It's not because it offers me small run walk bonus. It's because Vigor is calculated differently than regular run walk calculates. Burst of speed is also calculated differently than the way that regular run walk is calculated. So if I cast Burst of Speed on myself, you will notice that now I have increased in speed even more. And this is because Burst of Speed's run walk calculation is a completely different calculation than regular run walk, and allows your character to run amazingly fast by comparison to just adding in a small amount of run walk ability. So when you think about Hustle, don't think about it as just simply, oh, it's a little bit of additional faster run walk, it's a little bit of an additional increased attack speed. No, it is skill-based increased attack speed, which functions better than regular increased attack speed. It is a skilled-based form of run walk, which again functions better than regular run walk, which means it's going to make your character run and walk and attack faster than any normal run walk and any normal increased attack speed will. And you can get this pretty high. So for instance, if I go ahead and reset my character real quick, I can go ahead and throw some points in here, and we can bring this up to a pretty high level. And as you can see, it continually increases, but at a certain point, it kind of plateaus. And it's important to note because you don't really want to like dump a million points into it. Around level, I'm trying to remember the exact level because there is a specific point at which it just kind of plateaus. It's level 25. Around level 25, it just kind of, and it just doesn't go very far at all after that. At level 25, it goes to 54%, and then it goes from level 25 to level 26 is 55, And then at level 27, it's 55. And then at 28, it's still 55%. And 29, it's still 55%. And level 30, it's still 55%. And then finally at level 31, it goes to 56. And it stays at 56% for many levels until it finally gets to level 36, where it finally goes up to 57, and so forth and so on. Level 24 is really about the highest, or rather level 23 is really about the highest that you ever want to get the ability. Because once you pass that point, it has extremely bad diminishing returns. And anything more than that is really just a waste. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to figure out how many plus to skills you have. You're going to want to make sure you got all your, your equipment in, your torch on, your Annie, and all that stuff. And if you are going to put points into it, I would recommend beefing it up to about level 23. Or level 22 and no further. That's when it hits level 23. Yeah, that's right. Because that's when it hits 54%, and 54% is really right where it starts to just have horrible diminishing returns. And then anything further than that, if you get more plus skills, if you need to respec your character and rebalance it, then rebalance it. Take some points out if you need to, add some points if you need to. But don't really go too much higher than that, because it's really just kind of a waste. Also, what you may want to do is you might want to check on IAS calculators. And you might want to see exactly how much you need. You may not need that extra 1%. You may not need that extra 2%. You might only have to have an exact amount to reach the next breakpoint. And if you run through a calculator and you try and figure out exactly how much IAS you need, or exactly what level burst of speed you can get away with, then you'll know exactly what min-maxed burst of speed you can get to. Maybe you have to have the 55%. If you don't have the 55%, you're not going to be able to hit that magic breakpoint, right? So then you're going to put a couple more points in until you hit the 55%, and then you're going to cut it off there. And in this way, you can min-max the burst of speed to get to the exact breakpoint that you need. Now, if you just have extra points that you want to dump in, I mean, at that point, I guess you could just dump them in. But as you can see, I'm still at 55% at level 30. I just dumped a whole bunch of points in it, and I didn't get any bonus. So just kind of a bad investment past a certain point. Overall, the duration does increase, obviously, as you level it up. So that's nice. 468 seconds is a pretty long time. And quite honestly, you won't have to cast it all that often. It is important to note that if you do use Treachery Armor, which is a very nice assassin armor, it will overwrite the burst of speed, as I was talking about earlier. So one thing that you can do is you can just be vigilant, and anytime you see your character fade away, you just recast your ability. As long as you're recasting the ability over top of fade, you're fine. But if you let it go down, if you let fade overwrite your burst of speed and you don't fix it, then you won't have that faster run walk, you won't have that increased attack speed, and you will have lost the benefit. It's really all there is to this ability, and I think we've gone over everything. If you haven't seen the Hustle rune word, I do have a video up on that. They may be making some changes to it. I'm not sure. They have talked about potentially making some changes to some of the rune words, and apparently we're going to find that out in patch 2.6. There's a lot of community feedback on them. So as it is right now, Hustle is, I mean, it's not exactly an extremely powerful rune word, but it is a very fast rune word with 30% increased attack speed on it, combined with the 44% increased attack speed from the level 9 burst of speed. And even if you're just using it as your off weapon, firing it, getting the effect, maybe a bow or a sword or any other number of things, because it doesn't necessarily have to be in a bow. It's all weapons. So you can basically make yourself, a buff stick, essentially. And for the price of a shale and a co-rune, it's nothing too fancy there. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're just running around like crackheads on Sanic to Hooch Hag. And as always, keep watching. Alrighty. Love these videos, man. Are you pretty keen for D4? I'm still on the fence. I'm a massive D2 fan, and I don't like the style of D3. I think a lot of people who like Diablo 2 didn't really enjoy the style of Diablo 3. I didn't really enjoy the style of Diablo 3. I kind of hated it, actually. I'm kind of like floating off the screen over here. I didn't enjoy Diablo 3. I mean, as a game, like I'll say this. Like, if you pick up a game, like, I don't know, say you're flying through Steam or whatever, and you see a game and it looks interesting, and you pick it up and you play it for a day or two, or maybe even a week or two, and then, you know, eventually you just put it down and you never pick it back up again. As a game like that you pick up one, you know, for a little while, you play it, you beat it, and you move on, Diablo 3 is an okay game. From that perspective. But what it had to live up to was Diablo 2, which is not a pick up and drop game. You don't just pick up Diablo 2, play it for a weekend, and then put it down. No, you pick up Diablo 2, you play it for a weekend, and then it infects the rest of your life, and you literally play it until you die. And for Diablo 3 to live up to that, it would have had to have done the same thing. And it didn't. And that's really the worst thing that I can say about Diablo 3, is that it didn't live up to the addictiveness, you know, the longevity of Diablo 3. I mean Diablo 2. It just didn't live up to it. I want to get Fade out of the way. Let's get Fade out of the way. I haven't done a video on Fade yet, I don't think. Let me double check my, Weapon Block, Blade Fury, Shadow Warrior, Shadow Master, and Venom. No, I haven't done Fade. Alright, Fade's pretty easy anyway, because Fade gives you a set amount of resistances. It also has the hidden buff, which, I mean, it now says it, so it doesn't even really matter. Like, it now actually physically says the hidden buff, so we don't even really have to worry about it all that much. Let me pull up Fade on the website. Interesting. All right. Well, I mean that's actually some information I didn't know. All right. So let's get this party. Let's get this party started right. The pine, a lot of pine, and then a man a damn. Doodle 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 Three, two, one, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking over one of the more popular assassin abilities for everybody, and not just the assassin, which is silly, but everybody can use it, including you, probably in real life, if you had a treachery armor anyway. It's known as Fade. Fade is a rather interesting one that actually had a hidden debuff, or sorry, hidden buff that people didn't know about until recently when they fixed the tooltip, which is actually pretty cool. I like the fact that they fixed the tooltip. I'm not gonna lie, because I very much so have always been against like hidden sort of things like that newer players don't innately know. There's just something kind of like negative about having something within a game that is not something that, you know, like a person would innately know. That there's no way to figure that out by yourself unless you literally, you know, are told. And in Diablo 2 Resurrected, you actually could figure it out because they added a special panel, an advanced panel that would show you information like this. So it was actually something that you could see in Diablo 2 Resurrected, but in Diablo 2 there was no way to know. You just had to look it up or be told, you know, if you weren't told, you just didn't know. And that is the physical damage reduction that is added onto the ability. I know there was a long way around my elbow to reach my butt cheek, but whatever. So Fade is a very amazing ability that increases your resistance to all resistances, except magical, of course. It reduces the curse duration by 80%, which is a pretty sweet amount. And as you level it up, it actually goes up. And it also applies 1% physical damage reduction per level, every level upwards. So as you level it up, the higher it gets. As you can see now, I'm at 36% physical damage reduction, which is kind of insane. And to show you that it actually works, all I have to do is just look at my physical damage reduction, which is currently 8%, cast the ability, and now I'm at 44%. So 44 plus 8 is 36 plus 8 is 44%, which is my current physical damage reduction. So I'm only 6% away from hitting the 50% physical damage reduction cap. Now, you can go over the 50% physical reduction cap. It won't actually give you any more than 50%, but if a monster uses amplify damage or decrepify or something like that on you, it will act as a overprotection counter, which will try its best to keep the physical resistance at your cap. So like say for instance you were cursed with Decrepify. Right now it would bring me down to negative 6% physical damage reduction because the 50% would cancel out the 44 completely and then reduce me down to negative 6. However, if I had 100% physical damage reduction, capped at 50 of course, and somebody cursed me, it would bring me down by 50% to 50%, and I would still technically be at my cap. So having over 50% physical damage reduction is not exactly a terrible thing. Now, Fade is one of those abilities that's just highly defensive. Not only does it give you a huge bonus to your resistances, not only does it give you a huge bonus to your physical damage reduction, it also reduces the duration of curses that are cast upon you. So, for instance, if I had like Decrepify cast on me, which is a 4-second curse, and I have an 87% reduction in curse duration, then that 4-second curse becomes basically a 1-second curse, and it doesn't last very long at all, which is absolutely great. There is a unfortunate downside of Fade, and this is that shrines actually have their duration reduced. So if I click on a shrine while Fade is active, it will reduce the duration of the shrine rather dramatically. And I can show you this just by simply clicking on it and kind of running around. This shrine will disappear in some record time. I believe the normal duration for shrines is like, I think it's 3 minutes, I want to say. But as of right now, I currently have a negative 87% reduction, which means that 3 minutes is going down to something like 30 seconds, as you can see, which is pretty terrible. It was gone relatively fast. Now, if I grab... I have 1 life. I just realized I have 1 life. That's beautiful. No wonder I died. I was running around with 1 life for quite some time there. That was glorious. I have 1 life to live. Now, if you take Fade off before you click on the shrine, which the only way you can do that is to cast Burst of Speed. So this is the same shrine, has the same duration as a normal shrine. If I cast Burst of Speed first, then click on the shrine, then restore my fade, the duration of this shrine will actually be a normal duration. And this is because fade only reduces the duration of a curse if it's active when the curse or the shrine is applied to the actual character, which means that you can avoid the very short shrines by simply turning fade off before you click on the shrine, which really only costs you 2 casts. It costs you, number 1, the Burst of Speed to actually overwrite your fade and turn it off, and then it costs you 1 more cast of the fade to restore it. And you only have to do that right before you click on it. So all you have to do is just right before you click on the shrine, you turn your Burst of Speed on, which disables fade, then click on the shrine, and then activate your fade again, which will prevent the huge reduction in duration. As you can see, my mana regeneration is still up, despite the fact that I've had fade up for quite some time and recast it twice, because the duration of this particular shrine is not being cut down by fade. Unfortunately, if you can't cast Burst of Speed to overwrite fade, then you're in a different scenario. So like, for instance, if you're using Treachery or any of the other items that have fade, and there are actually quite a few, by the way, which I feel like I should probably mention. Spirit Ward Shield, which is actually incredibly rare. If you ever find one, I would really like one, because I haven't found one ever. Like, literally ever. It has a level 8 fade, which is a 5% chance to proc when you are struck. And Spirit Ward Shield is like incredibly rare, though, so good luck after actually ever finding one. Last Wish, which is a rune word, has an level 11 at a 6% chance. Again, incredibly rare, because Last Wish has literally multiple bird jaw runes in it. So good luck getting your hands on that one also. And then the easiest one to come by, which is the one that people usually use, is Treachery, which is a very cheap armor that you can make, and it has a level 15 fade with a 5% chance when struck. Now, one of the most common ways to get that to proc is just to stand in the fire in Act 4. It works very well. Just go to River of Flame, and there's two fire like torches there, and you just stand in the fire until the effect procs. And of course, the level of the fade has specifically to do with the physical damage reduction. So you know exactly how much physical damage reduction is by the level. Treachery is level 15, so it's a 15% physical damage reduction. Last Wish is level 11, so it's 11%. And the Spirit Ward Shield has level 8, so it's 8% physical damage reduction. Now, when it comes to this ability, it does scale quite nicely for a little while, until eventually it kind of just peters out in terms of resistances. But just because it peters out in terms of resistances doesn't mean it's really not worth putting points into. So interesting enough, when it comes to fade, because the physical damage reduction never stops rising, every single point is still going to be worth something no matter what. So let me see if I can show you this.
Can't use this yet.
I need to take off the claws.
Impossible.
So as you put points into it, you'll notice that it starts out with level 11 with only 1 point, by the way, is 56% resist all. And as you raise it up, it goes up fairly nicely in terms of resistances, but it does kind of hit a hard block around like 67%, which starts at level 24. And if you bring it up above level 24, like, you'll notice that it just kind of stops at 67%, and it doesn't really go up. And eventually it will go to 68, but then it gets locked at 68 for quite a while, and then it gets locked at 69. And it doesn't really kind of rise as much as on the elemental resistances. However, unlike Burst of Speed, which has a similar issue, Fade does have that 1% physical damage reduction per point, no matter what. So if you drop 20 points into it, you've got 20 points of physical damage reduction. If you have plus 10 skills, you've got another 10% physical damage reduction. And it continues to rise, and it's going to continue to make you tankier and stronger against those physical damage monsters as you put more points into it, or as you get more plus to skills. So unlike Burst of Speed, which I usually recommend you don't bring up above like level 23, 24, Fade doesn't really matter. Even though the Resist All does start to have a diminishing returns, and even though the curse reduction does start to have diminishing returns, the physical damage reduction continues to rise with every single point that you put in it, which makes it extremely useful to have as many points into Fade as you can dump in there if that's what you want. Now, obviously, you're going to have to choose, and I think this is the most important thing when it comes to these abilities, is that on the Assassin, you're really choosing between Fade and Burst of Speed. And now that we have the Hustle rune word, which is going to be added in 2.6, which allows us to have Burst of Speed on basically any character now. And then we have Treachery, of course, which allows us to have Fade on any character. This means that we essentially have a choice between Burst of Speed or Fade on any character that we want throughout the game. So you now have to choose. Do you want the increased resistances? Do you want the increased physical damage reduction? Do you want the curse reduction? Or would you rather have the increased run walk speed and the attack speed? Because that's what these two choices represent. It's essentially offense versus defense. And Fade is primarily and majorly a defensive maneuver. Now, the curse reduction duration is actually amazing. I want to stress this one as much as possible. You're going to get cursed a lot in this game. Tons and tons of monsters are going to curse you. You got amplified damage curses, you've got weakened, you've got all sorts of crazy things going on, like the blood curses, and you've got, freaking... I used to have Iron Maiden back in the day, but not anymore. Decrepify, we've even got lower resistance curses, and all of these curses are just nasty. And as a regular player who has to deal with those curses, you're constantly, in danger. Like, you get into a group of monsters that's mighted and they're extra strong, and then somebody throws amplified damage on you, and you literally run and scream like a little girl because you just know that an extra strong mighted pack with amplified damage on you is going to demolish you, right? But having a curse reduction of 85% means that the majority of the time you will be curse free, which is a very powerful effect. If you've never utilized cleansing on the Paladin, which has a similar curse reduction, it is absolutely amazing to be able to run around and not have curses on you on a regular basis. And I know a lot of you might be saying, well, what also reduces shrines? But as I just showed you earlier, you can avoid the negative effect from the shrines just by simply using that one trick where you cast Burst of Speed, click on the shrine, and then recast Fade. I think that's pretty much it, and I do think Fade is going to have some competition coming up with Hustle. I think that people are going to be choosing a lot more between Burst of Speed and Fade. And as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when I just simply fade away. Yep, that was it. That was the end of the video. I faded away. Cool trick, huh? A cool trick. I think I'm done recording for today. I can't record anymore. My throat hurts too much. I think the biggest mistake that they're making with Diablo 4 is no single player. I mean, if you really want to be like specific, let me move myself back over here since I'm not doing any more videos. That way I can lean to my heart's content. If you really want to talk about like Diablo 4, I mean, let's talk about Diablo 4. Let's have some fun. It's an online game, right? So it's online only. And because it's online only, you can't have a single player in an online game. That'd be like having single player World of Warcraft or single player Lord of the Rings online. Like it's not possible. Not unless they're gonna like dramatically redesign the game. So you're stuck in a situation where you don't have a single player for the game, and that's a bad thing in my eyes. I know they don't see it as a bad thing, and I think this is just the mentality that companies have these days, is that live services, are not necessarily bad things. World of Warcraft, for instance, would be considered a live service. World of Tanks is a live service. League of Legends is a live service. Like, you don't play League of Legends offline. You don't play World of Tanks offline. You don't play World of Warcraft offline. These are live services. You just keep playing them forever. They have updates. They're constantly monitored and babied, and then, I mean, that's a good thing that they're constantly monitored and babied, but there's no offline portion. People can't play, offline. And I think they're severely underestimating the single player population of Diablo 2. There are a lot of people who play single player on Diablo 2, and that is all they ever play, and that is all they will ever play. They don't do online stuff. And single player Diablo 2 is like ridiculous, like, by comparison. If we say that there's like 1 million people playing online with Diablo 2, I guarantee you there's probably 10 million playing offline. And there's no way for them to keep track of those people. And I think that's part of the issue, is that they don't actually have the ability to keep track of the number of people that play single player. Because, I could have it on some old ass like Windows 98 SE computer that doesn't even have access to the internet, and I could install it and I could play some Diablo 2, and you would never freaking know that I was playing Diablo 2 on that computer. There's people down in like Brazil and Argentina and places like that are playing on computer hardware that's like from 2006, 2005, and they probably also don't really have internet access or anything like that. These are people who've been playing this game for a very long time, and the single player just genre of this game is massive, much more massive than I think I ever even realized in the beginning. And that's why I don't understand why they wouldn't take advantage of that, because there's all these people who do want to play offline. There's all these people who do want to have a offline experience, and they're basically just saying no. I mean, the best way for me to explain this, I think that would really kind of like cinch it. So there was a game that was coming out a long time ago. It was this really popular game. Everybody was interested in it, right? It was Final Fantasy 11 online, or sorry, Final Fantasy 14 online. And Final Fantasy 14 online's like specifications were ridiculous. I remember I had to buy a new graphics card just to play the beta. And a lot of people complained that the graphics were too intensive, that it wasn't within the realm of like understandable like limits. And what I mean by this is that like everybody that played it had to upgrade their computer just to play it. So you were limiting your audience to this subset of people, this very specific subset of people who were capable of affording an upgrade to their computer. And everybody who couldn't afford an upgrade to their computer at that time just simply couldn't play. And if you had an outdated system or whatever it was, you were just kind of screwed. And so there's this mentality that comes about, and it's like this. Well, how small are you trying to make your target audience? Because if you've got your your window of opportunity here so small that literally you're only targeting like a fraction of the people that can actually play, like, how many people are you expecting to buy the game out of these people? Like, if you've got like 10 million people in the world, or like that want this game, and then you've already limited it to 1% of those 10 million, and then these 1% of the 10 million have to get an upgrade just so they can play, you're left with what, maybe like 5,000 people that actually buy the game. And Diablo 2 is crazy like this because Diablo 2 is such an old game that it can play on literally anything. So like you can literally take Diablo 2 right now if you wanted to, and you can put it on just about any computer, like, bar none. Like there's probably a freaking Windows 98 SE out computer out there right now literally playing Diablo 2, and like there's absolutely nothing that anybody's going to be able to do or say about it, because that thing's just chugging along on an old freaking Windows operating system with the hard drive, just a clicking and a clacking, that jank, just like click, 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 ding, 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 ding. Got the 56K dial-up modem going and everything. They don't care. And you think that person's going to be able to play Diablo 4? He's not. All these people that are on these old computers playing Diablo 2 on these really old computers that can't even play Diablo 2 Resurrected, they're not going to play Diablo 4. Like, there's a cutoff. It's a cutoff, and all these older computers can't touch these newer games, and so you isolate yourself with these newer games. One of the things that game developers can do that honestly opens up their games so much to people is just simply to make their games accessible to, older, crappier computers. I think that's why I like PC so much, is that you can always dial it down, right? Like, I know sometimes they get really excited and they like lock it to like DirectX 11 or some bullcrap, or like if your video card doesn't have access to like this specific shader, you can't play. But the smartest thing that game companies can do these days is just simply make an option for everybody. Make it so that literally no matter how crappy my computer is, even if it's got to look like some stickmen that little kid drew on the screen with crayons, if that's what it's got to look like so that it can play on my computer, then frickin' let it, because I guarantee you there's people out there that are going to play it on that graphic setting. There are. Like, they're like, oh man, I really want to play, and I can't afford anything better than my Voodoo 2 graphics card. My Voodoo 2, man, my Voodoo 2, I really have been needing an upgrade, but man, my Voodoo 2 has been hanging in there for 20 years. Freaking playing Diablo 4 on a Voodoo FX 2 with coprocessor, okay? With coprocessor. Don't you be hating on my coprocessor. The Voodoo 2 graphics card was released in 1998 and we probably played a lot of Diablo 2. That's probably a... Yeah, that's probably a video card that played a lot of Diablo 2. The Voodoo 2. That's the reason why I said the Voodoo 2. The 3DFX Voodoo 2 also, which the 3DFX Voodoo 2 I think was a little better than the regular Voodoo. There was also the Power Color Voodoo 2. And the stupid creative 3D Blaster Voodoo 2. Ba- 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 yeah, ba- 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 I don't know. I'm excited about Diablo 4. I am, and I'm going to play it. And I already pre-ordered it and everything, but I want to play one of my characters online. Let's exit out of here and let's boot up the game so that I can play and look really lame. Because that's what I gotta do, and you can't tell me not. I wanna go and have some fun and play with my butt. I'm a little worried, I'm gonna be honest. I'm a little worried about the fact that they've been hiding jank from us. That, like, how do I put this so that it doesn't sound like horribly horrible? If you guys want to come play with me, by the way, I'm just gonna be in GGM1 password 16. So back when they came out with the Sunder Charms, they didn't tell us about the Sunder Charms, right? They left it a secret until the very end. They told us about the terror zones, but they didn't tell us about the Sunder Charms. And it wasn't until like the very end that they finally let us know what the Sunder Charms were, right? And when they finally told us, there ended up being like a freaking massive bug, which they released, with the game, because they didn't let us test anything. And if they had let us test it, we would have figured it out really quickly, by the way. We would have figured it out for them and saved them the egg on their face. But they didn't tell us. They wanted to keep it a secret. And I understand that they want things to be a surprise. But we need to be able to test this stuff so that we can, help them avoid these these stupid mistakes that they keep making. And I know that might sound pompous, but the community as a whole, I'm not talking about myself, the community as a whole will test the ever-loving poo out of things until literally there ain't no stuffing left in the little dolly. And we will find the bugs for you. Like, it's not that big of a deal. But if you hide stuff from us and we can't test it, how are we supposed to test out the bugs and help you figure out where the problems are? That whole Sunder Charm mishap could have been avoided if they had just let us do the testing. And then this time in PTR 2.6, they deliberately stripped out all the bug fixes and everything and kept the stuff a secret because they don't want us to know. And we can't test any of it. We couldn't test any of the stuff that they're doing because they literally hid it from us, right? And they're doing the same thing again. Like all the 2.6 patch notes and stuff that's coming, the stuff that is separate from the rune words, they're not letting us know. We don't get to know. We're not allowed. We're not in the in crowd. And so we can't help test this stuff. And I know they got to know that it's stupid. Somewhere along the line there was probably that guy who was like, maybe we should release this so they can test it and tell us whether or not it works. And then they threw him out the window. Like in that meme, that meme they constantly have where there's like the one guy who he's always speaking sense. Like he's always got something that's actually important to say. And they always chuck him out the window, right? Like they're having a meeting and they're like, so we come out with our 2.6 patch, and we're thinking about hiding it from everybody. And the other guy's like, yeah, that's a good idea. We shouldn't tell them anything. We should keep it a surprise. And the other guy's like, you know what? And if there's any game-breaking bugs, let's just leave them in because we want to make sure that we have some bugs in there for them to test. And then the last guy's like, you know what? Maybe we should actually put out a PTR for this so they can test them bugs for us, and then we can remove them. And then they just chuck them out the window. And I'm not even joking. Let's chuck him out the window. 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 Don't tell him what to do, 'cause we got to chuck him in the pool, and we're not gonna let him know at all. 'Cause he's a butt face. And he's got a lot of paws. What's up, buddy? Ugh, Diablo Immortal's got that, like, modern day bullcrap going on. You know what Diablo Immortal reminds me of? Well, I'm gonna lay it out. I'm gonna lay it out for you right now. Like, let me use an analogy, okay? Let's say you got into a car from like 2000, right? It's not very complicated. It's got a gear shift, you know, steering wheel, whatever. Like, it's actually surprisingly simple. And, you know, like even a caveman can do it, so to speak, right? So you have some fun, and you know you're driving around in this car for a couple years, and then I don't know, like maybe 10 or 20 years goes by, and you think about getting a new car, right? So you go to a dealership, and you get in the first 2025 vehicle, right? And the guy's there, and he's like, oh yeah, the new 2025 vehicle is the best. Like, it's got the all new VR headset driving mechanics, and you've got this special thing that you hook up to your wiener, and it's just like you can drive with your penis, and you're like, can I just drive with a steering wheel? Like, is that still a thing? And they're like, no, cars don't have steering wheels anymore. We don't drive with steering wheels anymore. I don't know. What was the last model car that you had? It's like, oh, I had a 2002, it was a pretty nice car, lasted me for a long time. And he's like a 2002. He goes, yeah, that was back when cars still had steering wheels and windshields, and you can actually see out of them. And they didn't have the penis hookup and obviously like it's just a different model car altogether. Like, if you want those kind of features, you're going to have to go and you're going to have to get an old car, like, because we don't provide normal, like, driving steering wheels anymore. We don't provide, like, gas pedals. No, you got to think that you want to go fast, okay? It hooks up to your brain now, okay? There's no manual analog, buttons to press. You've got to do it the newfangled way or not at all. And if you don't like it, then you can just shove it, because this is the future. Right? That's what Diablo Immortal reminds me of. It's like change for like no other reason other than just to have change. How do you play this game? Oh, it's got a penis hookup. You just shove. Well, how do the girls play? Oh, it's got booby hookups for them. Like, that's how they do it. You just latches on. They got a double. They can 2-player. They're pretty good at it too. I've seen a couple of them play, and yeah, they got to do it in private though, because they don't, unless they've got the gamer shirt, it's got the little flaps, and you can just like suck it on and then close the flap with the little velcros on it, and it's just overly complicated and stupid for no reason. Like, and that's how I feel about a lot of these like ridiculous games like Diablo Immortal, is they just add all these overly complicated, stupid stuff in there for no reason other than just because they can. And it's like, okay, yeah, it's cool and all, but I just want a steering wheel. Like, just give me a steering wheel, some gas pedals, I'm good. Is that really that hard? Like, that's ancient technology at this point. Can you just throw them in there for me? Like, can I pay extra? If I pay extra, will you give me some of those ancient technology devices? How much extra do I have to pay? How much extra do I have to pay? Well, we don't actually accept currency. Instead of accepting currency, what you can do is you can go over to this machine here, and you can use your dollars, and you can purchase platinum, okay? And the platinum that you purchase, you still can't use that for the upgrade. But if you take the platinum and you use that platinum to purchase these orbs, okay? So you use your money to buy the platinum, and then you use the platinum to buy the orbs, okay? Then you still can't actually buy the upgrade, but there's a shop that you can go to, and if you spend the orbs in the shop on these little magical chests, there's a chance, a very small chance, but there's a chance that the upgrade that you want is in the chest that you can get with these orbs. All right, a very simple process. So, just go over to that machine, buy the platinum coins, use the platinum coins to buy the orbs, use the orbs to buy the chest, and hope and pray that maybe Jesus gives you what you want from one of the boxes. It's as simple as that. I mean, Jeff, he's bought 72 boxes, and he finally got his after 72 boxes. I mean, 72 is not that bad. I'm on 355 and I still haven't gotten mine. But I'll get it eventually. Don't worry. Oh, and by the way, if you do log in every single day, or, a year straight, they give you a free box. So it's not all that bad. I wasn't even making any of that up, by the way. That's like really how it is. That's actually really how it is. That's like legit how it actually is. I wasn't even using fake words. It's literally platinum, orbs, and loot boxes. Platinum orbs and loot boxes is what we got. Platinum orbs and loot boxes is what we want. And add some more forms of currency, because we don't have enough. I need a couple more. It's getting kind of rough. Shadow Master and Mind Blast. Oh yes, you have to buy currency to buy currency to buy currency, of course. Stupid fanaticism and stupid amplified damage. Stupid butt cheeks. Hey. Come here, Merc. I need you to protect me with your manliness. Here, let me shout at you with my manliness. My manliness will increase your manliness, and our manliness together will be insane. One manliness is stronger than the other. One manliness for me. One manliness is the best manliness. One manliness to be. One manliness for me. One manliness for me. Hmm. 7,000%. 7,000% value, Charles. 7,000% value. How much percent value? 7,000 percentages. Stop trying to beat up my mercenary. It's not very nice. I don't like it when you beat up my mercenary. He's got lots of rice. Yeah. Lots of rice. Wee. Wee. I like this guy. He's fun to play. Whoa. I do a little bit of spinning. I do a little bit of winning. I do a little bit of spinning and winning and spinning and winning. Spinning, spin, spin, spinning, winning, spin, spin. Spinning, spin, spin, spinning, spin, spin, spin. Where you at? Yeah, come here. I'm gonna stab you in the face. That's right, die. And your friends die. And your mama die. And your granny die. And your uncle die. Come here, Bob-Blow. Bob-Blow. Oh, gotta do this. Hold on. And oh, gotta be a circlet. +2 shadow disciplines. 13 all res. Nova, not Frost Nova, unfortunately. Some Agontellets. It's garbage. Some China glues. +1 passive with 20% IAS. Heavy crossbow of garbage. A bunch of junk. Don't anger Uncle Roger Haya. How much damage do you do with a lightning Javazon? Depends on how much damage you put into it. Lightning Javazons are very skill-based. So it depends on how many monsters you hit, how many pierces you get, how many monsters are nearby next to the monsters that you pierced. It's not a very simple equation, to be honest. It's lightning Javazons are density-based damage output. So the more damage or the more monsters that you have nearby, the more densely packed they are, the more, you know, sucking each other's butt cheeks they are, the more damage you do. And it just grows rather exponentially, like in an insane in the membrane kind of a way. Trying to get these sticky and hags out of the way. Not bad kill speed for a guy that was immune to physical. Okay, so you have an 82% pierce plus 33% on the belt, so you're at 100%. What's your lightning damage on your top end? And how many bolts are you currently firing per lightning javelin? I need all the informations. If you want the variables, I need the informations. And if I have the informations, then I will be able to give you the data. 1 data, 2 data, little aliens. 1 little, 2 little, 3 little datalins. 4 little, 5 little, 6 little datalins. Probably, Donnie. How about I just take you to a Javazon and show you how to calculate it? How about that? I think that might be the easiest way, since you don't seem to be at your computer right now anyway. I'll just show you how to calculate it, and then you can do it yourself. You can do it yourself. I probably have a Javazon somewhere around here. I am not quite sure, so I probably have some fear. Javazon. Pulverizer. Pulverizer. Where's Energon? There should be a G, M, Energon. I do not see you, GGM Energon. Unless I passed you by. It was not my intention. So please do not cry. GGM Electron, she'll work. She'll work. Alright, let's just grab anything. It really doesn't matter. I'm just gonna grab a regular javelin from Act 1. I'll say it really doesn't matter with Lightning Fury. I mean, yeah, a plus skill Lightning Fury Zon would be more powerful, but this girl's already set up for lots of plus to skills. Need a javelin. You ain't got a javelin? Alright, just be that way. I want no javelins from you anyway, Charcy. You're probably contaminated with Charcy plague. Alright. So here is my Javelin of the Quickness. Right now, I have level 23 Lightning Fury, which is not very high. Doesn't matter, because Lightning Fury doesn't care. Lightning Fury is one of those abilities that just kind of like does massive amount of damage no matter what. So my current damage is 1,533. I can release a total of 24 bolts, but 24 bolts is not how much I'm going to actually get out of this ability. So it's important to note that there is a variance in Lightning Fury that increases and scales with the number of monsters that are attacked, as well as the number of monsters that are currently on screen. And it gets weird and it gets jankety, and I want you to see all the variables. So first off, let me bring up a notepad. That is not the right one. I'm glad I didn't have anything embarrassing on it. Okay. Alright, so here's our little notepad. That's good. A little notepad. And let me grab a calculator, because we're going to need that to calculate things. Oh, that's the big. Okay. So here's our calculator. There's our notepad over there. So the first thing we got to do is take a look at our skill damage. So our skill damage is 1,533 per bolt, right? 24 bolts total. We have to set up scenarios, okay? So scenario number 1. This is the first scenario, okay? So number 1. Single mob. Okay? A single mob means that there is only one monster on the screen and nothing else. Lightning Fury is going to dish out 1 bolt of damage. It only releases the number of bolts equal to the number of monsters that is nearby, which means that the maximum amount of damage that this skill can do on a single monster is 1 to 1,533, which is pathetic. It's garbage. You can, however, double this by hitting a wall, if you hit a wall, which will release a second bolt, which means you will have a total of 2 to 3,066, if you can hit a wall. Okay, so like in Duriel's Tomb or something like that, or with Diablo, if you get him close enough to the wall, you can hit the wall. With Bale, you can hit the pillar and various things like that, so you can dish out more damage by doing it like this. Alright, so Donnie has given us his number of bolts, which is 37. Maybe here I'll write this down. These are Donnie's stats. Donnie's stats. So he is currently at 2,311 and 37 bolts. All right. So we'll change these numbers just for Donnie. So 2,311 and beep, 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 beep. Was that 4,622? 4,622. So that's your total single mob damage. All right. Now, scenario number 2. Okay. Group of 5. So we have 5 monsters. Okay. You're probably not going to pierce all 5 monsters, but you probably will hit all 5 monsters. So you're going to throw a javelin, and let's say that your javelin pierces through 3 of the 5 monsters. I'm going to be generous. So if you hit 3, you're going to release 5 bolts, because the way that Lightning Fury works is Lightning Fury releases the exact number of bolts as the number of monsters that is currently around you. So if you have 5 monsters nearby, it is going to release 5 bolts. So we're talking about, in this case, we're talking about 5 to 2,311. So 2,311 times 5, which is 11,555. Now, the thing about these individual bolts is that each bolt can hit every single monster, depending on how they're standing. So, if you have like them all standing in a line, then all 5 bolts will hit all 5 targets. So you can potentially multiply that 11,555 times 5, which means you have a total of 57,775. That's assuming the best case scenario if all the bolts hit all the monsters, which is probably not going to happen. But you can represent this as a damage range. So you can just simply say something like this. So there is your damage range. Probably something like 5,775, and this would be more like 15 total damage on your bottom end. And it's going to be somewhere in between those two numbers. And then we look at it from the other like extreme point of view, and this is the crazy one. This is the one that everybody loves with Lightning Fury. So number 3, group of 50 monsters. Okay, so 50 cows or whatever. Like let's say we're in the cow level, and you throw a javelin. All right. The javelin can pierce up to a total of 5 times, and since there are 50 cows, there is a very, 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 very good chance that you are going to pierce all 50 cows, right? It is most definitely going to happen. As far as that javelin will go, it will keep going until it stops. When the javelin stops is 6. On the 6th hit, it will disappear. So you've got 5 pierces and then a 6th additional hit, which happens at the end, which you don't get to see. And if there's no cows there to hit, then it doesn't hit anything. But it will hit one last time after the 5. Okay? So you have a total of 6 hits, which is 6, 2, and then you multiply out your damage again. But this time it's going to get crazy. So we have 2,311 times 6, which is 13,866. Okay. However, as we said, each lightning bolt can potentially hit everything. Depending on how you have it lined up, depending on how you threw your javelin, depending on how well and nice and tightly grouped these 50 cows are, you can potentially hit like literally every cow with every bolt. It's very strange, and it doesn't seem like it should be possible, but it is. Okay? So now you have to multiply 13,866 times the maximum number of bolts that you're capable of, which is 37, because you can't release 50 bolts, you can only release 37 bolts. So we're going to release 37 bolts, and you're going to have 513,042. So now we are looking at 513,042 damage. Actually, I put a 4 there. Literally hitting everything. And then we take this 6 and we multiply this by 37, And they can actually hit multiple times, multiple cows. So, I mean, you might as well just say this is like 100 or something. It doesn't really matter. But as you can see, it's a pretty big damage range. And the difference between Lightning Fury actually dishing out like massive amounts of damage and it not dishing out massive amounts of damage is the difference between the density of the pack. The better the density, the more confined the monsters, the more lined up they are, the better the damage is. And there's really no way to like actually see it without actually seeing it. Like you basically just need to take a Javazon into the cow level and just have fun with it and watch, like literally as the massive amount of damage output kind of shows its ugly face, so to speak. And it will show its ugly face. It's good at it. It's a face and it hates you. This character's not even set up for this, by the way. She's level 23. She has 1 point in Lightning Fury, which isn't really that much, but she does have the synergies. And if I took her out here in a stony field right now and I chucked a couple javelins, you'll see, like, she'll just annihilate. And the wall that I was telling you about, she doesn't even have Pierce, does she? She doesn't even have Pierce. And Pierce is kind of like the main thing that actually makes this ability work. Because without Pierce, it just hits one time. So in this particular case, because I have no Pierce, you can see it's just the one. It's just the one javelin. But if you throw a javelin at a wall, it will send lightning bolts out from the wall. As you can see, there's found lumbering. I don't really need it, but it's just an interesting way that you can get an additional javelin. Now notice though, it doesn't send out any lightning bolts if there's nothing there. So there has to be monsters there, otherwise the lightning bolts don't come out. And it's always going to put out the exact number of bolts depending on the number of monsters that is currently nearby. So in that particular case, it was 2. In this particular case, it's only going to be 1 because there's only 1 monster. This is a way that I get extra damage with Lightning Fury. I like to play around with it. It's basically you just throw it at the wall and you go through the monster and throw it at the wall so that it puts out an extra set of lightning bolts. But this is called a density clear ability. It scales with density. It's very good at scaling with density, and it doesn't really do very good damage. A lot of people will probably hate me for saying this because they love Lightning Fury, but the fact of the matter is Lightning Fury is pretty garbage damage unless you have a dense pack. When you're attacking a single target, when you're attacking small groups, it tends to do next to nothing, and when you're attacking big, giant, meaty packs, it does more and more damage exponentially to the point of insanity. And that's why with Lightning Fury, it's not about trying to increase the damage to epic proportions. You don't need level 1 million Lightning Fury to make it work. You don't need huge amounts of negative lightning resistance and all that other crazy stuff to make Lightning Fury do its job. Lightning Fury literally just needs density. All you need to do is run around the cows a little bit, group them up before you throw your Lightning Fury in, let them congeal into a giant mass of bread pudding, and then throw your javelin into the big giant pack. You will multiply your damage exponentially with the increase in cows. And the more cows there are, the more damage you will do, to literally to the point of insanity. There are times where literally if you have enough cows on the screen, 1 javelin is all it takes. Literally, you throw 1 javelin. Everybody's so excited about trying to speed up their javelin throws, and I'm over here watching the Javazons literally throw 1 javelin into a pack of cows, and the whole pack of cows just disintegrates into nothingness, like Thor, the god of lightning himself, and Zeus simultaneously both threw down their strongest lightning bolts and just disintegrated the cows off the face of the planet. But everybody's so excited about trying to throw them as fast as they can. And I'm just like, dude, you literally threw 1 and they're all dead. Like, just stop. They literally are just like on the ground, twitching and dying. Another good density clear, like one is the Freezing Arrow. Freezing Arrow is great for density clearing as well. Different reasons, but works very similarly and does tons of density damage as well. The bigger the pack, more the damage. Smaller the pack, less the damage. It's absolutely great. I spent literally freaking million friggin' days, like was it 37 days playing this character to get her to level 99, and just so that I could strip her down because she's missing half of her equipment anyway. She hadn't got her. She's missing her armor. She's missing her freaking like everything. Where's your freaking ice bow? You don't even have your ice bow on. She's got all her freaking bow and crossbow skillers are taken out of her inventory. She got her torch. Why is the torch out of your inventory? You don't need a torch no more? Torches are for people who need torches. What's wrong with you? There. This character works by the same degree. She's a density clear tool. If I take her down somewhere like Maggot Lair is actually one of her prime areas. She absolutely will demolish Maggot Lair. Been a little while since I hopped on the old level 99. In many ways, this character's density clear capability is far superior to that of the Lightning Javazon because of the way that it works. While the Javazon has some very interesting abilities to take out like big groups, and if they're set up properly, in many ways the Freezing Arrowzon just kind of like the way that her ability works and how the explosion is, and literally how many targets can be hit by the explosion. The denser they are, the more damage it does, and it does it in a different way than Lightning Fury does, because Lightning Fury is sending out these individual pulses, whereas Freezing Arrow is actually sending out a static explosion, which hits everything within that radius, which is different entirely than just simply sending out a lightning bolt, which could or could not hit the targets. So the closer they are together, the more likely it is that they're going to be hit by every explosion. And the more explosions they get hit by, the more damage is done. And obviously they freeze, so they get stuck in that position. And you can literally, I mean, just see it. Like, when I fire an arrow into, like, a dense pack with this particular character, they just all pop. And the Javazon can't do a lot of the same things that this character can do. Especially CC-wise, like, crowd control is absolutely insane. I mean, as you can see, she just absolutely annihilates and wrecks any kind of densely grouped pack of monsters. One of my favorite places to farm with this character during latter season 2 was Sewers. Sewers is actually amazing on this character. I would wait until Sewers was on TZ, and I would go down there and I would just annihilate in the sewers, because everything down in the sewers is so nice and densely packed. And oh my god, it's like it's just butter. You just come down here and you turn a corner or whatever, and there's like a densely packed group of skeletons, and you just fire your freezing arrow into the pack, and they all just like literally disintegrate. Lightning Fury on the highway during rush hour would probably kill everybody. I don't know, all the cars have rubber tires. They might be insulated. She didn't even got good armor on. She's literally wearing some piece of crap rear armor, just for the appearance and nothing else. just for the appearance. Do 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 boom. I used to have so much fun on this character though, because like she would kill stuff off the screen without even meaning to. Like these arrows are just extremely powerful, and I would be like with a you know, like a party member or something, and we'd be running along, and I would just like fire off arrows into the distance, you know, just pew 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 pew, and they would hit a pack of monsters, like without even really me meaning to. They would hit a pack of monsters, and the whole pack of monsters would just like disintegrate into nothing. And people would just be laughing off screen, and I'd be like, what? They'd be like, oh, nothing, you just killed like a whole pack of monsters over here. Like, just completely by accident. I'm like, yeah, I mean, yeah, I was firing in that direction. I mean, I was just, you know, just doing a little thing, you know. Just doing my little thing. Poor little buddies. Poor little buddies. I don't know what to tell y'all. Y'all just really dead. I don't know what to tell y'all. Y'all need to put your damn head down. I remember in school when the teacher would be like, she'd be like, all right, if you guys are done with your test, be sure to just put your head down on the desk. That way, you just go to sleep and we'll know you're finished. Did I nail the voice? I was trying to nail the old teacher voice. I feel like I did a good job with the old teacher voice. I feel like it was a pretty spot on. Like, I don't know, I'll have to re-listen to it later, but I feel like that was pretty good. I have decided on my Season 3 character. I'm going to do a Phoenix Strike Assassin. I think I'm going to, I need to, like, do some theory crafting and stuff. That was the reason why I wanted to do the videos today, because I wanted to think about what I wanted to build. But my general idea is I want to do Phoenix Strike and mix it together with what I would consider a kick sin. So, like, there's a... Kick sin is kind of like a build these days. It involves, you know, high amounts of crushing blow, so forth and so on. And so what I want to do is I want to make a Phoenix Strike Sin that's using the Mosaic clause that also utilizes Phoenix Strike. So it's going to be like a combination of a Kick Sin and a Phoenix Strike Sin, like, together, basically. And if I get it right, which I'm hoping I do, it should be an extremely powerful character, because obviously kick sins are already very powerful. They can take out Ubers and all sorts of stuff like that, but more so as I won't have to worry about being just a kick sin, which I feel like is totally a thing. It's the same thing as being like just a smiter. When you're just a smiter, you know, you can't actually participate in fights and battles. It's one of the reasons why I made the North Star Smiter in the first place, because the North Star Smiter is freaking ridiculous, and I love him. He's a great all-around character. Does very well at the game. But like this particular character is going to be my attempt at kind of like doing the same thing, like a kick sin who is also useful, you know, with other things. And if I get it right, which I'm hoping that I will. Could be very interesting. But as you know, you guys followed me along while making all these videos today. You guys know it's Phoenix Strike is a very skill point heavy endeavor, and I'm not entirely sure how I'm gonna pull it off. I was thinking about doing lightning. Like, I think that might be my ticket. Is a lightning build. Like, instead of running fire, cold, and, you know, lightning, fire, cold, and lightning together, I was thinking maybe what I'd do is I'd just run like a Claws of Thunder. Get like a Griffin's Eye Diadem, a Lightning Sunder, maybe any other kind of negative lightning res that I can get my hands on. I'm not exactly sure which sources I'm going to be able to use. It's going to be kind of like a toss-up in the air. And I definitely need Crushing Blow, too, which is something that I just don't know. Dual mosaics. I think I'm going to have to do dual mosaic, because as I played around with it the other day, it definitely seems like the you can't really get the full effect out of the 25%. So if you don't do dual mosaics, it just doesn't work out very well. I mean, it's gonna be difficult to get the Crushing Blow that I want, though. Like I think that's the biggest issue. Is when you build Crushing Blow, you tend not to have good plus to skills. And when you build plus to skills, you tend not to have good Crushing Blow. And Phoenix Strike is a plus to skill, right? It's specifically a plus to skill. So if you're not going to build plus to skills, you're not going to have the best Phoenix Strike. And if you don't build enough Crushing Blow, you're not going to have a good enough Kicks in. So I'm going to have to work in some Crushing Blow wherever I can. Unfortunately, neither one of the Mosaic Claws has Crushing Blow on it, which is already a strike out of my favor. I could potentially go with Goblin Toes instead of Gore Riders, so that I have more Crushing Blow there. A +2 martial art with 10% Crushing Blow, that would be, what, 35% Crushing Blow, which really isn't a lot. I mean, that would still get me plus to skills, though, which is definitely important. So, I mean, I at least have 10% there no matter what. And then the only other slots that I have available to me as far as Crushing Blow goes is the body slot, which I could do Duress, but it's not really a lot. And the helmet, which is G-Face. Honestly, though, I think G-Face is kind of a waste, because G-Face has a lot of Deadly Strike, and that doesn't help me out on that particular build. Like, it's kind of like difficult to get the amount of Crushing Blow that I want and not give up like all my plus to skill equipment. Because if I give up the armor slot for the plus to skill equipment, I'm losing +2. If I give up the helmet, that's another +2 that I'm losing. At least I still get +2 on the gloves, which is not bad. And then I kind of don't have any choice, though. The helmet and the armor slot are the only slots that I can get Crushing Blow on if I want Crushing Blow, because both of the claws don't have Crushing Blow. The gloves are already going to be 10% CBs if I can get my hands on them. And then the boots, if I swap over to Goblin Toes instead of Gore Riders, which, I mean, I can do that because I'm going to have Dragon Flight. So if I use Dragon Flight to get around, I won't have to worry too much about my run walk speed, although it'll be a little bit of a pain in the butt not to have any run walk speed. But, I mean, I could potentially use Burst of Speed instead of Fade. It really depends on what my resistances end up. Problem is I'm going to be using a Sunder, at least one Sunder. If not multiple Sunders, I don't know. Let's take a look at Amazon Basin for Crushing Blow. Let's take a look at all the items that have Crushing Blow on them. I'm going to bring this up on camera for you guys so you guys can see what I'm looking at. Boom 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 ba-dee-doo, boom boom ba-dee-doo, boom boom ba-dee boom 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 ba-doom, boom 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 ba-dee boom 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 ba-dee-doo, doo, 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 doo. What, why are you not up there? Yes, yes. Transform, fit to screen. Okay. All right, so this is the CB list. As you can see, we've got G-Face is 35%, which might be the only option that we have. If we put on G-Face with Goblin Toes, that's 25 plus 35, which is a pretty decent amount. You're talking about, you know, like adding in the 10% gloves, which I think is a very good idea. You know, you get 35 to 45, and then 55 to 65. So looking at 70% between the three items, which is not bad at all. I feel like 70% between those items is actually pretty good. Sorry, I got like a million messages. I'm just trying to like destroy all of them. So G-Face might be my only choice for the helm slot. Body slot, we've got Duress, which is 15%, which is not really all that much, and I don't really feel like it's worth giving up +2 skills for. And then we've got Rattle Cage, which is 25%. So, Rattle Cage is definitely not going to be my choice. Burroon in the weapon slot, which does me no good because both my weapon slots are going to be consumed by Mosaic. So we go down and we just leave all these weapons out of the way because none of these weapons help us. We've got gloves, of course. We can use the 10% on the blood gloves, which we were talking about earlier. Between boots, you've got Gore Riders and Goblin Toes. So you've got a choice between 15 and 25%. And in this particular case, I feel like we've got to go with the Gore Riders because we just don't really have enough run walk. I love Goblin Toes with that 25% CB, but the truth of the matter is it's just freaking terrible in terms of run walk, and you just end up running around so slowly. It's absolutely terrible. And one of the things that I was considering is I was considering running 3 Sunders. So if I do end up going with a full Phoenix Strike build, I was going to run all 3 Sunders because having no immunities to deal with is definitely a hell of a lot better. And then what I could do is, like, instead of running Burst of Speed, I can run Fade, which will counter out the Sunders. So in this case, Gore Riders is kind of like the only choice here, I think. Plus, I would want to upgrade them to their highest point, because if I'm going to be using kicks, I want the higher kick damage. I mean, so at the end of the day, we're looking at 35% from G-Face, which I feel like has to happen. I'm kind of forced into it. I'm not going to do the armor. So 35% plus 15% on the boots. So we're looking at, what is that, 50%, which isn't bad. And then if I can get a 10% pair of blood gloves, that's 60% CB. 60% CB is a respectable amount of crushing blow. I feel like that's enough. You can still lifesteal with kicks. So, I mean, like, do I really need the Drax? I mean, Drax may be an option, but +2 to skills on the blood gloves with the 10% CB is just too attractive. I mean, I can have a swap 2 life tap wand if I need it. So IAS is actually not desired. This is actually kind of strange So this is another thing that you have to look up on Amazon Basin. It's called next hit delay. We were talking about this earlier. Of course, finding next hit delay on here is always a pain in the butt. Hold on. Let me just Google search it. It's easier that way. Amazon Basin's freaking like search program is garbage, and I don't know why. Boom, 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 boom. I got this song stuck in my head. I got this song stuck in my head. It a bird. Do 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 do. All right, so this is the assassin right here, and as you can see, Claws of Thunder and Phoenix Strike both have a next hit delay of 4. So in this very rare situation, I actually don't want to attack too fast. I want to make sure that I have a tiny spacing between my kicks, because if I don't have a tiny spacing between my kicks, the next hit delay on Claws of Thunder and Phoenix Strike will kick in and will kill a pretty large portion of my damage, basically 50% of my damage. Because if the two attacks are close enough together that they are overlapping, one of the two attacks will be canceled out, and it will do that the entire way through the 8 kicks. So we're talking about, like, let's say I have 3 charges built up and I manage to kick 8 times, and I manage to drag my charges out over all 8 kicks. If 2 of the kicks are overlapping to the point where the next hit delay is causing an issue, I will have 8 kicks turn into 4 kicks, which is going to completely nerf my damage in half. So it's actually better in this situation if I slow the kicks down by just enough so that they space out, so that the next hit delay doesn't cause issues between these abilities. Same thing with the fire. So the fire that comes from the Fists of Fire and the Meteor is also better spread out, because it will burn for longer. The longer that fire burns, the more damage it does. It's not going to stack on the monster, so if you have like 7 meteors come down in the same spot and all the fire is burning at the same time, that doesn't help. But if the fire is staggered by a little bit so that the fire is lasting for longer, then the monsters are burning for longer and they're taking more damage. So I'm almost thinking here that I don't really need to attack super duper fast. In fact, I need to slow it down a little bit so that I'm making sure that I'm not hitting this next hit delay issue. And it doesn't have to be by much, because 4 frames is basically a tenth of a second. I just got to make sure that there's more than a tenth of a second in between each of my kicks. And as long as there's more than a tenth of a second in between each of my kicks, I should be okay. Boo. I need to get some water, and I think my girlfriend's home. I'm going to go say hello to her. My voice is getting worse. Let's take a quick break here real quick. Maybe we'll, I don't know, maybe we'll figure something out. I know that everybody's still on cooldown mode for, Ladder Season 3 coming up, and everybody's just waiting. Apparently Hogwarts is tomorrow, so we're going to have some fun with that. And Kubas probably has to go to the bathroom anyway, so I will be right back. I'll see you guys in about 5 minutes. My beautiful lady was not home, and I am upset. And I called her on the phone, and I asked her where she was, and she's not here. No Dusty Bones. Dusty Bones is currently at my brother's house. I need to go get him. Actually, I need to get both of them. I had to do some studio relocating and some other things. You may have noticed that I'm not really quite like in the same angle or position that I was before. And I'm in a new little area. This is a this is actually a room I was in before. Remember earlier in the stream I showed you guys the video of me and the cat? That was actually in this room. That was when I used to be in this room. So I'm currently back in the room that the cat was in. Now that it's my room. The cats aren't allowed in here anymore. Oh, spicy in here too. Cody. Yes, sir. You're so bored. Stop licking me and don't wipe your jowls on me. Your jowl meat's grody. You don't even clean them. Like, lick in there sometimes. Like, you got like half-eaten food in there. And then you come over here and you wipe your jowl meats on me, and I got like grodiness. Like, you don't even bother to clean it up or nothing. Like, you gotta be polite. You should, if you rub your jowl meats on somebody, you should lick it up. As much as you eat like a random crumb that's on the floor, like, God forbid somebody drop a scrap of cheese that's literally small, so small that a mouse wouldn't even touch it. You'll dive for it and hoover it up with your nostril holes. But put a whole bunch of jowl meat food on me and you won't even touch it. Big old jowl boy. Come here. Come here, show everybody your big old jowls. Come here. Come here. Look at these big old jowl meats. Look at this. Look at this big old jowl meat, little jowl lips. Look at them big old jowl meat. The meats of the jowls. I'm gonna put this right on your head. Better get out of the way. That's right. Don't think I can do it. Sour cream and onion is still in it. Sour cream and onion. What's up, Posty Grant? How about dropping CTA and using Death on Swap? Death on Swap. I don't know. There's a lot of interesting options for Kicksins. Problem is that all my options have been taken up by the two mosaics, so I am rather interested to see what kind of like changes they make to, you know, to them. I need to make a timer here real quick. I'll put a pizza or something on for my girlfriend in about like 15 minutes-ish. So she has something to eat when she comes home. Oh yeah, my bad. Thank you, Charles. You know a character I never finished? I never finished Frosty Cheeks. I never did a video on Frosty Cheeks, like a final video, like talking about how he turned out and like what my final thoughts on his build were. Okay, well, he's missing his torch, so we need to go grab that real quick. I feel like we should just wrap this guy up, because we never did wrap him up. And we never did a wrap-up video for Double Sting, either. So I'm going to do a wrap-up video for both of those guys right now. I feel like that's an easy thing. Let me grab the... I think Northstar has the Paladin Torch. Does Grief work on Kicks? No, it does not. Grief does not work on Kicks. There's a lot of things that Grief does not work on, and Kicks is definitely one of them. Sup, Kyle? Yeah, I've been dying. I've literally been, like, just dying. I don't like to die, but I kind of was, and I don't like to die, but yeah, I pretty much was, and makes me kind of sad, because I was dying a lot, and then when I died, I told him what. I mean, let me grab this amulet just in case I need that, and I don't know if he has a Raven Frost. Let me grab this too. I really don't know what equipment he's running. Let me just grab whatever I can and strip him down so I can actually make this video. Oh yeah, that's how you feel? Alright, torch. He's wearing a 1815 and I've got a 2019 there. Let's put the 2019 on him. He's got a dual leech all res ring. It's actually not bad. His Raven Frost is a 193, which is pretty terrible. So let's throw that 244 on him. He is using a High Lords, which I believe he's using a High Lords just so he can hit the breakpoint. But you know what's interesting? What's interesting is that this build actually could potentially be even better if I could get my hands on some Adujinks there. Let me grab Laying of Hands. I'm pretty sure those are the gloves that he's actually using, although we do have this backup pair of gloves, which is an interesting pair. And then I was using my Plague, which, yes, everything checks out. I think High Lords is just for the attack speed. Why is he using an IK belt? Which that is not the right belt for him. I think I might have stole his Nosferatu's coil. I'm pretty sure that's what he was using, was Nosferatu's coil, because he needed it to hit the breakpoint. I'm like 99% sure. I don't know where the hell that Nosferatu's coil got to. I should have two of them, actually. What is North Star we using? Just out of curiosity, did he steal the Nosferatu's coil? He is using Arachnid's Mesh. And he does not have it on him. He does, however, have a nice pair of IAS gloves, which are better than Laying of Hands. I might want to throw these in here just so I can Who has that frickin' Nos coil? I really don't know. Not him. Not him. Let's check the Vulcaness. I need to delete some of these characters so that I have a new slot for Season 3. And she does not have it either. There's really not a lot of characters left. I guess let me check Double Sting. I didn't think he was using Nos coil, although it might be in his stash. Yeah, he's using String. I mean, I guess I can get away with, if I don't have Nos coil, I can get away with Gold Wrap. It has IAS on it, if I can't find the Nos coil. The Sunder Charms, do they drop in offline? No, they do not drop in offline. However, I do have an item pack, which conveniently literally just posted right before you commented. If you check my item pack, I do have a character in there named Charming, and he has all the Sunder Charms on him. All you have to do is copy that character file into your game directory, your save file directory, and then you have access to all the Sunder Charms. A little service that I've provided for you guys and gals out there in Diablo land. Now, granted, it's probably not going to work for consoles, but unless you can figure out a way to copy that save file into your console. If you can do that, then, I mean, more power to you. Oh, there's the Nas coil. She has it on. Alright, good. Alright, Frosty Cheeks. The cheeks of the frost. His name is Frosty Cheeks. He's got the frostiest cheeks, and he doesn't know what to do with frosty cheeks. He likes the cheeks. They're so frosty. He's got the cheeks. They're just for me. Got lots of frosty cheeks, need them all, and we know exactly what we do. We take 'em all, 'cause all the frosty cheeks got them frosty cheeks, got the roasty cheeks. Frosty cheeks. Dang, he don't even need the freaking 50% fire resistance on them gloves. That's insane. He doesn't, and then that means he doesn't need the 13% lightning or the 26% poison on these gloves. He'd be better off with a pair of 10% crushing blow gloves. How much CB am I running? I'm only running 15% CB. Yeah, he would be way better off with a pair of 2010s, which like I don't have a pair of 2010s. Maybe I could craft a pair of 2010s real quick. Bat metal. Holy rusted sheet metal, Batman. Holy rusted sheet metal Batman. Holy rusted sheet metal Batman. Holy rusted sheet metal. Sheet metal, holy rusted sheet metal Batman. Alright. Imaginary internet points to the person who can tell me. Where did holy rusted sheet metal Batman come from? Where did it come from? As in, what movie was it in, and who said it? Obviously, it wasn't Batman, because if it was Batman, he wouldn't say, "Holy rusted sheet metal, Batman," right? He would say something else. Batman using a metal bat. You're silly.
Good day.
I'm gonna craft me up some gloves real quick for this video. Y'all are supposed to be geniuses, okay? I was told that chat always wins. That was what I was told. Okay? I was informed that chat always wins. You guys can't let me down, okay? You cannot let me down. If you let me down, then what is this world coming to? It's a very sad world, this world where you let me down. It's a very sad world. world. I don't like this world. It's a very sad world. I don't like this world. Right, Robin and Batman Forever, Psycho Fury, 10,000 imaginary internet points, Psycho Fury, 10,000, okay? It was the one where they were fighting the Riddler, okay? And they literally pulled up on the boats, on their bat boat, in their little Robin boat mobile doojanks, and literally they got out of the boats, and it was a whole bunch of rusted sheet metal, and Robin literally goes... he literally goes, holy rusted sheet metal, Batman. And it was great. Holy rusted sheet metal, holy rusted sheet. Holy rusted sheet metal, Batman, holy rust. Holy rusted sheet metal, holy rusted sheet. Holy rusted sheet metal, holy rusted sheet. Alright, I got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I need 3 more. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to get it, but I'm going to try real quick. Why not? We'll just craft up a bunch. Crafty, 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 craft. That's what we do. Go on our crafty, crafty, craft, and then take a poo. 3% IAS, 10% crushing, or 3% lifesteal, 10% CB. I mean, they're like, oh, meh. They're meh. They don't have any IAS, which is unfortunate. +1 passive, dual leech, 10% crushing blow, life and resistance. Again, no IAS, unfortunately. Another pair of 10% CBs with no IAS. The sadness ensues. Just go ahead and grab 2 more. Julie. That's actually kind of nice. %, crushing blow, but no IS again. 20 attack rating, though. I know you guys can't even see it because it's over there behind my head. You don't need to see it. It sucks. I'm kidding. You guys can see it. Poison dagger charges. Hey, 20% increased attack speed, 3% lifesteal, 7% CB. Those aren't bad. Hey, some 2010 twos. Now that's a nice pair of gloves. Holy crap, that's good. Look at that. 20, 10, 2% lifesteal, 14 life, 5 fire, and 27% poison resistance. It's actually, those are actually perfect. Hell to the yes. Of course, Batman has nipples. You're just not allowed to see them. boom, 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 yum, boom, 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 boom. Sending my girlfriend a message asking her if she want me to put a pizza on for her. All right, let's do this video real quick so that I can get this out of the way. Ba 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 ba. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello guys and gals, and welcome. So today I wanted to go over the finished product of GGM underscore Frosty Cheeks, or, well, I had to get rid of the underscore because I couldn't put the S on the end. It was either the underscore or it was the S, and I couldn't just be Frosty Cheek. I couldn't just have one cold cheek. I needed to have Frosty Cheeks, as in dual cheeks. And so this particular character was my second attempt at a Holy Freeze Paladin, and unfortunately he might not be the last. And the reason for that question is we may be looking at another version of Frosty Cheeks. Frosty Cheeks may have version 3, and you might be asking, well, why is there going to be a version 3 Frosty Cheeks? Well, one of the main issues that I had with this character was trying to get the balanced attack speed down, because I really wanted to hit the maximum frames on this paladin that didn't have fanaticism. Well, I can do that now with the new rune word Hustle that allows me to put burst of speed on the paladin. I can get level 9 burst of speed, which is a 44% increase, and I should be able to hit the maximum frames much easier on this particular paladin with the Hustle rune word. However, I can't do that right now because that rune word is not out yet, but it will be out in 2.6, and I can eventually give that to this character and maybe do an updated version of this particular video. But as it is right now, he's actually pretty well equipped, and I wanted to go over his skills and his abilities real quick. So as you can see, I only have one base point in Holy Shield because I really couldn't afford the skill points for anything else. He is using level 34 Zeal because he does have some issues with attack rating. And thankfully, with increased attack rating abilities, namely Infinity, which is on his Mercenary, if I think his Mercenary still using an Infinity, unless I stole it from him. Yes, he is. The Infinity allows me to bypass most of the attack rating issues by basically utilizing the negative monster defense part of that calculation. And this means that I don't really have to worry too much about attack rating on this guy. I just need a modicum of attack rating, basically around like 4,000 to 5,000. I'd actually like to be a little bit closer to 6,000 if possible. My beautiful lady's home, so Cody is having a heart attack. Now, I also have the synergy, a little bit of the synergy for sacrifice, which is basically just whatever points I had left over. So I'm running level 9 sacrifice for some more physical damage. And the reason why I'm running the physical damage like this is because it helps me to have more physical damage for lifesteal and mana steal reasons, which did become an issue when I was playing this character, because I noticed that just in general it was a lot harder to lifesteal with a purely elemental damage build. I also obviously have max Holy Freeze, and then I have max Resist Cold and maximum Salvation for the synergies for those. I'm actually doing a pretty decent amount of damage with Zeal, so I have 5,405 as far as cold damage is concerned. And that literally gives me the pretty ridiculous amount of cold damage. I am running Conviction, obviously, from the Mercenary, which gives me a pretty high amount of negative resistance on the monsters. And then I also have, of course, negative 19% enemy cold resistance on me, and plus 18% cold skill damage. This is from several sources. So if you take a look at my equipment, I am running Plague, which gives me lower resistance, which stacks, of course, with the Conviction. And then we also have 2 cold facets in the helmet, a cold facet in the Arcane's Valor, and a cold facet in the Herald of Zachariah. So we're running a total of 4 cold facets, although they're not perfect, unfortunately. Now, for Crushing Blow, we do have the Gore Riders. We got the Crushing Blow 15% there, as well as the 10% Open Wounds, and the 15% Deadly Strike. And then we've got another 20% IAS and 10% Crushing Blow over here on the Gloves, which is a pretty decent pair of Bloods. 10% increased attack speed here, and then we're using the High Lords for the 20% IAS to hit that max breakpoint. Now, I really would rather prefer something else in this particular place than High Lords, but the problem is that I can't reach the high frames that I want to reach by utilizing anything else. Now, utilizing the new Hustle Rune Word could potentially fix this and make it so that I can open this slot up to something else. Like, for instance, I could be using a +2 amulet instead of a +1 amulet, and various other nice choices. Now, this character is obviously very crowd control related because of the massive, huge Holy Freeze aura. So with that 28-yard radius, I literally can hit monsters like off the screen with the damage. And of course, this is normal difficulty, which doesn't help at all. Let me go ahead and hop into Hell difficulty real quick so I can show you how he performs. Hello, beautiful lady. I'm right in the middle of a video. I'll be right with you. Yeah. And those guys are cold immune, so that's not going to be a good option. Let's go to Chaos. Chaos is a good place to show this off. So in general, I use Charge to get around because it just works out easier. And as you can see here, he does a pretty good job chewing through most of these monsters with relative ease. If he could attack faster, that would be really nice. I can totally see this character getting a little bit of an upgrade by using Burst of Speed. He doesn't really have any issues with resistances for the most part. I can cap my resistances relatively easily. As you can see, my cold is the lowest with 18%, and everything else is nearly at 75% already. So it's not even really that big of a deal. The cold aura has a very nice pulse of basically 1440, which doubles within range of the monsters. So when you do get very close to them, like, it's very obvious that the cold damage is pulsing. It's not like super duper amazing, and this is a P1, but in general, like, it's enough that the monsters are nascent slowed down to the point where they don't really fight back very well. And the Conviction aura, of course, from the Mercenary is a little bit of a pain in the butt because he don't ever keep up. So half the time he's not even within range, and I'm still demolishing the monsters before he gets here. I actually rather much prefer to run the Conviction myself natively. But unlike Dreams, unlike, Dragon Armor, there's no real equivalent when it comes to the Holy Freeze Paladin. There's a couple pieces of equipment here and there that have Holy Freeze on them, but nowhere near high enough level to actually give you what you're looking for. And Doom, although Doom does have Holy Freeze on it, as well as negative cold resistance, the main problem that I had with Doom is it has no durability, and it breaks in like 5 seconds. So it's completely useless in terms of a Zealer. There is another setup option with this particular character, which is extremely expensive. And I vetoed it just simply because it is ridiculously expensive and hard to pull off, which is essentially a full set of Griswolds. Of course, I'm missing my Tome of Town portal here, but I did actually collect a full set of Griswolds specifically for this purpose. And essentially what you do with the Griswolds is you just fill it completely with facets. That's all you do. You just take all 4 sockets on the weapon and you fill it with cold facets. You take all 3 sockets on the shield and you fill it with cold facets. You take all 3 sockets in the armor and fill it with cold facets. So that's 4 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then you take the 2 sockets in the Griswold's helmet and you fill those with cold facets as well. And you end up with a total of 12 cold facets, which gets you a pretty massive negative resistance of, what is that, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. So it's negative 60% and plus 60% skill damage. The only problem with this particular build is it requires 12 perfect cold facets, which is next to impossible to obtain. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense to go with this route unless you're just like super rich and you've got tons of money to burn. But I mean, if you do have tons of money to burn and you feel like it, then you totally can run this route. We ran the numbers and it actually is the higher damage route. If you run a full cold faceted Griswold's set with maximum level Holy Freeze, it will actually give you higher damage output than my current setup. However, one of the issues with that Griswold set is that it's slower. So you end up with a lot less speed and you can't really hit the same breakpoints as you can with this setup. With this setup, I can hit 4-frame Zeal. With the Griswold set, it is next to impossible to hit 4-frame Zeal. Now, that could possibly change with the addition of the Hustle rune word and the Burst of Speed. I'm not entirely sure. Adding in Burst of Speed into the equation with the Griswold set might just tip the entire equation toward the Griswold set. But it's just kind of not reliable. And unfortunately, you know, it's not like I could use a Faith Mercenary because I'm utilizing Conviction. This particular build is pretty powerful, and I actually have fought Uber Diablo and several other bosses with this character, even by accident, and he handled them like a champ. I was actually very surprised at how easily he handled Uber Diablo. He just chewed right through him, and I'm sure that's probably because of the negative 50% or 50% enemy slow on Holy Freeze, combined with the chilling effect, the Conviction aura, and then on top of that, he was also lower resisted, which brought his resistances down even further. And by the time I'm finished, you know, he's just like completely and utterly like obliterated as far as resistances are concerned. I think that's pretty much everything for this guy. I mean, he runs offensive skillers. He has the Cold Sunder. And he has a lot of charms that are there to sort of just, you know, make up for the fact that he's missing the resistances from the Cold Sunder. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when my girlfriend bombs. And as always,
oh, my hair is mixing with the screen.
Keep watching. I am feeling sick, Mewtwo. I'm literally dying. But I'm better now than I have been in the past week and a half. Coughing up blood and blood and some more blood. If I was one of them anime characters, I would literally just be like randomly coughing up blood, and then I'd be like, "Oh, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine. I'm fine." Well, looks like Diablo's Blizzard is doing well. Blizzard reported earnings for Q4, 3.57 billion actual versus 3.8 billion or 0.8 billion expected. So they beat the margin there by $500 million. Their adjusted earnings per share was 1.87 actual versus 1.52 expected, again higher than what was expected. Monthly active users was 389 million versus a expected 388.4 million, so they went up by $1.5 million. or a half a mil, 600,000. They went up by 600,000 over what was expected. Looks like Blizzard is doing just fine. Alright, let's do the next video, which is Double Sting. The Sting of the Double. He was a double, he was a stingin'. He was a stingin' double, yes. He was a stinger, he did a double. He stung everything in town. He wants to sting you, but that's okay, cause he's got daggers and he steals throughout that. Now. He doesn't probably shouldn't let him sting you, cause it's probably gonna hurt a lot. And it's probably not very nice. Don't let him sting you, it's not very nice. He's a rude person, he just has some ice. Don't let him sting you, it's not very nice. And alright, let's do double sting. I think he's got pretty much everything. I mean, he's not finished. I'm gonna be honest with you. He's not finished. But he's actually like really fun to play, and I think I should just do a video on him at this point. What's up, Romanos? I'm Meg Denko. Am I going to the doctor? I went to the doctor. The doctor said, yeah, it's not strep, and I'm pretty sure that you just have heartburn. And I said, I'm pretty sure that it's not heartburn. I was literally sick and dying, and I had a fever like 3 times, so I'm pretty sure it's not heartburn. And then I asked her what she thought it was, and she said, I already told you. I'm pretty sure that it's heartburn. And I literally looked at her, and I was like, are you kidding me? Like, yeah, it's heartburn. I've had a horrible like fever, and I've been almost dying for literally a week straight, and it's heartburn. You know what? You're absolutely right. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna take some Tums, and I'm gonna feel better. I'm gonna take some Tums, and it's all right. Actually, could you prescribe me some Zantac? You know what? I think I need some Zantac. If it's heartburn, you know, this might be serious heartburn, because obviously this is worse than any heartburn I've ever had before in my life. Never wanted to punch a lady in the throat in my entire life so bad. When she told me it was heartburn. I paid $200 and some odd for her to tell me it was heartburn. It was a waste of money. An absolute waste of my money. Should have just thrown it in the trash. It would have been a better use than going to that place and talking to that doctor. I paid for them to do a throat culture because obviously I knew it wasn't heartburn. Still haven't gotten the results back of my throat culture. By the time I do, I'm probably going to be better. And they'll send me a message and they'll be like, oh yeah, your throat culture came in. You had the bubonic plague. We're sorry that we thought you had heartburn. Here's some medicine. And I'd be like, I don't need it anymore. Literally, Jesus came down and touched me on the head and healed me before you finished your throat culture. And he said, I can't believe they said it was heartburn, and laughed at you guys. All right, let's do this video. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Characters. And this character is my Double Sting Barbarian. Yes, GGM_ Double Sting. Why is he called the Double Sting Barbarian? Because he's a dagger barbarian, and I wanted to build a dagger barbarian. I don't care about grief, grief stupid. And your mom's a hoe. And Flesh Ripper Fang Knives are amazing daggers, and they're fun to play with. So I found myself 2, not 1, but 2 ethereal Flesh Rippers, both pretty good ED, 281 and 283. 300% is cap, by the way. And I Zodded them because ethereal Zodded Flesh Rippers are freaking sexy as all get out. And so I built an entire character around the idea of utilizing 2 Flesh Rippers, literally just Zodded, which is amazing. As you can see, they have all sorts of amazingly juicy effects on them, like negative 50% target's defense, which means I don't need a lot of attack rating for anything because all the monsters have their defense stripped away. 25% crushing blow, 32% deadly strike, 50% open wounds, prevent monster heal, slows target by 20%, and of course I'm wearing 2 of them. And in total, I'm running 75% CB, 60% open wounds, and 63% deadly strike, which is pretty good. And then, of course, I also have the 31% crit coming from Blade Mastery. And of course, I also have the increased stamina, increased speed, iron skin, and natural resistance. At least 1 point in those. Those are 1-point wonders. My main attack ability is Double Swing, which of course I built up entirely for the attack rating, and then I also threw in 20 points into Bash for the synergy, so that I have the bonus damage. I did go down and grab 1 point into Whirlwind, so that I can use that as a movement ability, because it just works so well as a movement ability. Being able to damage monsters as you move is of course very, very nice. I put 14 points into Fine Potion, and I grabbed a couple points into Grim Ward. And the reason why I did this is so that I had basically a way to remove physical immunities. And I also grabbed, of course, Shout, Battle Orders, and Battle Command. Now this character is running, I'm going to show my gear real quick, besides the Flesh Rippers. A G-Face with an IAS jewel in it. I have Mara's on. Just because, well, it really didn't matter. Like, I already had pretty much max Deadly Strike anyway, and I didn't really need any more IAS because these weapons are just ridiculously fast. And Double Swing, I was already hitting the max breakpoint on Double Swing. Gore Riders, of course, Raven Frost, String of Ears for the Lifesteal, and the DR. I have a decent Lifesteal ring, and Laying of Hands for the damage to demons, because this is specifically a physical build. And then I have Fortitude for more physical damage increase. And I'm running pretty much just max damage, ARs, just whatever crap I've had in my inventory, to be honest with you. I've got a nice 2010 Barbarian Torch with basically just whatever random physical damage, max damage, like AR ones I can find. I also have a nice 2025 Annie in here. Overall, the character is very simple, and the mercenary is basically just a Reaper's Toll for the Decrepify, Treachery, and Crown of Thieves. It's a pretty simple mercenary. Obviously, I think that's like the most expensive item he has on. And how does he play? Well, I mean, it's a pretty fun playstyle, to be honest with you. It's I've actually really enjoyed this character. Essentially, what you do is you use Whirlwind to move. You don't really care about running to targets. So what you do is you just Whirlwind to the target, and then you click on them and you hold your Double Swing and you just annihilate them. I have tested this character in many, many ways. He doesn't actually need mana except to Whirlwind. So for the most part, I just kind of ignore the mana. Because Double Swing actually doesn't require any mana. I could obviously bring in a couple more like mana steal items, maybe a dual leech ring or something like that if I wanted to, but I don't actually need it, except for when I'm whirlwinding. So for the most part, I just kind of ignore the mana cost. I use the whirlwind to put myself where I want to be, and then I just absolutely annihilate the monsters from existence. And honestly, like, it's just such a fun build. The daggers make it absolutely super easy to annihilate pretty much everything. If you want to single out a particular target, you just start double swinging it to death. I have fought Uber Diablo and several monsters on this character that are pretty tough and absolutely annihilated them. When I was like level 69 or 70, I think, and this character was not even finished. He didn't even have 2 Zodded Flesh Rippers yet. He was still using 1 non-Eth. Uber Diablo spawned, and I was like, all right, let me see if I can kill Uber Diablo. Let me see what happens. And so I went over there and I just tried to kill Uber Diablo you know, just with my little Lobie, little double Sting Barbarian, I absolutely annihilated him with not even properly equipped. Just walked over there with my little newbie double Sting Barbarian and absolutely just plastered the floor with him. It was amazing. He has the crushing blow, the open wounds, the deadly strike to literally just rip things to shreds. He has enough off-weapon ED to absolutely annihilate things, and he attacks so freaking quick with these double swings that it's just absolutely insane. It's a very fun playstyle. I mean, is it as good as like a Hammerden or something like that? No. I mean, it's not going to be. But I've had absolutely no issues with this character whatsoever, and he's an absolute blast to run around and just stab things to death. And there's just something absolutely silly about the way that he carries the daggers too. He runs around with the daggers like this, like he's just gonna stab stuff. Like that's just what he does. He's like, come here, let me stab you. I'm just gonna come over here and I'm gonna double stab. How about that? And it's just funny watching him run around with his freaking daggers up. Like, he never puts his arms down or anything. Like, he's just standing there his whole life, just like this. This is how he stands. He's like at a party and just got his hands like this. They're like, how you going? It's great, man. It's like, got my daggers and just doing good. Just got ready for stabbing. You know, just if you need something stabbed, you just let me know and I'm gonna stab it up. And he's like, all right, man, if we need something stabbed, we're going to call you over because, you know, we can see you're ready. You're ready to do some stabbing. I mean, and he's absolutely fun, like, just to get in there and fight with other people, too. Because you can absolutely annihilate things with the crushing blow. You have no trouble hitting anything because of the massive negative defense. The open wounds and the prevent monster heal just stops everything from regenerating pretty much all the time. And then you're constantly applying the slow and all the other things to the monsters as well. And you really don't, with double swing, you really don't have to focus on IAS because you can hit your max break point really easily. So you can focus on things like fortitude instead. You can focus on things like, you know, your crushing blow, your open wounds, and all that other beautiful stuff. That's pretty much it for this guy. There's really not a lot more to go over with him. He is the double Sting Barbarian. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and keep watching. Alright, guys and gals, I'm going to go spend some time with my beautiful lady, and then I'm probably going to come back and we'll play a game or something, I don't know. I think that's pretty much it for my recordings for the day. How many videos have I recorded today? Let's see here. I'm curious. So 18. Where are my videos? Today is the 6th. Yeah, 6th. There it is. There we go. I have recorded 14 videos today. Very nice. Very nice. Very, very nice. Alright, guys and gals, it's been fun. Goodbye for real this time. I'm going to go spend some time with my beautiful lady. Have fun. I'll be back later, I think, maybe. We'll see. And yes, I'm getting ready for Season 3, Romanos.